Yeah, of course. He interviewed me for Hidabrut. Shiurim. Any person that I start a conversation about Torah, I always ask him if he does the daf, or does he listen to your shir, Baruch Hashem, Zerka, to bring a bunch of people to the shir, and hopefully one day I'll open up a satellite location over here in our Yishuv. But above all, he saved my life. Since I left yeshiva, I was looking for a way to learn that would fit my style, and everything that I tried wasn't really whatever. But your daf gave back the geschmack of learning and the will to learn every single day. But more than that, when I started the daf, it was right after a long, recuperation from an injury I sustained in Gaza. Your shiur gave me chizuk and the will to keep on going. Baruch Hashem, I'm healthy and whole today. The curse of Torah, tremendous curse of Torah to you and all of them DY for the rest of my life. I just did 2 months of Mizurim in Lebanon on the first lines. The front lines. You can't understand the chizuk that there's in the daf. I was Baruch Hashem Zok to learn the daf every single day. Baruch Hu helped me to find time. The boy said he found time. He found time in the front lines in Lebanon. So, in the hardest and the most packed days of warfare, I was able to learn the daf. Thank you, Rebelli Amichai. Here he is. Picture of Amichai. The London Sierra, Boyside, packed house. Michael Chesser is described to everybody as using terms of learning them in office. Cleveland Seal, more than 40 people joined the Cleveland Seal. Unbelievable, Boyside. Cleveland Seal, Manchester Seal. It's growing. The Lehigh Heart. What's this? Manchester. Wow. We got instruments going. Look, they're all wearing MDY shirts over there. Unbelievable. Look at that. Wow. Woo. Manchester. Talk about. Oh, it's sparkling down. Talk about. It's relief from the Chavero. Beautiful. Oh, this is also not in English. Okay, we got to get this in English. There's a new satellite location device for kids. This I left out yesterday. This is very important, your boys. This is a what? 21 is English. Oh.
Regarding the song synced to the yesterday on the Shia B'Yizari, it's a song that my brother Yankee composed. And the lyrics are not in Adlokas Neros. For Shabbos, it's in a different Adlokas Neros. It's a fill from the Shlo. It's written in Adlokas Neros of Chanukah. Okay, it's not in Adlokas Neros before Shabbos, and the woman doesn't say it.
You didn't say it. You didn't before I say it. Women don't, you didn't do it.
Anyways, Rebelli, I love your shir every day, and I begged a lot of friends of mine to start. It's amazing.
How did he start? Because he was singing and I got on stage and said, "You gotta start the shir."
Chazak.
Okay, that's enough. This is this doesn't happen often. From a Chana learner, I just got this morning. My father, Rav Oshri Yedidji learner, was with you yesterday. I want to tell you a story that could be in a lot of people. It should be a space for him and his neshama. This is him. He came to the Shabbaton here in Israel. Yeah, we're in the wheelchair. It's Sunday. This past Sunday, he was lying and he was on oxygen. He was 19 Muncham, the respirator. My brother was standing next to him. He started pointing to his ear. He was trying to tell us that he wants to hear something. My brother asked him, "You want to hear a shir?" He says, "Yes." "You want to hear the shir?" There's no shir. No. you want to hear a shiur? And he said, yes. You want to hear a shiur? He says, no. You want to hear Rav Stefanski? Yes. So he's lying there, on a respirator with his Suri Eoy. He was listening to your shiur. My uncle was at the Levaya. My uncle told me the story. I said, okay, fine. I sent it to Dave. I said, this is what he said. But this from the son. During Shiva, he felt that he has to write me an email. This is the last time we were able to communicate with him. In the last year, they had tremendous isurim. The shiur for him was a Karen of, a thing of light. How do you say Karen? A beam of light, a ray of light, ray of light. They gave him the kayak to keep on going. And I want to say thank you in his name and in the name of the whole Mishpacha. Shekaya, the Chona learner. It's Rabbi Zispunan, his man Shemet. Oh, I didn't put in that picture. There's a picture of him, okay. He was laying there, I didn't realize. Oh, Lord him. Okay. Okay. Wow. I just point to ugly. No, I saw pictures. I see him laying in the bed with the respirators. I'm like, I'm not going to show that picture, but I didn't read until the email. So the beginning of the email, I was running this year. You say that I put in this picture. This is smiling here. Rabbi Isai Sphere Cyrus with Fusat Marble Business League. The official edition in the One Shot from the Sefer Zevin Yal Shohal. The parrot, the Benedict family, we're going to miss very much. Back out of the trip on us. Maybe they can still come. Shaya, Yaroslava, Zeich Nishmas, Daf, Zayin, Ishti, Hinda, my wife, Hinda, Miriam Bas, Yamin Zev, and Shalom, Zayin Cave is special for me. Sponsors, the Mesefta. David Solomon dedicated memory of a memory. The Shmuel Baruch Ben Heinzfield Goy. The Fauci Family Foundation of gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all the geek sport of New York. Anonymous. I'll start with Roman Zivagashmis and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for completely before Shneman Arithis Yom Kaleba Sester, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, Jesus and Simcha. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor of First Name of Murray Dr. Miriam, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld. Also, monthly sponsor of Carlos Shefa. Weekly sponsors Moishi and Ruki, marketed, strongly supporting the film in Spanish. Shlema, Yaakov Ben Lut. These ones are trying to dive in Yeshua. You go on there, first year's over 1,000 views, second year 150. I can't complain. 150 is 150 more than we had before. It's all in Spanish. Was there a website? Keep on pushing them. If you have any Spanish friends, if you have any Mexican workers, just let them know about it. Zelgins is inviting families. Mazel tov to Ethan Zelgin, 15, and Hunter Zeit. 14th on your 500th daf, halfway to NY, one face status. Yumi 5, needing Nishmas, showing the best of the field. Gotta get any way to get those numbers up. Leave Nishmas, showing the best of the field. Mechel Allah Shalom, Lag Boimer, the yard side. Yumi 5. Moving Chai Goodwin, Abby and Rachel, and the whole clan with the K. We covered the Kamianskis, I guess. Thank you for making our Aliyah settling in much easier. Anonymous, do you go to the doctor? That's number one in Aliyah. There's Daf, there's Pay. Anonymous, I love you, Anonymous. MDY London February, thanks to Mark Groskop, Chaim Gilbert Hoffman, and Avrumi Nezri for a great series in Shkoyach February is unbelievable. Anonymous, the merit of a smooth operation from Rifko, Rachama, Bat Simcha by your parents, Rachma, Bat Simcha by your parents, Omei, Moshe Goodman, in honor. Wow, not the first time sitting in that seat. In honor of my wife and kids who keep on cheering me on, MDY Gutman. I know. What's the real name? Moshe David. Wow, MDY Gutman. The real YouTube Gutman. MDY Goldstein. Is MDY Gutman? Is MDY Goldstein? But does he do the dot? That's the chart. So, you don't know, I gave a Here in Satmar, missing. Yes? Wow. Vasali. So you're saying that it wasn't even Satmar, it was a bunch of Lufthansa that came in. Okay? No, there's a lot of it. Nisim Vasalian and family in memory of Shlomo ben Moshe and Chana bat Nisim. Anonymous, Hashem because he does incredible things for us. No, gratitude because he's even not incredible. We're alive. We don't write books called incredible. Just breathing. We write books incredible for incredible. I know, that's the book I'm giving you and him. We start off for the merit of the sports. Incredible 3 has knocked themselves to breathe every day. Yeah, it should be all up. It should, but there isn't. For the merit of Rav Shlema for Tino and Ezra ben Rachel. Alicia, that's the gentleman. Alicia and Peshi Ruben, Lili Nishmat, our son. Wow. Yonatan Mordechai ben Alicia Tzadok on his 10th yard side is the Shoma should have an Aliyah. Mordechai's Bazi family was our father and grandfather of Yisrael Ari ben Rabbi Mishayahu, Sepazim Zikron and Rachel. Ari Zinstein, a complete before Shlema to Shmuel Yaakov ben Rachel Amen. Those sponsors, HYK Ventures in discourse for success of all of our clients. Yona Daniela Rosenfeld, Bracha Beparnasa, MDY Kids sponsor. Well, thank you, basically, see this is keep it simple. There you go. You this class of Fire, MDY Club Corner month, or the field committee. That name me at October. Is it worth it? Is it working? The kids is not working. Yep. Boys, we have a tremendous daf. A lot of agavita. Huh? Oh, MDYR. Before Shlema, Yonatan ben B'Shav Bracha. Before Shlema, Mordechai ben Esther. Before Sayela, Daniel Zev ben Ayela Esther. So we're holding up Papa Days. Hey, Sure Ben Zayus. What's going on there? Why is it taking more and more time to start the share? What? A lot of sponsors for that. What's the next word? Hey, maybe Sure Ben Zayus. You know the song? We'll sing it. Hey, Rabbi Shua ben Zerus. Big chash of a man, his name was Rabbi Shua ben Zerus. Ben Chamev Shor Meir. He was the son of Reb Meir's father-in-law. In other words, it was his brother-in-law. Rabbi Shua ben Zerus is Reb Meir's brother-in-law. Not a simple man. He gave testimony in Fnei Rebbe. He tells Rebbe, I saw with my own eyes, Rebbe Meir shachal olah shel yarab. He ate a leaf of vegetables without giving Meiser in Beit Shan. Beit Shan, not like today. Beit Shan is outside of Eretz Yisrael, close to Eretz Yisrael. And I saw the mayor eating some leaf without taking Meiser. As you know, I'm going to describe later on. But he testifies, he knows he's not. Maybe Rav Meir did it and he didn't pay attention. Maybe Rav Meir whispered something. No. He's testifying. This is Rabbi Shua ben Zerus. He knows what he's talking about. And he's testifying that in the Beit Shan is not Eretz Yisrael. Like Lamoshe, like Eilat. Like right outside, like you don't have to take place over there. So just to give you the spoiler for you, Beit Shan was once Eretz Yisrael. When Kaisel came into Eretz Yisrael the first time out of Mitzrayim, they captured it, they conquered it, it became Eretz Yisrael. The second time around, when they had to do it again, when they came back from Babel, they did not conquer it. And therefore, it's possible that from this time, when Meir it wasn't considered Eretz Yisrael, you don't have to take license. Rebbe hears this testimony. Based on this testimony of an individual, he says from today on, The chant is chutzlar. Every story, you don't have to take my opinion. Overall of what happens typically when this happens, something like that. Try to pass it now. A certain city in Eretz Yisrael is now. What's going to happen? The Gedolim are going to come out. They're going to be Bashir. He's one of the Gedolim. Nobody could shake. Nobody's like the Gadol. Chavrol of Echad, his Aviv, all his brothers, his father's mishpacha. Amalai, Makom Shavi Secha, Ba'avot Shavi Secha. Why are you starting something new? Your fathers, your forefathers, Nagu Boy Isur, they all took Meiser over there. Akatinik Boy Hetesh. Where do you come from? Like all of a sudden making up a new halacha? Darish Lahem, because the Rebbe says, no, I get it. I don't even think about it. I should have had my chart again. Rebbe, these are all the Olam, the Gamliel, and all these big people. Darish Lahem, he says, you find something similar in the Torah, in the Navi, where things didn't happen for generations. Comes somebody in the new generation and takes charge and changes a certain thing. Where do we see it? The Chitas, the Chash, and the Peshach. Try to say it 10 times in a row. The Chitas, the Chash, and the Peshach. The copper stake in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. People are dying. She's got the stake. They look up to Shemayim. They see the Tzimramas are powerful, and they do tshuva, and they stop dying. So people over the generations, they like this copper snake. It's not a real snake. It's not a cobra. It's something that symbolizes healing and connection to the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's a nice thing. Until this day, unfortunately, people took it to the next step. It was good in one generation, the next generation, all of a sudden, it becomes about Moifus, the snake, and people start bringing things to this, start traveling from all over the world to toward the snake. Now you can learn the system. So Hizkiah, Hizkiah the king, a big tzaddik, son of a big rock, he starts breaking the snake. He breaks the snake, and he puts the snake down. He calls him a chushkan, a copper thing, like a lesson of desire. He says it has no value. In Yiddish, the snake is a nothing. So looked up to him, Moshe Rabbeinu had a trick to shake up the Shemayim through the snake, but the snake itself is not a healer. A Bishvah is the healer. Let's break it. It's causing too much sorrows in lives. People are going and then they're worshiping it. So Rebbe says, that's not go also. The idea is Hizkiah's great-grandfather, I don't even know how many generations, but great-great-great-grandfather, also, he was a tzaddik, destroyed a lot of Avodah Zarah. Why did you destroy this piece of Avodah Zarah? Then Yeshafat, also son, we had it yesterday, right? Yeshafat, the tzaddik. You ain't here, having Yeshafat didn't do what you did. You're gonna get decided to be a daini, like, who are you today? All of a sudden, Rebbe, you decide, and not Rebbe, you decided to break stuff. I understand, between us and your shafat, they destroyed everything. If you think this is Avodah Zarah, they should, what are you, greater than them? Ella? That was the snake, yeah? Imagine if we had the actual snake today, like in a museum in the lion. To give me a little. So, so what happened next? Zion went off on the top. Yeshafat, and also they gave something, they left something over for their grandson to do great to it. Oh, what does that mean? It's a Avodah Zarah. So you have to say the shot is they didn't do it deliberately. They missed it. No, that's not what I'm saying. It wasn't like this. It was an oversight on their part. So, because Baruch did it that somebody else could have something. You can't take everything for yourself. Yeah, they talk about it. They talk about it. I know. That's one side. אני, באופן מניח לי הבויס הזה, גם לבוי. Rebbe, who wrote the Mishnah. She was in the Mishnah. But I needed something to be great with. So my greatness, my forefathers, they left me Bet Shan. I took care of Bet Shan. I said it's good fun. Since you know the Shan, I'm going to call some of in this case, the Yeshua Ben Zayr says something that seems very off. Something trying to say that a city that we were knowing now is Israel. Trying to say that it's better to Israel. What's the first reaction? Your first reaction is kick him out of here, take him, time down, and retract immediately. You're saying shtusim, retract. Because without a public comment by law, she'ain is equal. You don't force it to retract. So now we have three Rishonos that mean the same thing. It's just very similar. It's a plural word. But I mean, some people say it's not to retract. It means you don't ignore it. Because take it seriously. Sometimes the problem comes in. It's just a silly thing. Your first reaction is to laugh at us. No. Don't ignore it. Body law, don't say, oh, what about Gaiva? He comes in here. He says that it's good. Who are you? Generations, you know, it's destroyed. Really take it seriously. A Rebbe changed it based on his testimony. Not only is it's a notion of to separate. You should separate the Choshen from the Kohen Gadol. Who's the Choshen? Don't separate it from him. Don't separate him from his pshat. He said, this is what it is. This is my testimony. Don't force it. Don't abandon him. Hashem is not going to abandon Christ, even though it's a terrible thing. It's not in the Rabbi is cookie on it. It's another guy. Rabbi Machoy himself causes Machoy. Guy becomes Machoy. Moshe Rabbeinu with the greatest honor, at the same time with the greatest what? Is the Torah. Or the most Torah. Like it goes together, the Anava and the Torah. Maximum really to so, if you do the breathing tunes, yes, but you can remember, oh my God, I'm like, slowly, what are you talking about? Let me say, it's kind of very straight. Let's see, the way face. So if you have a pencil, I just put it in face over here. Move, didn't, how do you say, you get rest, to chase out, to drive out, to expel. Oh, they didn't expel. Why is what? Huh? Thank you. See, sometimes you don't know why you hear these words, and we'll come back to Torah later on in life. Irish, Menashe's, Beishan. Kaisha took over Beit-Shan. Irish, they didn't expel the Goyim from there, but it says that they captured Beit-Shan. That's what he said. There's probably all the accompanying little stuff like that all around. It's a passion. No, it's something they don't want to show in the York and the Shul of the Das. Show my Mishum and the Elizabeth Shul. Missed. Partially missed a simple thing that Rav Shimon ben Eliyakim said in the name of Elizabeth and Das. Show my Mishum and Elizabeth Shul. So if you did this last night, don't jump in here. I want to point something out, something interesting. Who's Rav Elizabeth and Das? He says it in the name of Rav Elizabeth Shul. Who are these two people? Super interesting. Rabbi Elazar ben Hadas is what? Very good. How do you know? Yeah, you're right. What's your name? Remind me again. Shimon Leifim. It's not the first time here. So who's Rabbi Elazar ben Shemor? So listen to this. Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Das is right. Rabbi Das is the official Amoira called Rabbi Elazar. Every time it says Rabbi Elazar as an Amoira, because sometimes you see him arguing with another Amoira, so you know he's an Amoira. So you're going to give him that's what Elazar Ben Badak. The official Rabbi Elazar, when it says Amar Rabbi Elazar, it's Rabbi Elazar Ben Shamua, who's a Pam. Here you have both of them in one sentence, and it says their names. It has to say their names, because you can't say Rabbi Elazar Shamua Shem Rabbi Elazar. This is Rabbi Elazar Ben Badak. The Amoira, the famous Amoira Rabbi Elazar. Yeah, because sometimes an Amoira is usually called Rabbi Elazar, but sometimes it's called Rabbi Elazar when you're doing it, etc. So Rabbi Elazar Ben Badak, and they said the name of Ben Shamua. Harbe Kraken keeps you oiling Mitzrayim, they keep you oiling Baba. Bet Shan was captured in the first round when Faisal came out of Mitzrayim. But later on, they keep you oiling Baba. Bet Shan is one of these cities that were not recaptured. So what's the difference? Because Sovar, Kedusha Rishon, Kitchen the Shat, the Kitchen Los and Lova do not have a Kram army now, because we're going into Agadta in 10 seconds. It's a 1 minute thing. It's something called Kedusha forever and Kedusha not forever. The first time around when they came in, the Kedusha didn't last. So Bachan had a Kedusha as part of their structure. But it didn't last. Faisal, unfortunately, went to go. They went to Babel. When they came back from Babel, then whatever they captured lasted. But guess what? They didn't recapture Bachan. So Bachan at one point, it says with also, they captured Bachan. You're right, they captured it the first time around. But they didn't capture the second time around. So they didn't have a Kedusha the second time around. Why didn't they capture the second time around? It's right there. Why capture it? That a very good reason. They needed a way for the poor people to survive Shemitah. If nobody's planting because it's us for you to plant, what do? So you have Chutz La'aretz, Yivul Chul. It's right there next to Eretz Yisrael. We don't capture it, so that's a lot of Chutz La'aretz. And now I can plant in Shemitah. Now the poor people have what to eat. It's not a loophole. That's the whole point. It's not Eretz Yisrael. A loophole means that it's Eretz Yisrael, and today, to Shemitah, I'm going to sell it and consider it Chutz La'aretz. I'm never capturing it. I never captured it, and it remains Chutz La'aretz 100%. It's not a loophole. Why is it a loophole? It's not a trick. I'm just not going to capture it. 100%, but I don't have to capture it. That's not a loophole. If I don't buy something, that's a loophole. If I sell something for Pesach, if I don't buy hummus, here, check this out. I don't buy pizza for Pesach, so I'm not going to have hummus. I'm not in my freezer. Wow, what a loophole. I didn't buy it. It's not mine. If I don't capture it, it's not Israel. It's not Israel. No, it wasn't. It was only given whatever we capture is given. What passage of the Bible says? We don't capture is not given. Didn't. But China's outside. It's not the China that you think of. It's outside. It's like in Syria. What? Exactly. I think you're thinking that Bachan is in the center of Eretz Yisrael, and they didn't capture it, so it's like it's on the outskirts of Eretz Yisrael. It's like Eilat. Think about it as Eilat. They didn't go as far as Eilat. They decided to stop right here, so that stayed outside. They could have. The first time they went further, the second time here. Hold on, what are you saying? What? No, it is yours. They didn't capture it. It's not. They didn't make it part of Eretz Yisrael. Isn't that right to believe that? No, you have to. You have to do stuff. Of this weekend. Yes, but I have to worry about that. him out. Where's the vitamin? He's about in the league. Yeah. Shlote Vaisheni. Now let's ask me these questions. Go to another market show. Whenever the feeling comes. Zero or Mayor, all the bounds off. This is a simple question. A few questions. I'm gonna get into that guy. Oh, here, yeah, all Davis in the booth, so check it out. So let me say, it's really very shady. The Mayor, what did he eat? He ate a leaf. You're allowed to eat a leaf. The boy said, milk is somebody. You only have to. First of all, yeah. What are you fired about somebody? This is the only doggone huge so wine and oil. But besides that, he ate as you're eating. If you're eating achilas arais, you're eating the tomato that didn't have a gemar malacha. What's a gemar malacha? You make a pile and you smooth it out. You put it into a packet. He grabbed he's eating at first sorry. It's not chayiv meiser. Remember, all about because he didn't even eat a tomato, he ate a leaf. On my leg. No, we're talking about meiser now. Don't do sweet, we're going something else. Don't mix the two. We're talking about meiser, chayiv meiser. On my leg. Now do that play. He's already from a package. It's already tied together as one, and that's it. That's the gemar malacha. It's not. You're a tamegad. It's the type of vegetable that, typically speaking, you put together in a package. So once you tie them together, it's gemar malacha. Okay, fine. I said, and this is that guy right here. This leads us into a full everything for the end of this year. The guy is doing a lot of that. Maybe the mayor simply wasn't paying attention, and he grabbed something off the plate, and he forgot to take mice. Oh, that's impossible. If the animal, if the Pinchas ben Yared, the one going to talk about, what happened? And Baruch Hu doesn't allow the animal to eat without meiser. Tzaddikim answer like questions that Tzaddik, Pinchas ben Yared himself, or if Meir himself, he's going to eat without having meiser. So that's the third time we have that story, and the Gemara is going to have to explain it. So the story. But the Gemara has been doing Israel and maybe he had in mind to have a package of tomatoes at home. So when I get home, I'm going to use one of those tomatoes as meiser. Meanwhile, I'm going to eat this. No, impossible. He's a chaver. He's a person who's a tzaddik. He's makid. Until some meiser, he's makid to tahara. She wouldn't do that. Little Shloim and Amusha. He wouldn't take two or something that's not next to the page right here. It has to be next to it. So you don't have to be mafresh in the night. You don't have to separate it. You can look at a bunch of we can look. The ones on the right, I'm going to use as cream. I said the one on the left, I'm going to eat. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he's been through some mice on the spot. This is where we show up in Zayru. If he says he saw, he knows what he's talking about. If that's what happened, Renee was looking over there and he did over there, Rabbi Shimon Zayru would have noticed it. He knows all the tricks. He's done it himself. He knows what's moving, what's also. It's impossible that he's saying this whole the whole list of the Chazanish on Trim Samaisis, and he didn't. No, he would have noticed. You know if the Brisker Rav is taking Trim Samaisis or not. It's not. Oh, maybe. It's not what happened. Fine. So just remember this because I want to point out the Maharsha and on the base. Maybe you look at a plate and say to yourself, okay, the true mice. I'm going to eat from these two on the left side, on the right side, and I'm going to eat from the left side. Is such a thing? Says you want to hear this story. My bad. So what's going on there? This behemoth wasn't Nitshal and things so nice. So when we heard the story, there was a thing in the yard, I have a cousin, the Pinyon Shwim. The guy's work, the less than hours of production, like, unbelievable. A crazy investment in time and energy. Just see it at the end of this year on the Shugana video. On what they could do, what they could pull off in a day. It's unbelievable. 2 minutes of just this whole story in a nutshell. The kid, you show the kid will remember this forever. And there's one mistake in the video. One schmuck mistake. Let's see if you can pick it up. Yeah. No. Worse than that. There are. Have a call for the Pinyon Shwim. He was going to redeem somebody. Pinyon Shwim, I just saw, 2-3 days ago, there's a real Pinyon Shwim. I forgot what happened. They arrested in Colombia. They arrested a guy, and they just needed. So if you give $20,000. They want to kill him or something. They want to kill him? You only had to come up with a certain amount of money, and then he's kidnapped or something. No, you're talking about a different thing. There's a Sisha guy they just found in Colombia. That's something else. There's another guy that I forgot what it is. They said, you just need X amount of money and we can get him out of there. And they put on a shoe or something. Pinyon Shwim, they said, he doesn't say it's a real Pinyon Shwim. On the bay, Nahara. So he's walking with his donkey to do Pinyon Shwim, and there's a river in front of him. On the bay, he tells the river, I want Chris Yamsuf, he's not as I want to get the difference. So the river, the side of the river, responds to him. Guess what? Who says you're better than me? You're going to do a great mitzvah Pinyon Shwim. But I need all the classes to take part in. What I do every day, that the water goes through and goes through. All I'm doing is Yotzei Hashem. Have yourself a basis, self-gathering. Who knows if you'll be successful? Maybe they won't accept your redemption. What I'm doing is ain't something much with Devade. I need to continue doing Yotzei Hashem. So you threaten to. Yeah, you have no choice over here. If you don't split the water, you can do Yotzei Hashem for the next 5 minutes, but that's it. You're going to be done for life. If it's up to me, I can stop you forever. So if you want to do Yotzei, big talk, you want to do Yotzei Hashem, open up right now. Okay. It sounds scary. Tell it, bro. So you open. It's Chris Yamsuf. How about Garvard that would go repeatedly? Somebody with a doing a mitzvah, schlepping wheat from matzah. I want you to open up the water again for this guy. He's with us. He's doing a mitzvah. Open. There's one Arab dude who was with them, like accompanying them, helping them out, turning them away. I want you to open the water for him. And they later top in the name of volume. Look at these Jews. When they need them, they use them, but as soon as they don't need them, they dump them on the side, another side of the river. I don't need to fill out Shemer. Open up the water. Split the river. Call away, split the river. Omar, have enough of Gavin and Moshe, look at him. Because the yard is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu and 600,000 people that are fan mass. What's going on here? Actually, sounds the greatest miracle that ever happened. And from the greatest, I'm not judging the numbers. It's Kriyas Yamsuf. We have the whole Seder about it. And then when you put the yard, many generations later, he says, that was before Matan Torah. Christ will be no specific. So once we have the Torah, things we know is coming from a different position. It's coming from a position of Torah, full of riches and Torah. It's different. It's easier. You will also have Zimna. One love is Zimna. Those are Beirut is only able to do one. Over here, the thing is the other people. So you want to do Mahamani, that is Zimna over here, maybe vote for one. Hello, the message is doing one. Maybe it means to say that he was as great as, not greater, as great as Moshe Rabbeinu at 600,000 units. The kids there, the nicer kids, he gets their name. Probably, sorry, the Kamara today, there's like, refuel your car. If I even refuel your donkey to give it a barley, they all die. Refuse to eat. Tafkinu. So the first time I read it, I thought it meant like they beat them up. Tafkinu, Rashi says, means they did nipui. They took the barley and they separated it. Maybe it's not good quality. Rashi says, is it possible that it means that they separated the shaft from they sifted it, but on a simple level to make it better to eat? Because it has to be those higher for myself. Otherwise, this whole story wouldn't exist. And it won't be higher than myself. It's in the first stage of where you have to separate the shaft. It's not edible. You know that it's edible. Just what the bastard. Put it through a sifter of barley, the ready-made barley. Just make sure there's no stones in it. Well, he wouldn't. Like Credos, and he said, okay, well, maybe there's some. With their hands, they went there, let's do it to see what's going on. Lay off and see. All the rules, this is the other season that's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Is it possible you take Meiser? Sweden got. He went ahead, he took Meiser, and he ate. The donkey ate. He took Meiser from this barley, and the donkey started eating. This donkey, this poor donkey, he left his last same thing. She's going to do freaking shwim. I can't believe it. Try to feed her. Yeah. So I want to tell you a fascinating marshal. Anybody that hears the question is going to be blown away. But I do every marshal, it's small and interesting. The marshal has a cash over there. I understand. If the Gemara says that a mayor could look at the nicer, could look at a plate and say, that side of the plate is nicer, that side of the plate I'm going to eat. Why did the donkey do that? The donkey could have eaten the food by himself. So it's a cash over. What do you mean? How can a donkey make nicer from this and that? Okay, there's a bunch of people from Dutch. There's a Noid in Yehuda. Somebody came, the Noid talks about this. He takes this Marshal's question seriously, at least for his verse. Somebody came over to him and said that the Bethlehem used to give Yamin. Yamin is, they give peg, Yamin, peg, it's the same word, Yamin, peg. I guess it is, peg. The Bethlehem would give food to the bottom, shoe bottom. So, Benjamin says, your bucker, he hates his higher plate. He didn't eat anything over the plate. Like in the church, this is all plate. Sure, I asked a question in the on days. How come the donkey didn't his own basic? The child is very cautious. The donkey would have taken me. If there's a plate in front of me, and from the 20%, 10% of the plate I don't eat, so the guy tomorrow is going to give him 10% less. And he's going to have to take nice of that. So every day he's going to say, oh, the donkey's not eating. And once I give him that much, I give him less. He said, my yeshiva guy doesn't eat the whole thing in the plate. Tomorrow you're going to give him less. So he wanted to show. Anyways, but he took the Marshal's question. See, what's your name? Remind me your name? Shomalei, from? Shomalei, I saw you in Park City. The ganze Fritz over there. Didn't see it. Shomalei, what's your name? What's your name? From? Baltimore. Were you at that Baltimore Museum or is you were show already? In the Chazik down Baltimore, you got it in the Chazik. It's Israel. A lot of people are doing doctor, but they don't. What's your name? From? It's a Landsman. I heard myself a Stefan Swiss. Yeah, Stefanski. Stefanski. You, Shomalei. Yeah, I know. But no, what's your name again? Shomalei. Okay. So the Gemara, sponsor. I got global specialists in the financial services. Kind of Lurad from Shlemi Rossi. You've got the Baskhan and some Shafel Yisrael. Remember Chayva, what is the donkey? To eat something that has miser, but not. The cat zero with the behemoth. If someone purchases mine, now obviously, if you're going to purchase food from the store, I don't care who you give it to. If you give it to your animal, you have to take mice from it. But if you're going to purchase mine, which is food that you buy from an Amaret and you're not sure if you can consume some ice with. So then it depends. If I purchase it specifically for animal feed, then you pop it. We can have Loiroids, Bisham, and in there, Bisham, and those boys are Palin. I like this nice. This guy comes in through Ben Gurion over here. He's like, yo, giant bag. So the guy asks him over there, what's in the bag? It says bird food. It's bird food. So let me open it up. See, rips it open. You schmack a coffee. Not bird food. Listen, I give it to my bird. If he wants to eat it, he eats it. If he doesn't want to eat it, he doesn't eat it. Okay, there, you're still in there. You should have lost some basic kingdom. If it's all stuff for side things, flour for your pie, or oil to do for your light or to dishes, you don't have to take much. 7-year-old. So if we bought this barley for the animals, this is potter. Mar says, with my law, that's because if you purchase it initially for the animal. If you bought it for your own consumption and then you decided you wanted barley for your child, you say, I have a bunch of barley, let me give it to my animal, then it's too late. Then Chayiv La'aseh. I just love this lesson in places, top places. The race rabbi and Mishanim Yedid is Elaheshim Lev, the Machmir Nasra. The donkey is potter. The donkey is potter, but the donkey is a Machmir. More Machmir. It's more than the Galatian. But why do I love it? Because sometimes if you're a donkey and you have chumras, you remain a donkey. The chumras don't help you become a mensch. I mean, if you're an Adam and you have chumras, but first you have to be a mensch. It's amazing you have to have a new van. This van is Chamorim and Machmirim. It's a good lesson. Chamorim, it actually says it. The Machmir and Afsha. It's a Chamorim with a lot of chumras. So this is Chamorim. It's unbelievable. No, I'll just get it over them. Chamorim Machmir. Right. We're not even like the donkeys. Right. Oh, they speak about it. They speak about it. That's the kind of show, the Malam you're asking. Yeah. But I didn't understand the concept of that because you have to do your status. It's the same thing. You have to act in a certain way. You can say, oh, my cows are not going to eat. They're not going to eat desert. They're not going to eat this. Right, why they have to muzzle? I know, but they ask why they have to muzzle. But they ask why do you muzzle them? Don't muzzle. They're not going to eat. That's nice. Okay, so then we have this Yisod. Vatanya, if you have a pencil, you should write the word beneath it. Love the word Vatanya. It's not a question, it's a raya. Vatanya. Now, if you have favorite from a supla, if you take fruit from the marketplace, tea. Then later on, you decide to give your animal. I already said, no, you don't know the preventive for them. Do not use it for your animals. Animal can eat, sir. You must. You must take it. Shema already heard that Christmas New Year is coming. Go back. Oh. She's a chamor machmir. Where did you get that from? Who said that? There's a chamor machmir. Somebody made it. Very nice. Sometimes it's back in the day. That was like the AI that we had. They made a little picture and like, wow. Comments and matzah says, was a captain Lachem, 3 each other, Kapain, Tamarim, Banaf, Eitzarova. And they even tell you where it is. By Yikra Chav Gimel, it's probably not there. Okay, Givaldi. So the Gemara. That's how you could tell. Like, I really had a question on a certain. There's a picture from I don't remember if it was Rishon, but it was cave or something. And like, is this AI or not? And then when you zoom into the signs, the words are upside down, and then you know that it's AI. Overland. Oh, Shona Rebbe. When Prince Leon is coming, Novak Lappy, he ran out towards him. This video that I'm about to show you has literally every word of the story. It's crazy. All my ladies, please do me a favor. I want you to come meet me. And we're like, hey, this is short. I'll come meet. So, as we're going to see at the end of the story, the Prince Leon has a minute he doesn't need to pay anybody. He said yes to Rebbe. But Rebbe's Bel Adar, wealthiest man in the generation, greatest brother, tzaddik, Rabbeinu HaKadosh, so Rebbe is so excited. Omar Loi, why are you so happy? What do you think? I was mother. I'm not going to eat by you. Of course I'm going to eat by you. Yisrael Doishim, the Kadosh. So there's a murder in places here. Every places, but we do every places. I'll just do one more line and then I'll read the places. Yesh, he says, Yesh Rosh Beilon. There are many people who want to invite people, but they don't have. He says, Toisves, I hope I have it here. Yeah, Toisves. Why are they considered Goyshim if they don't invite you? The fact that he just invites you, he says, please come to me. And then you say, no, I'm Daphnish. And you say, okay, fine, it's Daphnish. But you want him to say Daphnish. What? Yeah. Okay, fine, then sorry. So fine, I'll just say it over here. I start saying, when people have busha, that busha, just from the fact they want, even if they don't want, that itself, they're considered Goyim, even if they're not so good as we see. Hold on, but let me just say this. So we'll get there. I'll say it again. Right. He just has a Yetzirah that he can't. No. The next one he's saying, Yeshlo, Ben writes, he has, doesn't want to give. We'll say the story about Rebbeinu Kamenetsky. I couldn't really figure out who it was. But let's say it's Rebbeinu Kamenetsky, that's somebody's house. And the guy offered him tea. She says, my doctor doesn't allow me. So when he left, his person said, leave the doctor. Since when did the doctor say you can't eat? He says, my doctor's the Rambam. And the Rambam says if somebody doesn't have enough to even feed themselves, he's the Bala, not allowed to eat. So my doctor doesn't let me eat. Okay? Listen, if you want people to believe your stories, you have to believe everybody else's stories. Yes, there are people who have, but they're just too stingy. And if they don't want, see, don't eat bread with somebody that has a bad eye, stingy. About this problem with Yosef and don't have a type of unbelievable food. What Shar has a bitterness in his neshama. He's going to tell you, come eat. He's not with you. Yes, I said. He's a Kaddish because the Maisa, you eat by him, and he doesn't really want you there, but he still has a Kedusha. The Rebbeinu Shalom is Machshavim, because he invited you out of embarrassment. But the right but you, Rebbe, I know you have the ability, you're the wealthiest man in the generation, and you also want me to be me. I'm in a very big rush. The mitzvah I gotta run, get this guy out of captivity. When I get back, on the way back, I'll come and what do you think happened on the way back? What do you think? You think you ever made it there? Because that's the story. You have the inspiration now. You gotta act on it now. You never know what's gonna happen on the way back, on the next day, the next day. Who knows? She also, so he's on his way back. He's a man of his word. Shrami, It happened. All Bahu Pischa, this Isrami is a big word. Isrami just happened. It's not just happened. This Baruch Hu is Mazmin that should happen. That what? He took the wrong door. All Bahu Pischa, that became day in the Yosef Barasa. A bunch of pit bulls and Doberman pinchers, white donkeys, the worst of the worst. These white donkeys are killers. Omar, in the video, when he says Malchamovic Bevezi, you understand, it's confusing. All of a sudden, it turns into Malchamovic. He has animals of death over here. Dangerous stuff outside of his house. And he has you think I'm going to sleep by him? Shoma Rebbe. Rebbe heard that he's refusing to come. Another guy, he ran after him. What's the problem? The son. You know it. So then, because you're creating a stumbling block to somebody else. Mafkaralus, I'll make them hefker. What do you mean hefker? You have these white donkeys running around the streets killing hundreds of people. You're making more as Mafkaralus. I can do something to chop off the pattern of the rules, whatever. They're not going to be as dangerous. Take a tsar malakai. But God is going to create a tsar for the animal. So what should be the answer? I'll kill them. So what should be the answer? Tzar el-Chayim. No, there's no Tzar el-Chayim when you kill an animal. You see it, you saw it. If you kill humanely, there's no Tzar el-Chayim. Just what is another problem. Think about kashrus. You're getting rid of something that has value. Did I say donkey? These are not donkeys. These are mules. Who? They have them around still? They're dangerous? Oh, they're wild onagers? They live here in Israel? Maybe that's the thing I caught in Tifra. I caught a white mule. He needed them for work. He was taking care of them. I don't know. Oh, sorry. What? So he didn't give up. He asked him again and again. So a miracle mountain just went in between them, and that was it, protected him. Rebbe started crying. Because Baruch Hu helped out Rapin's Yard that he shouldn't come into my house. He saw the mules, he went in the wrong door. So certainly, when after they die, Baruch Hu protects them. Tzaddikim are greater in their death more than in their life. And the Gemara goes into the whole thing here. So let me just show you the video now before I forget. The boys, I have a seat. Everybody together. Okay, Rabbi Isai, Yishkoya, we have a new Talmud. Talmud Chaver. How's it going, Yaakov? No? Let me show you a Givaldic video. We got to finish this year. Oh, Yahidari. Allah الصديق يكون في دين البيسة بلي عربي حتى تونها
مخلوق لي من ميخا مرة صديق مرة معاري كيف زور عليه شنو يعبدوا سماك أصبح له مش كشتينه أو فرق
That's a mistake. But the Gemara says maybe it happened once. The Gemara says maybe.
فلا أحسن يعني وليبي يصوري بحمور حمور كيف كيف لا له عسار يمشي على صديق يصوروا أي حمور صديق جماعة عربي قدوش بتحب اللي يصير بالتالي كرتوه حر وبناء الصوت سليحي يا خويا زلمة كان رفيقين بالسماء خايف هو يكمل شي سماح بالح تسرافي هو بريدوت لبنوت بريدوت لبنوت الشالي لحما بتقوم يحصل بميتين يلا شو تكاف هوني راك تربي يا حرام خرطة شور كتير بحناسك يقول كده قرب علي خيب هركين بقشحين أزمي شريك يا زلمة حر أشكر حر بقرابي هركتون صباح بالليل بقرابي يحيي إمكان بتتام لحب كامل ساح يمشي لي يا زلمة سكور ألا تبكي أي خاص خبري السكور
A lot of work, a lot of work. Shkoya. Okay, let's just finish up over here. Oh. Vayim Koyrim, do we have time? Oh, we have a minute. Okay. Sorry. Once we're late, we're late. Shneemar. Vayim Koyrim Ish. They were in the middle of burying a Russia. They row as Hagidul. And all of a sudden they see the army of Moab coming. Vayashlichu Sa'ish Bekever Elisha, the famous story. They dropped the body in they used to bury in a cave, so it was open, and they threw the body into the cave. Vayelach Vayiga, and this Russian touches Vayish Ba'atzis Elisha, and he touches the bones of Elisha. Vayichi, and the Russia wakes up. Vayokam Aragla. So what do you see from here? It was Tis Mason by touching Elisha, but when Elisha was alive, with the Ben Asunamis, he had to do something. He had to put his hand, he lied on him, breathed, the whole thing. And over here is just the touch. So you see that he's greater when he's dead. Eliyahu gave Elisha a prophet that he's going to do double the Tchis HaMesim as himself. And Eliyahu did one Tchis HaMesim. We say that when you see me go up, then you'll know you'll have double as me. And Memela, the reason why he woke up at Tchis HaMesim wasn't Elisha's chus, it was Eliyahu Navi's chus. What kind of brachas, what kind of Tchis HaMesim is it if he didn't even get to go to his house? I'll tell you real quickly. Every time I see this, and I said this because it's a crazy story. There's a guy, his name was Donnie Herbert. He was a firefighter. Look it up, a firefighter. I think it was Herbert. They wrote a book about him. He was trying to put out a fire in America somewhere, and he fell through the roof. And he was in a coma for 10 years. For 10 years, he was out cold. And one day, he wakes up, and he starts talking full sentences. And he told his family exactly what happened the night, that day, where he was and why he fell. And he had insurance with his kids, the whole thing, everything. And after 24 hours, right back into the coma. And then he died a little later. Rabbi Greenman. Hold on. Chakras. coming, then we can do all the shmuzing.
Ruby. What up, Pam?
Yeah, that's the name.
I was just thinking about you. What's good stuff? Dude, I'm amazing. I did a podcast yesterday for 3 hours. And it was the most challenging podcast I've ever had to do. Because it was live. Which, you know, when you do a live podcast, anything can happen. Disconnects can happen. I was taking live questions throughout the whole thing. They were very challenging questions. And I rocked it. I'm really proud of what I did. How are you, my man? Why, okay, talk to me. What's okay,
She's cool, Kamesh. Remember yesterday we had this. Gemara says.
I want you to be like, Rabbi, today is the 5th day of the week. And guess how many podcasts I've done? And I would say, how many? And you would say 5.
She was Ktana the Minayrim. This is the Ktana that told this.
Okay, why are you
the general.
on? Okay, how many podcasts have you done?
He's going to heal your Taras. And this is what happened. I like the little small things in the videos.
I think two.
Okay, it's alright. Why not more?
You're scared you're going to cheat. You don't really see.
I don't know.
Okay, well, what do you mean you don't?
No, 3.
Okay, so you did 3 this week? You did 3 this week.
Yeah.
How many did you publish?
I'm starting
today. You published 0? Why did you publish 0?
He came up to here. We should try it anyway. He's not happy that at least he didn't come outside to feed him.
Okay, what's going on? What's going on? Why?
This is the best
Talk
part
to me.
right now.
Why did you publish 0?
Honestly, I cannot tell you. I don't know.
Okay. How long did it take you to publish?
Shariba Taras now. So
Okay.
that's Tchis HaMesim.
So you recognize that
somebody has
you need to
Taras like
finish
that person
this
should
an
never.
hour every day, right?
So you see in the Torah considers someone with Taras and that
I don't mean
person.
to beat you up, but you need to spend 1 hour
Have a
publishing a day,
wonderful
2
day.
hours doing a new podcast. That's like a rhythm you've got to get. Right? Wait, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
I'm wrong.
You're right.
Am I right or am I wrong?
You are right.
Okay. So you're not in that flow state, and I understand. And you've got to understand that, frankly, you want to be a podcaster, right? That's what you want to do. You put a lot of work into it. And you enjoy it, and you're good at it. Right?
Yes.
Exactly. So, like, what did you do yesterday? You had 24 hours.
I did some talking about metaphysicians and ones.
Okay. So, today, how many emails did you send out today to get people on your podcast? How many people did you try to get with?
I sent some LinkedIn message and today I sent email.
Okay.
And I sent some Instagram.
Okay, so you just want to be careful about sending too much stuff on social media because
That one is not.
that's fine. One person is fine. You don't want to get reported. Did you lose your vote?
So I am all you have better news.
We're going right there because we have a
you
long
hope that I have better
video.
news
It's
than
about
you
5
have? Oh,
minutes, so we have to
absolutely,
move.
man.
Menachas think
I'm
the
on another
sourdough
podcast
buffet
tonight,
because of Menachas. Gewaltige
so
idea.
that's
They always
good.
have great ideas.
And
Sarata. Tom's River MDY
it's
Satellite. My
on
boy, and team event. Nice turnout. Beautiful
like
place over
supernatural
there.
stuff, but like really like
Guest
aliens.
speaker Rabbi Yehuda
I like to
Mandel,
talk about
Over
aliens.
Bitachon Weekly, Rabbi
And
Elizabeth Rabbi Shul Rabbi Safa. Moishe
what do you
Fisher,
think
David
about
Bending
aliens?
Messiah,
Good job.
these Brikas Amos, and
I think they are real. They are real.
Okay, that's good.
this
That's
kid.
a big step.
Are you able to fast forward almost to the end? Almost to the end because it's in Hebrew.
Alright,
Yeah,
so you think they're
right
real?
there.
And
Stop, go.
to immediately answer you back with that big class.
No, he does not. And I'm okay if he doesn't.
Okay,
I get
very
it.
good.
He
A
was
lot
really
of these videos
specific
are
on
in
that.
Hebrew.
And
That's the
I
oil.
understand he has
I
a
get
big
it. He
account.
was really
And
specific.
So do I.
I
Understand.
get
The
it. I get
status
all the
is
things.
we're very much still up.
But
If
he
we don't
wouldn't.
win,
But then again,
how do I know?
a lot of times when I
6,000
no
people
no worries.
So
A lot of times when I say that, then it turns out they get back to me and I get back like, oh sorry, I had something happened in my family or whatever.
Status that went out
And
there
I'm
for
like,
the
oh,
world.
okay, no big
These
deal.
are just
You know what I mean? Like when I start to think that, oh, they're never gonna get back to me. Like here's a perfect example. I had a guy who was like,
made a difference. Every single one.
I was like, can I be on your podcast? And he's like, yeah, of course you can be on my podcast. Let's set up a date to Zoom. And I was like, okay, great, that's wonderful. And then I set up a date, and he's like, oh, can we change it to this date? And I'm like, yeah. So I had to reschedule with him. Then later on, he's like, can we change it to this time? And I was like, yeah, you know, like, we'll do it. And then we met, and he was like, all right, we talked, and he's like, all right, well, like 20 minutes into it, he's like, oh, I've got a heart out, I've got to go. And it's like, okay. So this guy wasn't even recording this, and it's like he was just playing with it. He wasn't even serious. And then I kept saying, like, hey, are we gonna do a podcast? We're gonna do. You said that we would. And then he got back to me and he's like, yeah, let's do it in mid-Jan. So it's like, okay, you know, like I actually had to keep emailing him and keep emailing him. Because it's like, look, we met, we talked, we thought what I was doing was interesting. So let's get this bad boy done, right? And he was. It just took him, I think, a little while. Well, I mean, we still haven't done it, but I do think that we will do it in July, which is fine. And then when we do it, hopefully, you know, it goes well and everything. But that's okay. I mean, like, just, I've got one today, one Tuesday, one Wednesday. The one that I did yesterday was 3 hours. 3-hour podcast is exhausting. When you're just being hit with live chat questions on anything, like any topic, it's exhausting. And I did really good job. And the reason why I did a really good job, Tony, is because I was really well prepared. I took the whole day, the day before, and just basically anticipated questions that I would be asked and already had answers prepared. So like they asked me these really difficult questions, like on what? Like the Anunnaki in the Bible, is it like what does it mean? All that stuff. It's not even in the Bible. The Nephilim are in the Bible, but the Anunnaki are not. So I had to like make clarifications as to what's in the Bible, what's not, what the Bible passages are. They asked me about time travel. I mean, most people can't tell you anything about time travel. I had 20 different ways to time travel that I was able to discuss. They asked me extensively about like alien abductions and like future technology and just like a lot of different things. And I was able to, I feel very proudly and very accurately answer their questions, answer their inquiries, make sure that I did a good job addressing, you know, what they what was interesting to them, but I didn't know what they thought of it. So, like, basically, I have this, like, I'm just doing it on like a laptop. I don't have like a huge, like 50 screens that I'm looking at. Even though I do have a bunch of screens, they're all doing something different. And I wasn't paying attention to the chat purposefully, because it's like, I'm not here to do an open chat. I will if you want me to, but we have a host, and it's the host's job to ask me questions, I feel. So if you want to ask me questions, that's fine. You can say, hey, we got a question from the chat. Excellent, I'll answer. But basically, like, I'm not just going to sit and read the chat and answer questions, because if that's the case, well, then why do we even have a host? If that makes sense. And so, not that I'm against open chats, I am. I do them. I did one yesterday. But it's different than a standard podcast. Like with you were like, okay, let's set up a time. We set up a time. It's pre-recorded. You know, like there's, if nobody's asking us questions as we're trying to talk. When you're being asked live questions, it disrupts the flow. You know, because you can't get into a rhythm of like what you want to talk about, because you've got to stop and address somebody's issue. But I understand. So it was more like an open chat, but it was a podcast. So but the chat was really good. And so let me ask you this. Have you ever thought of just doing? This isn't your way, but I'm just asking. Have you ever thought of just doing a live podcast?
No.
It's difficult. It's very difficult. There's a lot of pressure. I frankly don't like them from a production standpoint, because it's just unnecessary added pressure. I could understand if I had if they had perfect internet connectivity and I had perfect internet connectivity, and it was like, you know, but like if you're just dealing with like normal people stuff, you're gonna get lagging, you're gonna get like all kinds of issues that can occur. And so, but I get it. People love the live, and I got asked like 120 questions at least yesterday, or 120 comments or something like that. Like that's way more than I've ever gotten on any other one I've ever used. So I understand that like live is the way to go. That's great, but it's just a lot more pressure.
David Salmon just notified me he is not coming on the trip. He needs
all right, so this week is you made some strides, but next week is where you really gotta get into motion. So do you have anybody scheduled for Monday?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay, do you have anybody scheduled for Tuesday?
Yes.
Wonderful. How about Wednesday?
I think he is coming on the trip.
Phenomenal, man. Good job. How about Thursday?
Success of all our clients.
That's okay. You've got 3 right off the bat. Good for you, man. So, you just, did you put out a tweet about being on your show?
Mendel Learning is with us today with the sons.
Right. And are you uploading your podcast to Rumble?
I'm trying, but it's so fucking bad. I don't know what the fuck. I'm going to try with my grandma, busy because she has very busy.
All right, shout out to your grandma. Okay. Did you do any more live streaming?
Which one?
No.
Okay, why not?
No, because these opiates it's like so fucking shitty, everything. This week.
Don't be so negative. What do you mean everything's so shitty?
The voice side, we have a special surprise, Harry Simon.
Internet is not working.
And for the people that are today, weekly sponsor, Yom
Stop. You're wrong there. You are dead wrong. I think you did an excellent job. You got 3 podcasts lined up for next week. You published 3 podcasts this week. That's great. There's nothing. I'm happy with you. That's good.
Yes, he is. Weekly sponsors, Moshe Lukin Markovich, proudly supporting the
I can expect more because this is what I want from you. I want you every day. This is what your day should be. I'm going to apply for jobs for 2 hours. I'm going to record a podcast for 2 hours. I'm going to upload the previous day's podcast for 1 hour. That's 5 hours. You know, most people work 8 hours a day, so you're not even putting in a full day's work in comparison to most people. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I want from you. And I understand if it can't always happen that way, but your issue is, and it's most people's issue, is just a lack of focus. Being able to say, I'm going to close out all the distractions of the world. I'm going to focus on this. And if I were you, you know, you've got to find a job and all those other things. There's unnecessary pressure perhaps from your family for this, but you get that. But you should say, like right now, you could upload a video to Rumble. You don't need your grandmother's permission for this. You know that, right?
Bad calls. The Price family, the Price.
No, it's not. If we're able to, if you and I are able to talk, and you're able, wait, what do you mean?
I don't have internet. I have data. Internet not is not internet. It's complicated.
Okay, well, explain it.
We're like a little bit below halfway. Now the good news is Buffalo Bay is very short.
Because right in our country you can buy you can buy data connection basically
Okay, let me ask you. So you're saying you don't have unlimited?
I have unlimited.
Okay, are you doing this with a cell phone signal or with like a Wi-Fi signal?
I am using this with cell phone.
Okay, but when you do your podcast, are you doing your podcast with Wi-Fi or cell phone?
Cell phone.
Oh, okay. Then you're getting throttled.
Okay, so.
Is that correct? Is that correct? They're like strangling your, like when you upload too much, they stop you, right?
Yes. We had another thing.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Okay, so have you ever had unlimited Wi-Fi?
Yes, we have Wi-Fi, but also sometimes setting this is the time. And
okay, I mean, it's good enough. You were live streaming the other day, just fine.
He and his best the Nimnu voted. We just did a vote.
You recognize that, right? You were live streaming for almost an hour or so. Totally fine. So your internet's good enough for that. So I'm just telling you that what I would do if I were you is use your home Wi-Fi. You've got 30 or so podcasts or whatever you have, and you upload 1 or 2 a day, and within a month you'll have them all uploaded to another platform, which is going to help your SEO, your search engine optimization. It's going to help people to be able to watch your podcast and follow you and connect with you.
You sound like like Miri into Shmaita like a person like Amaritz.
When I met you, you were sitting on this mountain of data of all these podcasts that you've done, but nobody could watch them aside from on YouTube. You couldn't get them on Spotify. You couldn't get them on iHeart. You couldn't get them on Apple Podcasts. Now you can do all that. And I'm just saying you need to do the same with Rumble. Once you do the same with Rumble, I'm going to tell you to do the same with BitChute. It's just more ways for people to be able to find you.
And therefore, if you don't have to give me the 100% it's us, that's the whole sugya. Obviously, when
you're sad. Hey, how'd your date go? Or when are you going to go on your date?
My dad was horrible because she's not in my country. Like, Marotown, and she thinks I'm in town, and I think she's in my town. So, that's it.
Okay, so there was no date.
Yeah.
Okay, how far is her town?
Another story.
Like, I need to train, like 2 hours.
Okay, so why don't you take a 2-hour train and go with it? That's not ridiculous. What?
Himself, who just
Yeah.
when he's yelled at, he says, you don't even, it sounds like you never learned.
This is what I would tell you to do. I'm not giving you
what happened there? Why didn't you
relationship advice, but this is what I would do. I would say, isn't it interesting that you thought I was in your town and I thought you were in my town? No big deal. It's a 2-hour train ride, and I still like you, and I still want to meet you. So let's plan on a nightly phone call or nightly video chat or whatever.
Like, we didn't call each other. She said,
okay, so you say to her, I want to get into a rhythm with you. I like you. And if you like me, then we should want to get to know each other. And a great way to do so is with nightly phone calls.
And he fainted.
But then you make that part of your day and part of your routine. And you say, I'm going to spend 30 minutes talking to this girl at night before we go to bed, or an hour or whatever. I'm going to ask her about her day. I'm going to ask her about herself, how she's doing, her interests. If anything interesting happens, we might get into talking about her family or things that she loves. And then that's it. And then you just do that every single night. And you're going to have a girlfriend in the next 2 months. Now, I understand. You're like, but she's 2 hours away. Man, if you do this for a month, you can meet her 2 hours away where she lives, or she might come meet you, whatever it is. And I understand you're like, well, what are we going to do? I live at home. She lives at home. My parents are here or whatever. I get that. You can go out to eat. You can, enjoy each other's company in public a little bit. You can build rapport with her, connection. And then if you guys really, really like each other, you'll find a way to put some money together to get a hotel room or do whatever you need to do. You get motivated enough to do it, and she will too. But this idea of what she says we're going to call each other, that is something that you need to initiate. You need to say, hey, I know that you said you'd be comfortable with a telephone call. Can you let me know a time that works for you? I'd love to give you a call and just hear how you're doing. I mean, is anything that I'm saying not making sense?
You are right with everything.
All right, there you go. So, that's all you need to do. And I know that may seem hard, and it may be difficult, but let's get a plan for you together. Okay? So here's the plan. Next week, you've got 3 podcasts. Every day you should be applying for 2 hours of job, do 2 hours of podcast, 1 hour of uploading, and then also another hour of uploading to Rumble and BitChute and those kind of places. You won't have to do that forever. All right. And then you're gonna text her this weekend or message her this weekend and say, "I'd love to get to know you better. Is there a time when I could give you a call and we could potentially discuss how you're doing and get to know each other a little better?" If she says, "I'm busy" or whatever, you know, recognize that she's not that interested, and that's fine. If she's not that interested, there are a lot of girls in your town who are easier to get and easier to connect with, who you could find. You just would get on a dating app and do that. But if you like this girl, then every single night next week, within reason, if she's got something else or you've got something else, you know, no big deal. But you should set rhythm with her. Women love rhythm. People love rhythm. They love comfort. They love the ability to be able to. There's like an there's an expectancy. There's an expectation. They love consistency. Ideally, within a month, you would want to be having a conversation with this girl every night before she goes to bed. If that is the case, then she's going to be your girlfriend.
And he says, "You want to go to Austria?"
All right, so this girl, do you find her attractive?
We get to Austria.
You're amazing. You're amazing because I was just going to ask you that. Okay, so she's not the most beautiful girl in the world, but she's pretty, right? She's worth your time. Would you be proud to introduce her to your parents? Okay, so then she's good enough to be your girlfriend.
This thing from over here to over here is no kosher. You're allowed to eat this section over here.
But you need to understand something.
Dude, you're 21. Listen, you're 21 years old. Guys like you do get girls. There are men who are 21 years old who get girls all the time, who look just like you, who speak just like you, who interact with people just like you. They just have what's called game. They know pickup. They can teach you all these things. That's not hard. What you need is confidence. It's difficult to be able to give yourself. Exactly. You say, "I have confidence." No, I don't. The first sign that you don't have confidence is when you say you don't. Okay?
You guys are shocked.
Tony, do you know how you know if you're cool? You just know. Nothing that somebody can give you. It comes from inside. You need to have self-confidence.
I'm not 6'5".
Stop. You don't need to be. Jeff Bezos isn't 6'5". Elon Musk isn't 6'5". Mark Zuckerberg isn't 6'5". And they all have chicks. And they all have thousands of women who would want to be with them because they use their mind. And you can stop. If you want that beautiful face, I mean, you're not a bad-looking guy. If you want that beautiful face, you'd be able to get it by just, I mean, you do. You're a thin man. You have bone structure. So you need to recognize that you could be extremely obese. You could have a terrible scar. You could have a terrible smile. You could be one-eyed. You could be, many different things could happen to you. You have a perfectly normal face, and you should be proud of it. You shouldn't be sad. And do you know who Droopy Dog is? I want you to look up Droopy Dog right now. DROOPY. Look up Droopy Dog. DROOPY space DOG.
3 days they're eating that, and then I'm hungry. I have pizza. There's no two things to do. Okay.
Droopy. Yes. You see Droopy Dog's face? That's what you sound like.
Quick review. Zayra messed up a little bit. He said that when we real men,
okay, But I've heard you sound very excited and very eager and very optimistic, and that's really cool. I've heard all of those things. So don't think that you are droopy, dog. That's just how you sound. You need to move out of that. Okay? Now, I know you said everybody's mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I think that you've had a good week. You got 3 podcasts done. You talked to this girl. And you applied to some jobs. And you emailed some people. That's a good week, man.
In a situation where there's no mashgiach, but if there's a mashgiach, you're allowed. I don't know. You see me.
It's a better week than just doing nothing.
That had a mashgiach meeting, that had a mashgiach. That's why he hated even after the.
Not every guy can say they talked to a girl. Not every guy can say that they recorded 3 podcasts. Not every guy out there or person out there can say that they applied to some jobs this week. You can.
In any circumstance.
I know you're getting a lot of pressure from your family and stuff, and that's understandable. But you've got to recognize that you can shut them all up very easily if you just focus on getting a job for 2 hours every day. You know that, right? And you don't have to be an engineer, and you don't have to be a podcast editor. You can be a check translator. That's what you should be trying. Frankly, you can't even edit your own podcast fast enough that somebody who would want to pay you would be satisfied with. I would just tell you this. If I did a podcast right now of an hour, I would expect you to be able to publish it the next day. And I don't think you could do that. You'd run into it. You'd run into issues. You'd run into it. If I said to you, I want you to put this on Spotify and iTunes and Rumble and YouTube, I want it on BitChute, I want it on Pandora, you would say, Rabbi, I can't do all that. I can only do YouTube. And I'd say, okay, that's fine. I'll go find somebody with workable internet in Polynesia, and they'll be able to do it just like that. What I'm saying to you is that the thing that you think you'd be good at is not the thing that you are good at. You're good at translating. Your English is really good. And people will pay you for that. Now, here's what I would do. If you
somebody said I'm like Indian guy. I'm
just so Shimon runs back to him and says, "You're not going to believe what I bumped into."
What up, Sarah?
And he says, "Don't
How you living?"
So he says, "You know what? If Eliyahu says it, let's make it."
Tony, stay.
So now we have a mayor.
How you living, big man? What's good?
We have a mayor that says no. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. You are. I can tell you all about yourself. You love guns. You're from Switzerland. All kinds of stuff. But I'm trying to. Your username is Twitch. Telegram is escaping me. You're an admin there, and Harry Potter Bummer Saxon either. I can tell you all about yourself. You're. Yeah, exactly. But. Yeah, absolutely, but your name is just escaping me. But hold on, I'll be able to get that too. Yeah. No. I think I could still get it. Yeah. What is it? Yeah.
They became Gary.
Oh, why? Why? What is your name on? What is your name on? Oh yeah. But I mean, I can tell that because you just have a photo. But I know your voice, and I know we have talked. I mean, I can tell you some of the subjects we've talked on: religion. We've talked on Switzerland. We've talked on. You like guns? I've heard you like cock a gun before. Bobby, that's right, absolutely. How you doing, though? Oh yeah, dude, we're really growing. We almost have 3,000 people, and Bobby, I've been doing a lot of podcasts recently, and that's really good. And so, how many have I done in the last 2 months or so? I have done like 20 in the last 2 months. I did one yesterday. I've got one tomorrow. I've got one scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday. I've been trying to do at least 3 a week, and some of them I haven't been able to land any really big ones yet. But some of the people with whom I've had discussions, they have like 250,000 followers on YouTube. Like one of those would make me blow up. It's been really good. I mean, I've been growing. Certainly the Discord has been growing. But hold on.
Hold on. Says, how come it is that when a person is very sick, they say give money to Mary Balinese?
Yeah, so there you are, Bobby. Yeah, so I mean, here's what happens. Over the course of 24 hours, I stream in the Telegram like 18 hours. And if you're like, well, why not 24 hours? Because my device gets disconnected and I'm not always paying attention to it. So, it's one of those things that like, I can't always be focused on it. And I can't dedicate one device to it in full, but like over the course of the last year, generally every, I would say, I'm in there for like at least 12 hours a day. And if you're not seeing it on your end, then it could be something that is from my end, just inconsistent. But like all I have to do is just restart the stream, and then my camera comes on, and my microphone comes on. I do know that it does come through because I get people who will come into my Discord here, and they'll be knowing about exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm like, how did you know? They're like, because you're streaming in the Telegram too, and we were watching it in the Telegram, so we came in here. Most of the time, when you look at the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, Bobby, don't you see my that I'm streaming in that? Oh yeah. No worries there. Okay, good. I'm glad that you said most of the time it is. Yeah, it's just like, you know, sometimes when you've got a web page that crashes. I'm sure you're familiar with like a web page that crashes and like Chrome crashes or something like that. Yeah, exactly. That's just what happens. And if I leave the stream going for a long time, it does. But I talk with people from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, at least Zoop and Riser or L, as he's known as, multiple times a day, sometimes for like 8 hours a day, like very long periods of time. So I'm still very connected to those guys. And somebody in there, he's known as L, but he goes in here by Riser. But yeah, Zoot and I are very good. Zoot and I are very good friends. Yeah. I've seen it. Last summer, he was just kind of down in the dumps a little bit, and he wanted to do something, and I'd been watching a lot of stand-up comedy, and he had done stand-up comedy before, but he never like took it that seriously. And then he just said that he wanted to be a stand-up comedian. And now that man does open mics every Monday. He was a state finalist for the biggest comedy contest in all of Australia. It's called Raw Comedy. He made it to the state finalist round. He's actually become a professional comedian because he gets paid sometimes to do comedy. So I'm really proud of him and the way that he and I met. But he comes in here all the time. It's interesting. It's the same idea. Yeah, the Telegram doesn't have as many features as I would like as Discord, so that's why I'm more partial to Discord.
That's on my part.
But
What about you?
yeah,
You
I'm
have no
still.
right to do it.
Oh, Brandon's the man. Brandon live streams his life in here alongside me. He's been doing so for more than a year, so I've kind of always had like a buddy here. And he's really into tech and computers and stuff. And so he has a bunch of different devices that he keeps in here. And he many times just live streams sports. So like you can watch all the UFCs and all of the FIFA World Cup and any baseball game that you want. He's always got that stuff on. And then we have Miss Aquarius. She is a friend of mine who I've met more than a year ago. And she spends a lot of time in here. She and I play games every night before we go to bed. And she's just a very good friend as well. We have Tony. I was on Tony's podcast recently 4 times. And so he's in here. And then those are the other
They
people.
didn't leave until they decided the Cruisers were going forward. Those of you who know, mainly in the Hebrew sheep here.
This podcast that I did yesterday, Bobby, and again, apologies, I'm kicking myself because I knew the name, but I just couldn't remember. But once I heard your voice, I remembered what it was. In fact, before you came in, before you even said anything, I'm like, oh, I know who this is because I've had some really in-depth conversations with him for years. I'm sending you the podcast that I was on yesterday. It was we covered a lot of really interesting things, and it was, I think, like if you're into anything, we covered a ton of good stuff. And it was 3 hours, so I just sent it to you if you want to check it out. And I was on a podcast on Monday. I had a podcast on Tuesday getting published. I was on podcast yesterday, and I'm on today, so I'm cranking it in terms of getting the message out there. And I know it's just going to take one person who's like, wait, you've been live streaming. I've almost been doing it 5 years now. It'll be 5 years this fall. And once I hit that, it's kind of going to be a trigger in people's minds. That's a really long period. That's a really long period. I think that it's just, I always say it, but it's just a matter of time. But the more podcasts that I do, the better. And it's like, okay, well, how do you get on all these podcasts? I create robots, and I created a robot that goes to Spotify and scrapes all of the profiles of every person who has a podcast and looks for email addresses, and then it compiles all those email addresses into a spreadsheet, and then I have a bunch of different accounts for Gmail, and then I just send those people an email, and out of 100 that I send out, I might get 5 back, but that's okay. 5 podcasts, I'm going to be fine. So, I just changed where I was.
Says the more you're right.
So I was in the upstairs, and now I'm on the ground floor. It was cheaper rent, and it was a little bit more space. The reason why it's cheaper rent is because it's a shared like storage room, so some of the stuff in there isn't mine. But yeah, it was like half the cost, so just for financial reasons, because I don't really. It's just better for me. And I like it. It's close to the bathroom, close to the kitchen. Like within the last 2 months, yeah. So he and I had a project that we were going to do. I've been doing press releases. Do you know what a press release is, Bobby? Sure. So when a company does something of importance, they launch a press release and they say, like, we're launching an app, or we just won this award, or we bought the subsidiary. They basically put out a document that gets picked up on the news wire, and then it's shared across all of the business world and the news world and media. And these are very good for populating AI, and they rank very highly in search engines. So I just sent in Harry Potter Bomb the Sonic Canyon, one that I did on myself, about because I surpassed like 1,700 days or something of live streaming, and the press release was read by Morlight, and he's like, "Hey, this is a really good idea. Do you think we could do something for Harry Potter Bomb the Sonic Canyon?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I drafted him a few, and we published them, but they weren't considered newsworthy enough because it's just like a cryptocurrency that, and like usually the media is like kind of squeamish on cryptocurrencies. And he really wanted to push it for the merch store, the new merch store that was launching from Harry Potter Bomb the Sonic Canyon. And so we were able to publish it a couple times, but not in like any of the really big. I'm wearing it right now. I'm wearing it right now. I've been wearing this for like every single day. Every single day. All right, well.
What's up, Missouri? His flags are real.
Yeah, sure, yeah, I could tell. It's like
I mean, here, I'll turn on the light if you want.
So now what happens over here?
Okay, well, I'm not saying that you need to do this, but if that's a Discord limitation. So I just have the standard Discord. If people boost the Discord, then the cameras go to 7 to 10.
You can give up his shows like anybody else gives up their thing. We're all partners in this.
But anyway, I don't want to use it. No, but I don't want it. I mean, it's fine, but I don't do it. But as soon as it gets boosted, obviously it gets more clear. But I mean, well, yeah, I've had Harry Potter Bomb the Sonic Canyon in my stream for like 3 years. We're almost at the 3-year anniversary. Yeah, I mean, I have my mask here. I mean, yeah, do I rep this? I rep this coin better than anybody's ever repped any product ever. I have a shirt right here for Harry Potter Bomb the Sonic Canyon. I have pajama pants right here. I know you can't see it from that angle, but all these angles.
Did you know that I was in Miami last year?
For what?
Look at the phone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. How were they in real life?
I want to say like I'm the most chaotic person.
Oh, that's cool. I've always felt that way. I mean, they've always been really nice to me. Whenever I've needed more light, he gets back to me within seconds. Yo-Yo is the one who set me on. There's the entire community. GB, love GB, love the entire community. GB was there. Oh, look at that! Yeah, amazing. Yeah, love that community, and still have a lot of confidence in it. To me, it's like any meme coin that's going to have its highs and lows, but this one, in my opinion, personally, is a bomb, ready to take off. Meaning it's like a gasoline explosion. Well, here's why I think it has the biggest opportunity to blow up of anything. And people can have their own reasons because of Sonic and Harry Potter and Obama. It has nothing to do with that, in my opinion. It has to do with the fact that the brand has been on camera more than any brand in the history of humanity. Why? because it's live right now. Here, I've sent you this before, but right now I'm gonna just send it. I'm gonna just resend it to you, and I'm gonna go to it when you do. Okay, so check your DMs on Discord, and I sent you the podcast I was just on, and go to the link to YouTube that I just sent you.
It's like an Amara. So,
and like right before you came in and the other person came in, I was working on the cameras, so I know some of them are green right now, but the other ones, look how many live streams I have going right now.
And he gives 10% to the coin. Okay, that's what we have to know. We don't
Do you
have to
see?
know that, but yeah, I'm just gonna put this on the side. It's a beautiful video. You know what? For the new guys, the 6,000
Bobby,
new
can
guys.
you hear me?
Imagine it was only 600. We don't have to show them. 6,000.
Maybe Bobby's doing
There's a bunch of fruit. Give 2% to the coin.
Bobby, can you hear me? Okay, did you see how many live streams? Is it hot there? It's the summer. Yeah, it was hotter upstairs. It's the summer, so it gets to be like 85 degrees or so, 90 degrees in Irvine. But we're still pretty close to the ocean, so it's not too bad. Definitely more inland. It gets into like 105, 110, but it's not too bad. It gets hotter as well in like late July or August, but generally the swing is anywhere between like, it gets as cold as like 50 degrees and as hot as like 95 degrees. So that's not that big of a swing. It's still quite Mediterranean.
So he doesn't give, sometimes he won't give the nicer part. But most
I did a shout out the other day when I was on a walk for Harry Potter on the Sonic Pyramid, but I just didn't publish it yet. But it was a beautiful day, sun shining, blue sky, quite nice.
So you can't rely on him that he gives some ice. So you
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Did you see the link that I sent you with all the different live streams?
It's called the Mai. What is this?
Okay, go to your Discord.
Says Ravasi, how in the world are you eating the shit? It has wine in it. Why? You have to take some ice.
Look how many live streams I have. It is. So when I tell you with full confidence that this brand has been archived more than any brand in global history, I mean it. At least, yeah, baby. Here we go. There might be like a 30-second delay, and I don't know what camera you're looking at, but I'm waving my arms right now. So just give it like 30 seconds. You'll be able to see it. Yeah.
Is it possible that Takami can eat this pie? And Ravasi is going to
Can you see it?
eat it by mistake?
Now you see it? So there's like a 30-second delay on YouTube, but I mean, I don't know, I can't control that. But yeah, and so when I say that this brand has been just everywhere, that it is, I want to step back and say maybe it's not the most documented brand in global history, because that would probably be YouTube itself, because YouTube has so many hours of just archives. But definitely from a cryptocurrency standpoint, nobody live streams themselves in crypto merch 24/7 with crypto bedding and crypto pillows. I do get people who, frankly, when they learn about me, they're like, why do you have children's bedding? And it's like, what do you mean? And they're like, there's a cartoon character on your bedding. I'm like, oh, it's a cryptocurrency. You have no idea what this is. And then I tell them about it. I've mentioned it on a lot of different. Yes. Yeah, I don't really worry about that too much. I would rather have quantity than quality, because YouTube is rolling out a feature that ups all of the cameras quality using AI to 4K, so I know it'll all be in extremely good quality in the future.
Why? It's a mixture.
I would rather have 10 streams that are 320p than one stream that's 4K. Because one stream that's 4K can get taken down very easily. It's very difficult to take down 10 separate streams. Does that make sense? Well, you're looking at one of my streams. Look at all of the streams. There are much better quality cameras than I guarantee you haven't looked at every single camera. And there are even some cameras that I have that aren't on there. All I care about is that my voice is being recorded and that, in general, the pictures are being recorded. Because I know that the quality will be able to be increased in the future, and the lighting will be able to be brightened, and we'll be able to focus on what I'm saying as opposed to some of the ambient noise that's going on. And like, I'm fine with that.
Okay, who else is it good?
Basically, no one can tell what? You've only looked at one or two streams right now. Look at some of the streams that are very close to where I am. I'll look at them right now.
Anybody else want to say Shalom Aleichem? Besides Mandalorian?
I'm looking at one right now, and I can see Harry Potter Obama Sonic Centennial on my bedding, on my pillows. You may say, well, I can't see it on your shirt. The shirt has faded, so I only have like a certain amount of these shirts.
You give her, not everybody had a oven in their house. Very few people have. So you take your wife's sourdough ready to go. You say, here, put it into the take the chunk, put it in. Any question in the story of Thomas, she's not going to go. Amaretz, maybe they're not so makbid. I'm giving 10% of the price. They're not going to steal from your chunk.
Do I want to what?
They're normal people. They're not going to steal, mix up things.
Oh, Yo-Yo's been in here, but yeah, bring him in here.
I don't have to worry about anything. The more law, but if I tell her use your ingredients, that's a different problem. The tavern should have to worry about the barley and the spices, which from shvius, maybe it's shmita stuff, which from meiser. Even if it's a cholent, it's mixed. It says mafurish over here that you're not allowed to buy cholent because maybe it has the may in it. So you see that.
Are there any big plans for Harry Potter Obama Sonic Centennial in the future?
If you tell a woman to do, I want you to make me a cholent. She becomes your shliach.
All right.
You can't tell somebody to do the mixture and then say, oh, it's mixed.
I will just be honest with you, Bobby. Don't you think something needs to change?
That's not okay.
We need to do daily Twitter spaces.
Has a lot of flavor. The timely it's done for flavor in the chol. Flavor is not something that could be popular.
Well, that's how people find out that you're still alive. I've been in some of these Twitter spaces, and they're like, "Oh, we thought that coin was dead because they used to meet all the time, and they used to have everybody with the sprotos, and now we don't see them anymore." And I understand where they're coming from.
Knock on the door.
That's how I knew what it was there was a presence. And in my opinion, we need somebody to dedicate 1 hour a day to just doing a proto Twitter space or a Harry Potter Obama Sonic Centennial Twitter space. I'm not saying we have to throw a bunch of money at an endorsement or an influencer. None of that. We just need a presence on Twitter. And we currently don't have one. What up, Yo-Yo? How you living, big dog? Yep.
Never gets old that way. No matter how many times you hear it. Hazard. How many times have you heard the story from me? So you must have had a real trigger.
There you go. Yeah, no, I get it. But we also don't know when they are. No, not at all. Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo. Go ahead. Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo, I want to say, I feel this immense guilt. I just have to say it. I just want to say apologies from it was 6 months ago, but one time I wasn't able to turn on the stream, and I was I said in all caps, why can't I do the stream or whatever? And you're like, calm down. And I have always felt this immense amount of guilt since then. So I've tried to be more respectful, certainly ever since. But I just wanted to tell you when I had a chance that just my deepest apologies for that. I should have treated the community more. Excellent. Yo-Yo, can I tell you what's going on? Oh, absolutely. All right. Well, first and foremost, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Year New to the Moon. I've been doing a lot of podcasts recently, and that's good. I plug the coin as much as I can, and I do plug it a lot. I have been on this week. I was on a podcast on Monday. I had a podcast published on Tuesday. I was on one yesterday. And then I've got yesterday's was 3 hours, and then Mondays was 2 hours, and the one that was posted on Tuesday was 2 hours, and then I've got one tonight, and so I built this bot. They're really interesting. So usually they're on futurology, and a lot of people have questions on. Apologies, can you repeat that, Yo-Yo?
That's pictures on the screen.
No. All different. Yeah. In the last 2 months, I've done 25 different podcasts. And then here's the coolest part of it. But when people talk with me, I'm into all kinds of really interesting stuff. And they ask me to come back on in the future. What up, Dory Crypto? How you living, Pimp? So the one that I did yesterday was 3 hours. I'll send it to you because it is. I find it to be really interesting. So what did they ask me about? And I was so well prepared for this. Yo-Yo, they asked me about time travel. I had 20 different ways to time travel. They asked me about futurology. They asked me a lot about the Bible, the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, the Wheel of Ezekiel, that kind of stuff. So I was able to answer all of their questions on that. They asked me about the moon landing. And so I have to give both sides of it because I feel I don't want to be biased and just give one side. And they asked me about. I'm sending you my live streams as well, Yo-Yo, which I'm sure you probably have, but you can see how many live streams on which I'm live. And some of these podcasts are smaller than others, but I've been in talks with one guy to do a podcast. He's got 250,000 people on subscribers on YouTube, and so if I can just land one of those podcasts, it's game over. I'm going viral. But even the small ones, I feel.
Your name is Michael, right?
Yeah.
Pizza Bagel.
Why? I told you.
How does it taste?
Okay, so Miss Aquarius, she's a friend of mine. She and I have just developed a friendship over the course of the last year and a half or so. We play games every night. Brandon met me from Eden Ross's server. He just saw that I was always streaming in there, and he's one of the biggest live streamers out there. He's a big influencer. He's really now. No, we're not friends, but he's a fight promoter for Jake Paul and those kind of guys. And So Brandon met me through there, and he learned about what I was doing, live streaming my life, and he has just been living in here 24/7 for the last more than a year. So I have like a crew in here that's in. He might be. Yeah, there he is. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So he's got
She's embarrassed of her son-in-law.
That's right. He likes to live stream the weather and sports and that. That's right. He likes to live stream the weather and sports. So he is our friend. He's everywhere. He likes. Who you asking?
Well, I don't know, because she don't. You tell me only by your mother-in-law and a son-in-law she'll switch it out, but in the rest of the
sure
world,
that he will.
Gives
Bobby, which one did you send it to? Bobby, which one did you send it to? Okay, so he's helping me. Okay. So he's accepting it. Anyway, so Yo-Yo, I sent you some of the podcasts I've been on, but they've been throughout the world, so that's good. And they're all different. A lot of people want to talk about futurism, life extension, mind uploading, certainly UFOs, ufology, especially with the Disclosure Day and the recent releases of the Trump administration. We talked about mega projects, and I've just been. We talk about cryptocurrency, quantum computing, some like advanced technology, like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like telepathy, telekinesis. Yesterday we talked at length in the interview that I sent you on teleportation, and it's like, well, how did you become an expert on all this stuff? I have a little bit of interest in all of them, but then I have extensive notes basically that I created in like almost like an Evernote like software, so that if anybody asks me a question on like, Rev, how do you time travel? I've got like 20 different ways all the time, and I can just go through my notes in a podcast right away. Without missing a beat, and be able to answer the questions. And even yesterday, they were. No. I'm just. I explained like 20 different ways how to time travel. Yeah, and it's not like, especially time traveling to the future is not hypothetical. It's part of Einstein's general relativity. Basically, if you travel at very high speed, time traveling is inevitable. Exactly. And so we know that it's possible. The more difficult way is to time travel into the past, because that opens up all kinds of paradoxes. But time traveling into the future is something that is hypothesized that it is a reality. And we've even been able to observe. In fact, GPS satellites do a slight amount of time traveling because of the speeds that they're traveling in relation to the Earth. So it's quite fascinating. So anyway, I talk about those kind of things, and he just lives in here with me. He streams sports like the World Cup and MLB baseball. Oh yeah, he'll stream anything you want. He streams every NFL game. Which one? He'll get on anything you want. Absolutely. Brandon, can you hear me?
Switch out from different pots and do different things. There's a famous.
Yeah, that is a big game. Khalid and what's his name? Mabari?
Bull.
Mbappe, yeah, thank you. For World Cup, no, I'm not. World Cup now on.
So she says,
Are you?
I'm working.
Are you?
For my husband, I'm working a ox. We're going to muzzle my mouth. I'm going to eat, so I'm going to get to my friends. It's a Moirhead. But otherwise, she doesn't steal. Rabbi Sai! Have a wonderful.
There you go. I've also, I like to make robots and stuff, and so I created, and I have been spamming Kick for years now, and to the point where you can't even type the phrase Rabbi Rothschild into Kick without it automatically being removed by a moderator. Like you can say Hitler in Kick, you can say the N-word in Kick, but you can't say Rabbi Rothschild without it automatically getting removed. But I don't even spam. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't even spam people's chats. I just create clips of them, and then in the name of the clip, it puts Rabbi Rothschild YouTube and then my Discord. So throughout the day, every so often, I'll get random people who come in here from all over the world, and they'll be like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, you clipped my channel. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. I'm a big fan. And then they're caught in my web. And then they come in here, and some of them become friends. So. Okay, well, he may not be at his computer right now, but as soon as he hears him, we'll have him do that. I know. There he is. Okay, Brandon, these guys want you to stream the World Cup, and so I will find you a link for it. And would you put it on?
Yeah.
Okay, just one moment.
Who are this guy?
There's some of my friends from a Telegram that I'm in. So this is Yo-Yo and Fabi. Yo-Yo, Fabi, this is Brandon. And Brandon streams the Cypher here. That's right. He's been doing it for more than a year. Fabi, do you have any kind of Stream Eats link that I can send to Brandon?
What?
Yeah.
For the World Cup? Yeah. Jensen Dovin's name is. The Mystery Glenn.
Yeah. Okay, hey Brandon, I found it. Okay, I think this is live. Okay, yeah, Yo-Yo, send it to me. Yeah, you would. And then I'll send it to Brandon. Yo-Yo, send it to me. Nobody does. Nobody has permission. Nobody has. Well, because people, I used to let people chat in all of the different spams.
Basically, how do you engage 6,000 members? What's improved?
That's my dog barking.
You're okay, don't worry. Yo-Yo, did you send?
It's not a scheme, it's a pyramid. It's the pyramid without the scheme. It is a pyramid scheme for Torah.
The best place to watch sport? The best place to watch sport?
But with
You see me up against the other guys that you're in the
kids are agents.
Yeah, they're my friends. They're only in my Discord. You're okay. Everybody's done, Brandon. Brandon, we're gonna send you the link, and then we want you to stream the game. Okay?
Hours and then you get a total of your hours with your maintenance costs in there. That represent and even visibility, their own giving history with MDY, think of it almost as an impact account,
Tonight.
something like you would check your reality.
I don't know, but did it go all?
Tonight,
Outside celebration of speed as the game is
6:30
on the Yomi, Florida.
Fix my Discord. Fix my Discord.
This is in our
okay,
little,
what do we need with it?
Look, it just sat there. It just sat there circling. Look.
Okay. Did you restart your device?
It just sat there, just circling.
Brandon, did you reset your device?
Beautiful. This is in Hollywood, Florida. And then they have this.
Brandon, did you reset your device? Yes, sir. You know what to do. Whenever you're running into any issues on Discord, reset your device and it usually works, right?
That's
That's what you did with your iPad and everything else on your iPad. So just reset that device and we'll get it to go. In the meantime, Yo-Yo, did you send me the link?
Look, he's keeping track of it. Very nice.
That's okay. Yo-Yo, can you look at the messages that I've sent you and can you send it to that account that I sent you a message on? I appreciate it.
Tuesday, May 5th. Okay, 7:15. The others invited.
So yeah, the next podcast is tonight. And then I've got right now 3 lined up for next week. I've been doing what I can to line one up every single day, but with just people's schedules, usually about 50% of the time we have to reschedule. So sometimes I'll do.
Forces persuaded them to come on their own, giving up their free time to learn.
How do I find these podcasts? Yeah, great question. So I created a robot that goes through all of the Spotify listings for any subject that I list, like crypto, and I will, it scrapes all of the descriptions of them and finds any email addresses, and then it puts it into a large spreadsheet. Then I have multiple Gmail accounts so that I don't get marked as spam, and I send them to them with usually about 30 a day per account, and I have like 4 accounts with which I do it. So I'm sending out like 120 emails a day, and then from that 120 I might get 3 to 5 people who come back and have some interest. And then sometimes people are like, hey, I was out of town or whatever, and 2 or 3 weeks later, but it has been extremely beneficial. It's been a really great strategy.
Where's the soccer match? Where's the soccer match?
Bobby, keep your pants on. Keep your pants on. We'll get it. He had to restart one of his. Okay, perfect. Okay, so he's gonna get it. Don't worry. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo, for sending that. Speaking of podcasts, there's Tony in here. I was on Tony's podcast 4 times recently, so that was good. Tony is a friend from Czech Republic. Tony, how you living, Pim?
I live in Czech Republic. Yeah.
Yeah, how are you? What's good, son?
You cannot talk about, so run on time, please.
Oh, I just asked you, how are you?
Okay, and for the Series X set is like a question. Check city. Yeah, no, I never been there. No, I'm from Vilno.
So, to Yo-Yo, I see these streams. Is there anyone that you know that's working? Like specifically? Okay, some of them are sending me to like
literally like that every night. The day I go, here's the map of all the locations in Eretz Yisrael.
Okay.
It's unbelievable. I didn't count. How
Okay,
many
I
do we have now?
got you.
33. Live Boiver, 33. Live Boiver, 33. Beautiful, beautiful. No, they just opened 3 new ones.
I got you.
We're at 34.
Okay, so Brandon, just one moment, and try to get the clean link for you. So just calm down or you get some. Okay?
Used to be Facebook, this presents MDY. The guy that knows how to learn and the guy that wants to know how to learn. I'm not say which one.
You're good.
Hey, who's who? Those who don't know, those who in the share long enough.
No,
So
don't pay
this
for
is
it.
the
No, don't pay
share,
for
boys, and this is what goes on in the Hebrew share once in a while. Check it out.
I'm a project. I get it. Okay, then I think I could just probably get somebody to stream it on YouTube. So just one moment. And the YouTube link will be. Oh yeah, there are people who just create YouTube links just for every game, and it gets banned, but it works well enough. Okay, Brandon, I'm gonna send you the link to your Meerkat account, and I want you to stream this YouTube, okay?
Oh, that's who's funding it. A few weeks later, my husband.
I'm streaming it right now. I'm streaming it right now. The World Cup.
Did you get it?
Seltzer and asked me to book about my father.
Yeah, I'm streaming it right now. I'm streaming it right now.
Told me this, I said it's not gonna happen. And
Let's see. Let's see.
Brandon, no, just go to the link that I just sent you to your Meerkat.
Dream, he said nothing will happen, and when you dream,
yeah, it's on YouTube.
That's how I decided this book would happen. That's it. Oh, that's the first Shabbaton.
No, don't do that one actually. It's just a simulation. Apologies. They got me. They got me. They got me though. They got me. Oh man, these guys are smart. They just have to play simulations. They're gonna get a ton of. Wow, Brandon's got it locked in.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, once you give it to Brandon,
It's happening now.
That's what I'm talking about. Good job, Brandon. Brandon's a man. During football season, we do we watch just about every single game in here, even with the quad view, that they have on NFL Network, and we do Red Zone. It's really intense. And Brandon is a huge Baltimore Ravens fan, and so he's always wondering about trades. Brandon, how many?
When I went to Miami, I met he was yelling at the screen in a sense.
And I even drafted him. Brandon. Brandon. No, you're good, Brandon. You're good. No, Brandon, don't worry about it. You got it. No need to do anything more. My question to you is this, Brandon. How many accounts do you have? How many accounts do you have?
The plan is we have a yearly MDY trip for sponsors of MDY. We're able to get out. Getting back in is a different story.
Brandon has about 10 different. Yes, you do. Tony, are you watching World Cup? Brandon streaming.
No, because if I cannot try, I will not watch it because I'm missing more.
Okay, I understand. There you go.
So it's not.
He's here. He's here. He's relating to Roger. You did a wonderful job. He says they're like the only kids in the school with long hair like that.
So I understand that.
They're cool kids.
I understand.
It's not about the Fraternals.
But yeah, in answer to Yo-Yo's question earlier, how am I scheduling these podcasts? I've just got this bot that just scrapes everything for me. And I've actually got 2 of them that do it, especially when I'm asleep. And then when I awake, I have a brand new spreadsheet, and then I just send out to those people. And I get some really big people, like I said, like I have one guy, 250,000 people. I got another guy who's a president of some company in France who wants to do one. So I just said to myself, my goal was to do one podcast a week for 52 weeks, but I really increased how many I've been doing to the point where I'm doing at least 3 a week. So, if I did 3 podcasts a week, that's 150 podcasts, 150 podcasts per year. I'm going to blow up because of that. The reason why I haven't blown up is because I can't focus on one of my accounts, because if I do, it eventually gets banned for copyright infringement or spam or whatever reason YouTube wants to give me. So I go on other people's podcasts, their accounts don't get banned, and then people find out about who I am. That's the strategy, absolutely. And yeah, so before you had come in, Yo-Yo, Bobby and I were talking about just the coin and how all meme coins are most of them are eradicated. We're one of the very few communities that's very few. But the idea was, we talk about this, but it just takes one individual to do it, to host a Eric Obama X space every single day. And it really should be more like who does it. I understand it doesn't have time. But there are some people who do it, but it's just random. And in my opinion, if we want the coin to have a resurgence, which I absolutely think that it can and will, we need to have that presence on Twitter Spaces. That's where everybody found out about it.
Very nice. Let's see, where was it? Sorry, in honor of our son Ezra Upshare. Beautiful.
That's true. And I've asked them. I've asked some big influencers. One guy has 220,000 followers on Twitter. He's not Andrew Chen, but it's something like that. And he was like, you guys used to be everywhere. Spaces. You couldn't be everywhere. Join a space without somebody having that Soroto. Yeah, I know a lot of people follow away. But I was just telling. Well, there's that too. I was telling Bobby though that what our coin has more than any other coin is, in its own way, it's the most documented. It's the most documented cryptocurrency brand. It's the most global history, and I keep generating these podcasts. More and more people find out about what I do, and then they're wondering what's on his shirt, what are on his pillows, what's on his what's his bedding. Then, it's everywhere. So I have a lot of confidence that this coin it is the long game. I talk to people all the time who have microvision. We have macrovision. This isn't a 1 or 2 year plan. This is a 1 or 2 century, in my opinion. If you look at life extension technology, I'm explaining why. If you look at life extension technology, reverse aging technology, and mind uploading technology, then we really.
I want to be like president or something.
Okay, well, you be whatever you want to be.
And that's the microvision is 200 years, and I'm here right now. I want to be a vice president. And he's president of the world. Minimum.
We have Davi who just joined. Davi, how you doing? Davi, how you doing? Or Debbie. Debbie who joined. Debbie, how are you? Debbie, how are you?
That was basically all of society came from
Yeah,
that.
hey,
what's up, Rabbi?
How you living, Pam? How you living, Pam?
Doing well. Actually, don't mind my name. It's that's actually my younger sister's name. So it's Cherry.
Okay, very well. How are things looking at you, son?
Yeah, but the one around the shop.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, how are things going for you?
Yeah, doing well. Alive. How you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, just growing every single day. Absolutely. Are you watching the World Cup?
You have a bad.
Yeah, I'm not really watching it live, but I'm just taking live scores.
Okay, well, Brandon's streaming it in here if you want to watch it.
So maybe the Shabbos people are also like that.
Yeah, but
they're the ones who ate the bad.
I got some shootings to do right now, so I just,
whatever.
I prefer the live score.
Okay, I understand. Where you been chilling?
People from each other.
Okay, they just called a goal right now.
We already established there was a but he couldn't.
Holland just scored a goal, so Norway scored.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Bobby, why didn't you tell us about this? You're like super into this.
From the trade guy. Something like that. It's the same story that we said a second ago. With the Moshe match about Bashek from Shosim, when the leaders of Russia, all his people are Rishayim, all his Varem, as Rishayim Tzadikim, one by the way.
Wow, we got a midday party going.
So all his people.
So, to Yo-Yo, in my opinion, the thing that would reinvigorate and get a lot more people involved in Coin is just the presence on Twitter. And I understand Twitter Spaces can be lame and they can drug and all those other things, but if people knew that, like, people can't see what's going on in the Telegram, and that's unfortunate because it's always really lively. But they don't see that because they're not on Telegram. The Telegram is not published in Twitter. And I've always felt that the coins that do really, really well are the ones that are organized enough to have a daily Twitter space where people can set their time to it. And I get it. I get it.
You see that you shuffle. But in Apple, very friendly.
At least projects, because some of them are NFTs, the original dogs, those guys, they do a daily stream. Really, a lot of them have come and gone, and as you know, and a lot of them have come and gone, and the meme coin industry and the NFT industry has kind of died off to some extent. But another one is called Baby Billionaires. That's a good project. They have either daily or semi-daily Twitter Spaces. The entire cryptoverse though is down in a major way. But to me, this is what, if I were, and I'm not, I just love the point of living but if I had, and I don't want to, but I'm saying, like, if I were a leader within the Harry Potter Obama Science, this is what I would do. First and foremost, is make sure we had a link tree, and we put that link tree everywhere. With our YouTube account, our TikTok account, our Telegram, our Twitch, our Twitter, our X or whatever you want to call it. I would have I would put our memes on Pinterest. I would put our memes on Blue Sky. I would put our memes on Mastodon and Truth Social, and basically expand our footprint everywhere. So that even if somebody didn't know what even cryptocurrency was, they might get interested just based on the art that we have. I don't manage any of those accounts. I mean, I focus on my brand, what I do, but I feel like, hey, you guys are leaders in that's why we have you. GB could do it, certainly. You could do it, Bobby Yo-Yo could do it. I'm not saying that you have to. I've talked to Morlight about this too, though. He thinks it's a good idea. It's just, you guys are busy. You guys have full-time jobs. I get that.
Thousands of shit. I've never seen anyone speak English.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I've done it for other projects, but generally, like, once I do it, I don't continue to.
I don't understand because any other project has any other project any consideration that you have done.
Yeah, they paid me $1,000. Yeah, they paid me. So that's why I did it. I don't want that. I'm not asking for that. I don't want it. I don't want that. I'm saying though, the reason why I did it for those projects is
like, for example, why is Yo-Yo? Because genuinely,
right. Okay.
But we don't have.
I don't want that. I don't want that. I'm not. If I please, like, I want to, like, just say that's why I did it for them. What I'm saying for ours is, we need an admin of the account. They're the ones who are best educated on writing a bio, on all the knowledge of what it is. I'm just saying the idea is you get a link tree and you create the largest footprint that you can for the platform for SEO purposes. But also there's something called GEO, or what's being called GEO, which is Generative Engine Optimization, is where you populate the AI platforms. I've worked on this with Morlight. I've written, so, like, don't think that I haven't done this to some extent. I've written 4 press releases that we published within the last 2 months on the coin with Morlight's assistance. And so, like, I do make efforts for the coin, but in terms of
don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, when you create one of these Linktree profiles and stuff, you want the emails to go to the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-news at, like, Gmail account or whatever email account. I don't have access to it. You want it to go to the main, you want the Twitter to go to the main, Twitter account. I don't have access to it. I don't want access to it, but what I'm saying is that, like, the person who has access to those accounts, they are in a better position to be able to populate this stuff for the coin. But the idea is to create the largest footprint that we can in social media for the platform. And then the person who has access to those, whenever we get a good post or whatever for a Twitter account, we should be uploading that to TikTok. We should be uploading that to Instagram. We should be uploading that to Blue Sky and Mastodon and Truth Social, all of those, so that we maximize the engagement that we have. And I know this isn't rocket science. I know you guys are smart. You guys figured this out too. You guys did it way better than I ever did, before I even came along. But in terms of if you just need the accounts made, I mean, I can certainly assist with that. But in terms of managing them, you need the people who are at the core part of the team who have access to those accounts. So, Bobby, in answer to your question, I'm happy to assist people. Like, I can give you all the tools that you need to be able to do it, including, like, sometimes you need multiple telephone numbers. I can give you the services that I use for that.
So that's what it means.
You know, like, if that's of interest to people. But anyway, even if we did all of that, we still need that constant life somewhere. And to me, Twitter Spaces is where it's at. The thing that, in my opinion, really hurt us, and this is nothing that we can control, is when Twitter comes along and now since twice has nuked our main account. As you guys know, that's devastating. But I'm in agreement with you as well. I think people saw much of our content, even though it has virality.
It sort of us, but it also makes us legit.
So the more it goes into the beautiful story, I got it. But we all know.
I agree with that. I have confidence. I'm saying this on my stream. It's all recorded. That the thing that's going to make this coin go viral is the person talking about it right now. I'm going to make it go viral. And we're not even going to recognize the opportunity, but what will happen is I will be on one of these podcasts. Like, I was on one yesterday, I went for 3 hours. We had 120 questions that I took on everything from time travel to the Anunnaki to the Nephilim to the moon landing to you name it, we covered it. And somebody's going to be like, wow, you've been doing this for 5 years, live streaming it. Yeah, you can go back and view my life as a human archive. It's a time capsule of human achievement. It's a time capsule of history. And somebody's going to say, that's a big deal. And you're going to be able to, absolutely, in my opinion, it's the biggest event. And the reason why is I will, and I'll explain why. There are a lot of aspects of female development that are covered on my stream, one of which is alien disclosure. Would you agree, Bobby, that alien disclosure would be the biggest news event in global history? Bobby? It'd be big, exactly. So if I cover that topic every single night for 7 hours a night, I'm live streaming a radio program that's main topic, Coast to Coast AM, is on aliens and extraterrestrial life. There's a lot to that. So when I say that this is the biggest event in global history, it has the potential to be. And I really don't get many people who doubt that it's in one way, like maybe thousands of years ago, we would have had the Epic of Gilgamesh, or we certainly have the Bible. This is in its own way a time capsule of human existence, but also world events. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king. There are some really interesting aspects of this. I was live streaming a year before ChatGPT was made public. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. I was a user of it the day it launched, November 30th, 2022. And now we've seen all of the ways that AI has been able to revolutionize society. To have a video archive of that is really important. It's really exciting. Bobby, can you hear me? All right, Bobby's doing his but yeah, I mean, there are some people who get it, and when they do, they think it's really exciting. They join the Discord, they follow me, they do all those kinds of things. But you know, I recognize as well. I need to. Well, I had recognized myself. I need to do more than just spam people and that. So to go on podcasts that already have established audiences, that already have engagement, and to tell my story on it is really important for the for promotion. And I know that if I'm able to land one of these big accounts that have 100,000 subscribers, 250,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, that's all it takes. That's the match that will be the catalyst to explode this whole thing. And then guess what? Every single day, almost every single moment of every single day for the last 3 years, I've been wearing some kind of Harry Potter Obama Sonic Kenny merch, and certainly my bedding and certainly my pillows and everything. People are going to be really interested in that. And then they recognize it's a cryptocurrency, they're going to want to purchase it. And so, yes, it may be worth a penny right now, but that penny will be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future, in my opinion. I really consider that.
And that's why I cannot be the writer from. That's something else. It's not.
Pardon me?
Not Very Letters from Miami is just the.
I mean, are we pretty close to that? Oh, right?
From Shemaim, you can see whether or not it came from a guy or a yid.
It's like at a $13 million market cap.
It's like at a $13 million market cap.
So we're learning Arvin means a raven.
So isn't that like 0.013?
How do you know? I want to break it down.
Exactly. And I'm saying that penny will be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Because you see the possible.
I have confidence. More than any other cryptocurrency, no other cryptocurrency archives life. Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny New is an archive of human achievement. It tells the story of cryptocurrency.
With the same funny name.
I think so. Bobby, you're back. Where were you, big dog?
Bobby, you're back. Where were you?
Had that same funny name.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear what we were saying?
Did you hear what we were saying?
Maybe there's a place.
Okay, that's all right. There's no test. What we were saying is that this stream has the story of AI on it. It has alien disclosure on it. It has the story of cryptocurrency on it. It has a lot of different aspects. But in addition to all of that, this is the largest archive to document human aging in global history. People will be watching this stream from a biological standpoint just to study aging because we have so much content to be able to study. Moreover, it's the largest example of human data for AI engines to build in global history. So all of the things that I do, from my behavior to micro behavior to micro movements to my circadian rhythms, eating habits, sleeping habits, every aspect of humanity is there. So when I say that this is...
She's 12 and a half, she's 12, and she's also below 12. How's it going? So we're making like, oh, the guy's like, oh, Bakashilo and Karilo, now Predator, and Karilo.
I hope so. I hope so. I did this podcast. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That she's actually.
It's lagging. Okay, well then just restart it. No, I know. Just refresh the page. Just refresh the page.
Tomorrow, if that's the case,
Yes, sir.
Two people that came from a place called Ira and came from Zin. It should be called New York Kurds. You don't call it New York. If two people come from New York, you call New York Kurds. Two people come from
All right, but and Bobby, if let's say I'm wrong, and God forbid lightning strikes me right now, what we do in the present echoes in eternity. Somebody somewhere, some internet archaeologist or whatever we want to call it, will one day stumble upon the deepest depths of the internet and be able to find my stream and what I've done. And if anything, that will have an immense impact on humanity in the future, even if I stop right now, which I have no intention to. If anything, I grow more positive about this every day, especially because of these podcasts online. I was on a podcast yesterday for 3 hours. We had 120 contributions that people made, And at the end of it, I didn't know what they thought of me. The host said they absolutely loved you, and that's exactly what I think people should be. I agree. So that's what I've been doing, just grinding it out. I've got this podcast in a few hours that I'll prep for beforehand, and then generally take the weekend off. I've had a couple podcasts hosts though. Actually, this is, I think, a unique aspect when I'm on a podcast. Usually when somebody's on a podcast, they're like, well, thank you for your time. We'll see you next time or whatever. But these podcasts are like, we want to have you back on next week. What are you doing? I'm like, oh, well, we can continue the conversation, certainly. Some people are like, we want to do a whole series on it. So I've done one series with a guy in Australia. He's a radio host. We did 5 podcasts with Tony. I did 4 podcasts. I did the 3-hour one yesterday. We're doing another 3 hours next week. I got another guy who said, I want to have you on every 2 weeks as just like a regular guest. Is that something you'd be interested in? Absolutely. So, that's just very positive. It's not like people, even if usually if you hear somebody speak for an hour or 2 or 3, you don't want to hear about them anymore. At least from these perspectives, these people want to continue to hear me. And so, in terms of my stream and what people hear and what people see, it should be a definite feather in my cap that people want to continue to have the conversation continue. So, yeah. In terms of, so I'm asking myself with Harry Potter on the Sonic thing, because Bobby, you raised an excellent point. Why don't you raise it? I mean, generally, I don't have access to it. Hey, yo. Absolutely. And again, my deepest apologies for sending my chat months ago. I know this happened months ago, and we've had interactions since then. But that's okay, yo. You go do what you need to do. It's been great catching up with you, my man. You take care, and God willing, many blessings to you.
If Michael says it's okay,
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday we already established the route, but it says it's not a problem. If you're a mover, I hear what you're saying.
100%. Thank you for allowing me to be in the community. Take care, yo. Bobby, call me Rabbi. I don't want people calling me.
So the Gemara saying, why jump? Why go to Avodah Zarah? Take it down one step to Nevela.
You can, but nobody else does, so they don't always know who you're referencing. Tell me what I go by, which is Rabbi.
Take it down one step.
If just you wouldn't know that. No. Generally, you should know when somebody's a rabbi and you call them by their first name. Seen as somewhat disrespectful. I don't know. I know you don't know that. But
I know you don't know that. Not everybody can. The Hoitz is a mummer. The mummer cannot.
To me, it's because I think you're my friend, so
I understand.
Wow.
But I understand. Even within the rabbinical community, we call a rabbi rabbi.
But I haven't made myself up. Maybe somebody could.
You don't have to be disrespectful. So, if I. No, we're good. I love you, buddy. I do. I've known you for 3 years. We've been through thick and thin. I'm making you aware. I'm telling you what it is from a respect. If you wanted me to call you down here, Siri, I call you Siri. I just know you as Bobby from the other Okay, I'll call you Bobby. I understand. I'm making you aware that. Okay, well that's maybe how you interpret it. I'm making you aware that everybody calls me Rabbi. That's what I prefer. if you don't
shaman in there.
understand
And then
that,
another person
I get it.
doesn't have a
I'm not
same
gonna
area.
not necessarily answer to you, but I'm making you aware that it's a little disrespectful. If somebody has asked you to call them something, then you call them by what their preferred term is. Yeah,
Take out the neshama. Give that neshama of tikkun.
and it's just a confusion thing. Nobody else references things.
That's why we
So,
shouldn't be mitzvah
from
animals. You never know. You might be mitzvah
friendship point of view, if a friend came to
hear this? Smart. Why do we accept a person from a guy that does
okay,
Averis
then I guess that's what it is.
I've
Asked you, and I think that's pretty clear. Then you don't have to consider us to be friends.
So just so you know, I can go to Rabbi, but then
Okay, then I guess I have to do that. Maybe you need to be exception. Dude, how you living, Tim?
Never push them away. Give them a chance to come back.
Hey,
So
Zul,
one side, there's a song.
Zach.
I just you probably know it. Not so many people know it.
Zoot, I was telling Zoot, or I was telling Bobby about all of your accomplishments in stand-up comedy.
I'm not joking. I cried every time. You don't see me crying anytime I'm crying. It's a beautiful feeling.
I was just about to leave, but since
You
you
know
are here,
that women get to say, us men don't get to say.
I'm about to
They say,
it's hot there, yeah.
now I know why they cry. Women cry by Abba Sayers all the time. Especially the high part, especially the part of the So I want to pitch to you and say it as it feels. Merge. Who's going to help me out over here?
That's fine.
You got over there. Larry, you know it?
I'm telling you, it's a title that I learned, and
This
it's considered to be disrespectful if I'm not called by that. Everybody else calls me by that, and
all right, let's go.
Bobby, I feel she was. I've known Zoot for 2+ years. I don't know what Zoot's first name is. I don't care. Miss Aquarius, I've known for a year. I don't know what his first name is. I don't really care. Whatever they want to be called, I will call them. Like, Miss Aquarius wants to be called Miss Aquarius. Zoot wants to be called Zoot. If you, Bobby, want to be called Siri and Z, I'll call you that. I'll tell people what they want to be called. And Brandon. Yes, sir. Zoot, you want to watch the World Cup? France and Norway. I don't know if Joe's playing today. France is playing Norway. It's a big game. All right, very well. And Debbie just said that that Australia played yesterday. Do you know how they did, Debbie? They won. Okay, very well. We're gonna find out right now. Debbie, do you know who they played against? Is Vegas still here? Okay, I'll find out right now. Yes, I have. All right. Okay. Yes. Australia right now is their record is that happened yesterday. They lost right at the end. That's going on right now, and France is winning. It looks like France is going to win. At least today. Yep, I know that. I'm aware of that. Dude, did you watch my podcast? All right, well, you got 3 hours that you better start listening to. You got all day today, dude, to listen to. We talk about your favorite subject. I know, but you should at least watch the time travel part of it. I go into 20 different ways of time traveling and ask questions. Let's go. That's a good question.
And our neighbors' children.
Australia, I think so. Oh, they're tied to Paraguay. So, it's a good question. Let me look at ESPN.
Zog Gemara.
That's the Oh, there. Okay, so they made it.
We don't accept so they made it. Chutz min ha-mumar. So let's understand what this mumar is. Chutz min ha-mumar, that's one thing. U'minasach es hayayin, that's number two. Somebody who does have a desire with wine. U'mechalo shalbasis b'verhesi. He does feel Shabbos b'verhesi. There was a thing I didn't show yesterday. It's Australia. It's a South. Who is it? Shabbos b'verhesi. This guy's not a Shabbos b'verhesi. I don't know exactly.
No, I'm probably not the same.
It's
Australia's a big place.
Dude, do you remember that girl from Melbourne? Who did financial domination or whatever with FinDom? She was from. You remember that girl?
She's from Perth.
Oh, she was from Perth. Oh yeah, that's it. Apologies. Yeah, that's right. She wasn't from Melbourne. She was from Perth. That's right. What was her name? Possibly. That's right. Very well. It looks like Francis Dembele had a hat trick. And he's had a hat trick at half. That's pretty good. Dude, what's on your agenda for today?
Probably gonna get that.
All right. Well, aside from that, though, what are your plans for the day? All right. Take care, Bobby.
All right.
Best wishes to you. Don't be a stranger. If you need me, I'm here for you. Okay, Big Dumb?
I would call you Michael.
Bobby, I'd consider it an insult. Frankly, and I wouldn't do that to a friend. Dude, go back to bed.
What's the top one?
Bobby's an interesting creature.
Okay? Top. I'll go for Gaza. I'm Miss McCann, but I could come to some moment. You have a sticker problem. Here we go. In the ratio, we have Mikan. Just remember the word Mikan, but like Kukum Loitis and Mumar. So we said Mumar can't bring the card. Then it says you could. That's not a big kasha. Ratio Mumar Nikola Kula is see over here. I wrote Mumar the whole card. So no, he can't bring. It's also Mumar the middle part. If he doesn't believe in one thing, doesn't believe in Lulu, he could bring the card. We have a problem. Just read. Besides somebody who's a mummer and somebody who does have a desire with wine, so let's do the safer. It says mummer, no. What does it mean? Which one is it? The purple. What's the purple? Mummer, not. That's exactly what we said in the red. The red says mummer no. Oh, so you're not going to repeat yourself. And if he's only murmur for one thing, not for the whole Torah, Kashim Tziasa. It says Mufurish that you could agree. Murmur Dover but it's okay. Murmur and Yain is one thing. It's not two separate things. Murmur plus somebody doesn't. He's a murmur for Avodah Zarah. Shabbos is Ger Hesia. So he's Mechal Shabbos Ger Hesia. So Rashi says over here, it's a beautiful Rashi. He says, and we do all Rashis. These are very severe. Okay. He says that Shabbos is like doing Avodah Zarah. Why? Somebody does Avodah Zarah, says he believes in another entity.
What happened, John? What happened, John?
Oh, they're doing their own thing. You did very well, Brandon. Good job.
They're doing their own
Just
thing.
like on
You
the whole.
did very well.
And you don't believe in the Rebbe, why would you check your shit?
I'm trying to welcome in.
You did very well,
I'm
Brandon.
saying that because Rebbe didn't rest. That's why I'm not resting. I don't believe in that whole thing. So it's very severe. What do you see from here? We just said that the word mummer over here.
The World Cup is going.
We have to right over here. I didn't have time.
Not to say his name. Not to say his name.
And what? And he cannot bring a carbon. So you see, now like Ravana, see someone that does that with the Zara, can't even bring a carbon. Maybe the we got out of it. We said no, but it could be. Let's go by down. But you the Rabbanos, the Gemara goes word from that. Somebody who does a Zara cannot be the choice to you. It says Gemara, but after you bring me a whole possible Mekem that you could bring a car, you can't bring a car. Mamaretz, probably more. We learn from another possible. The famous base. From the possible, we learn about Mamaretz, probably more. Shimon, you remember Shimon? Oh, Shimon. In the name of Shimon Ba'Yachai. So I gotta remind the Olam, Yossi, Yisrael Goldstein. Just sent in a thing. He dedicated. So the quick Maisa, it's not Gaiva B'Chalal. I don't usually say Maisas of Gaiva. This is a story about Reb Shimon Ba'Yachai. 4 years ago, there's 4 Reb Shimons on the daf. And Yisrael Goldstein.
What up, Debbie?
He called up and asked me if I could mention every single time that I say Reb Shimon Ba'Yachai. Stop and say Zarchel Kayama for his 2 daughters.
Here's fine.
Give me the names. And I said it in Shir.
Hi, Debbie.
Back
Hi, Debbie.
4 years ago.
Welcome in.
Stopped the Shir.
Thanks,
Played a little music.
I'm sorry for the name. It's actually Kim.
What up, Kim? You're good. What up, Kim? How you living?
Yeah. What up, living?
How's it going? How's it going?
It's going well.
Okay.
I'm okay.
From Ocasio, you work from the World Cup?
Yeah, not really. Like, I'm sorry.
I know, like last year, can't make this stuff up. Like the
You get off with the last course?
Yeah.
My daughter
Just
gave
check
her
exactly
a year later.
calls online.
I took down watching North and France.
My other daughter,
I want them to
I
play by play.
don't want to tell you, I don't want to mess up the whole thing. My other daughter,
If you don't let
this is a picture.
look at my scanner. They're
So when I was in New York, I went to visit that
They
baby.
got play block off the soccer.
Kid is 3 years old today.
Yeah,
That's so good.
so very,
You know,
it's the American.
the story is AI, just to make it up.
We call it
Neither. I was wondering the same thing. I was a little deflated.
Growing up, I had dreams, of, being a soccer player because I love the game. I have a brother that also played the game, and it was the most big sport around my neighborhood. So I love the game.
Nobody's a believer here.
I had dreams of playing. Unfortunately, yeah, no.
I hear you, Kim.
Yes. There's a guy on the screen over there screaming, yeah,
That's a very good team.
Yeah, they do.
He said the name of
Frank to Norway. Everybody's watching that game. Norway.
Only Hashem me the outside. If somebody is willing,
I guess it's just
somebody
due
can tell him,
to
what are you doing?
the
You're eating cake.
and
Are you serious?
Ellen
That's a guy
Haaland,
that can bring a carbon.
yeah, like
A guy
yeah.
that
dogs. It's like a
says, I know
competition
that it's
between them.
awesome, but I don't care. The guy that says, I know it's awesome and I don't care. Tomorrow he can't bring a carbon. Hashem me the also maybe carbon. Hashem Yosef if he would. No, he according to both of them, the Mumer cannot bring a carbon. Let's finish this now. I'll do the sponsor. It says in the pasuk, look at this. In the same, and word after word.
I actually thought like you guys were like in America.
So the person who doesn't care about Caleb always eats Caleb. And he drank blood down his throat.
Señor the Rabbi.
How do you know his blood wouldn't be done?
I said, Peter.
That was that. This is like one of the first videos that someone did.
Kim, are you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno?
Rabbi, are you referring to me?
Yes, sir. Aren't you Kim?
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, yeah. Are you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno?
Yeah. I've been it's like the longest project that I actually been involved in and have known for all the time that I'm actually been in the crypto Telegram space.
Anyway, he doesn't
like
feel
that.
dumb.
It's one of the projects that the vibe doesn't like die.
Ellie, that's Mindy's
Find that
favorite.
it's actually about 3 years now, and it's still lively
Toilet.
and still kicking. Telegram is still active. It's
This is a typical. This is a
really
what just happened? So we're in a cash in the parish.
bullish.
What are we doing over here?
And
It's
so
a kasha.
it's not something
We're
that
doing a kasha. Why does the Gemara say
you
before
come
that we
across
learn from the word we can?
in the crypto
We have
space,
another
like
pasuk. We have another source. Gemara is the first two words in the
because
Talmud.
most people
This
just
is another source.
maybe
What's
in
going
a
on? We
week
have
or
sources that
months,
say
and they do their things and they die
So
off.
the Gemara know. One
I think
source is
this
tells us
one is
that
just the end game, so
he can't bring a chatos, and the other one he
I'm
can't
in
bring a
agreement with you.
and then he both of them. Yes, when the chatos we shouldn't become part. This guy is not.
Like,
He's not running for kapara. He's a bad guy.
like,
He shouldn't be able to.
I actually told Sheila X about this project.
Oh, you did?
You don't have to.
Yeah.
So
I actually
you don't have to
told him
bring
about the project because
you're Russian.
I was following this channel that
abomination.
normally post
Chatos and
new crypto project.
Why should I have a meaning? Should take it? He always said, what does he say, Mendy? What does Mendy say? Let's hear from you.
Bitcoin, so at that moment I just entered
So
the
this
link,
guy.
and I thought it was
This
just
guy did in a very
you know, not
you
gonna
don't have to pay five. You're such a bad guy. You don't have to $1,000.
just maybe
That's not right. Okay, you should pay $1,000. Not that you should get
regular,
out of it.
pump and dump
Because how many?
like that. So
Remote's like 30
I
that
left,
mobile specialist in
left, and
international services.
after
Conduct.
some
Flamen Imi
months,
Murasi.
I came back, and
Faraleta Mascana.
the project was just like it was just starting. The energy never dropped. It was just increasing.
This is in
Yeah,
2020.
the MC was crazy, and
Really?
the content,
You sure everybody
Obama,
today sitting. Wow, that's
the whole Telegram,
that's sat at this
way
table.
it is.
Yes, sir.
Maybe
Ever.
felt like
This is the first time
hey,
I'm sitting.
these
I
people
was
are
sitting in
actually
the flight. You knew it was going to be in there. Wow, that's very
for
cool.
real, and I
Who's
was
the guy on the left?
I
I don't
was
recognize him. I said Joey
looking
D's on the right.
to be friends
Joey
with
D's. Uncle Joey. Joey. Uncle Joey. Joey D, we miss you. Okay, give out.
With whom? With whom?
He's not coming with us to Morocco?
yeah, Graham, I might pronounce
Oh, yeah.
well.
Yeah, I know who
you
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, so
got that. The life of the Sipa Hamo, you see.
we used to chat on the Telegram
Mark says you're like a behemoth.
a couple of years back.
So the word behemoth means
Chat
refers
a
to
lot
the
on
right.
Telegram,
Thing,
and
no,
I used
see.
to
All the
do a lot
behemoth that she has shared referring to
some
another region. All the
memes and stuff
behemoth
like that.
that she has shared. Over on the other route,
Sometimes
the
check
other she was moving with that.
the main Telegram, and
They're very, very
he's
clever.
been
They're very smart.
a nice
Tremendous
guy
people.
to me.
We've been seeing the names with the behemoth.
He's been one of the people that actually
like geniuses.
I'm grateful to meet in the space, so
Wipe the floor with anybody in this room.
I sometimes
never know about
with
it.
him, and he just give me some advice that I actually followed, and it to me. So
we don't have any bad guys.
Sometimes in the Telegram,
regular.
I feel
He looks like
kind of like maybe sad.
Walking the plane, you never know that this guy
I'm not needed or just leave the community, but I feel like
contains in his brain 100 times more than regular
I
human being.
live is just for myself, and I am actually just losing, and if I allow anybody makes me feel bad and makes me lose the project and the history. I feel like
Although next to the Hema, so it's referring to a great person.
this project actually hits that $1. If hits $1, I
Hema
brag,
loves it when it says,
I
I don't know
brag
what's up
with
with
it.
the
I'll tell
person that
people
actually
around me
can.
that I know this project. I know when they went up to that market cap, and
That's what
now
he
they
says.
are actually there. So the truth is, I actually believe in Tika Bitcoin.
I reach the
Like,
Kabur is
I
the top of the Kabur,
can't
but
lie.
he doesn't act like he doesn't act like
anybody. I'm just
he acts like a
saying
baby.
it.
No, he acts like
say
a baby. Like
so,
okay, we have to understand the shot and what he said.
a lot of things that they have actually said
the Hema
in the
production.
past.
So tomorrow,
It came
other
it came true.
every time they stay together, it's a good thing. But see, the Zerati is basically showing zero outcome. So Rashi over here explains. Real is also like
remember,
these are bad. These are people not that very good. Amaranti, never learned, never read. They don't know Polish. They don't learn Mishnayos. The Shamash coming to Polish. She was coming common. He didn't even. Okay, so you don't want to. So these people go with the Chachamim. No, because I'm
Yeah.
He's zero other reserve. Hey, my clear from the book. It's
what they are saying
it's a broker. All
coming back,
the people are gonna have children.
definitely something to believe in, and
So the verse says 3
years
years
is
is a
not
bad
bad.
thing. But it doesn't say
I
other
know
than
that
together.
I'm
It's a word in between. It says Zera, behemoth.
I know time
Zera,
comes, fast.
Zera, behemoth.
2 years, for a project to be
Stop
3 years
over here.
ago, it's something you should know that it's strong. And the fact that
Have a wonderful day. And get out the door like, boy, thank you for coming.
I want to point out a project that I have gone to my head, and they ask me which community or project can you point out to be the best for you, have no other
project that keep up with going. Understand? So I have to like just keep living and just keep following and keep evolving, even though um Nigerians with the way um we behave. So I know we are weird. We do a lot of things that are not supposed to be, because I myself ask myself which community or which country has this project really helped out more than Nigeria. There's no other country I can actually point out. We got water wells, we got a lot of charity events, content and stuff like that. Sometimes we get some some dollars, some bucks for some things that we just do, and we use it just for ourselves, and it's just great. I'm grateful for the point. Then like,
thank you very much.
Well, that's great, Kim. It's a great project.
Today, היום 2 יום שהם 4 שבועות ו4 ימים לא עומר. One day from now is, I'm not going to say the word, I can't even say it. We're holding there. This is in Washington Heights, our boy side satellite location. What I liked a lot over there is this guy has a Medidas hat already. Check it out. Special thanks to Medidas.
I do
We have to be
Chilean
civil,
raids,
please.
I do
Special thanks
sometimes
to Medidas.
for me is maybe
Thanks for joining our another CEO.
or
Thank you,
job
Bob.
or
Shout out
something
to
like
Josh
that.
Red for being
It's
Messiah.
easier for me to
Javier
shield the people and
Maskila.
do it
Best.
like
Naftali
most
Palchik and
times.
MDY
Every
Washington
time I want
Heights.
to do
It's not
any
about
special,
the car,
I
it's
know
about the
special
talk.
stuff people and
Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a second chance to
it's
copy
great
line to learn
talking
about
a lot of
the
people in
why.
this
Thank you,
space,
brother, for the devotion,
actually
the dedication, and your
recognize
respect. It's
the
always good to
project,
see.
even though if they have
Stark
no
at
like
Meva Esrim.
joint, but they'll be like, yeah,
Sure.
I've heard about it.
I don't know.
I've
Without
seen
it,
it,
you're
or
Daniel
I've seen it,
Filtrick Jr.
a post about it or something like that. So
See you, MDY Muncie
it's
Booking Group.
it's really a good project. I can learn about it. And shout out to you
Lakewood
guys for
CEO,
whatever
your boy Sai.
are putting in. I
Lakewood
just pray that
CEO.
everything that
Very
you
nice
guys are
turnout
looking
over
for,
there.
and
Well,
effort everybody is
what's the matter
putting,
with
works
Zayis,
out at the end.
the company that's doing our Gemara so
I believe
far. He was our guest
I hope
speaker.
so. You never know,
I've really
but
heard
yeah, we do what
3
we
years
can,
old,
right?
being signed 7 Masechta.
Yeah.
Baltimore seemed
Absolutely.
over
Have you heard
60
from
plus people. Unbelievable. Baltimore, keep
Schiller
it up. Hollywood, Florida,
Schiller
in
X
our
recently?
one of a kind. A whole caravan that's dedicated to MDY, as you see the sign on the wall with the beautiful flat screen TV.
We were like,
We had a CEO over there in Hollywood,
we
Florida.
were really
Dallas CEO.
close.
We'll turn out of 20 plus
I would say
people.
maybe
Dallas.
yeah, and
Dude, at least the fans decided to put into words with these past 1,633 days, 4 years, 5 months, 21 days. That's truly meant. This is from an 18-year-old in London, Shia Spiro. Day after day, through kindness, that phase, you've shown up with unwavering dedication, not just to teach, but to give your time, energy, clarity, your heart. That kind of doesn't just pass by. It becomes part of our life, people's lives.
And myself,
Build something lasting, not only the knowledge, but discipline, connection, and sense of purpose. What stands out isn't just the number of days, but what those days represent. Showing up again and again, no matter what, and giving your best each time. That kind of community leaves like a real mark in people learning with you. 1,633 days is an incredible achievement, but more than that, it's a reflection of something deeper, genuine dedication. What is he giving me? But it's him. I didn't start.
Definitely take
As
up
the
on him.
base.
Thank you for reminding me, but
Okay.
I know he's okay too.
Tap on the shoulder.
Excellent.
For him. Thank you for your patience.
He was in nursing school, right?
For showing day after day what true consistency looks like. What you built matters more than can.
I
fully
don't
express
think
big gratitude. Shia Spiro, age 18, London, UK.
But he was was in the
This is one of the shortest emails I ever received. It doesn't have anything
yeah,
to the
I
Apple,
used
just
to
the
thank
subject
him
line.
once.
Please do the daf in Yiddish like you're doing in Spanish.
It's like
But what I say, first of all, I gotta tell you, this
a
is
space.
incredible stuff.
It's like the next space after
Spanish is going very well.
state that we are in. So
Just the first year that I looked at,
I
I had
don't
close
think
to 300
I'm
views.
not being student. I
It's
don't
not
think
bad
so.
for day one on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It went
I
to
could be
another
wrong.
place as well. But the Pella is.
You ever talk with Bitcoin Obama?
Alex.
Every time we used to say,
Remember
wow,
Alex?
500 people joined this business.
Yeah, I think so.
Except 1,000 people that we had for Chagiga.
Yeah, I
2,000,
remember him.
3,000
Yeah,
for
I
Gila, whatever it was.
Yeah.
For Kulin.
Alex
And this is a middle of shop.
also okay, and
It's toward the end of shops.
he's
To expect
staying
1,000,
not
2,000
very
people.
far from where I am staying. So he has his
Over
teas
6,000
that he's
people
doing
joined
now.
for it. You understand the number?
So
Over 6,000.
I'll definitely say I'll tell him that I joined
Hebrew
the Discord
and
live
English.
and
It's a crazy number.
we spoke
The big
about
question is how to
things
keep
today.
them,
So
how to engage.
Yeah,
How do
please
you
do.
engage 6,000 people? No, everybody.
You know, we haven't heard. Yeah, tell him to join as well.
That's how we get rid of
Excellent.
people like you.
What are your
6,000
What are your plans?
I'll send the message.
What are your Please do. What are your plans for Because like I'm live streaming in the Harry Potter Obama side Kenny Telegram, but I don't talk to really people in there because Telegram doesn't have as many features as Discord does, and
I know I missed something here. There's a bunch of these.
I can't control. I don't have as much control as
people said that
I should say. I don't have as much control in there as I do in here.
this guy made a
So
there,
it's easier for me to
learn
stream it
tomorrow
here.
again in his life.
But you should come in here every day and just check up with me, and I'll make sure you're on the right track. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I'll definitely love that. Like I know that I might not turn up every day, and then give that assurance of
Because he's been with us for a few years already. This guy,
whenever I get
another
notification and whenever I
it's very sad. They're also the same story, back to back. He didn't make an end there. He said he's never going to learn. He went away from yeshiva crying. He had a bad experience. He was crying all the way home. Never going to learn again. Learning.
Yeah, dude. This is where it's at, and in my opinion, if you were okay, so you want to? What are you? Are you a reply guy?
This guy does the daf in the Knesset.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so let me ask you. You put how many hours? How long does it take you to make a video?
So here he is. He's Israeli American.
Depending on the meme, but it don't take me a minute to make just a random meme that
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, and so it takes you a minute to make a meme for a post, and then you publish it. Where do you publish it? Right. And that's it. And then you're done, right?
What's your name?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recognize that on the whole internet, X is only the 16th most visited social media platform?
This is his name is Be'af that we use a lot. This is a mikvah.
I didn't get that.
Sure. So yeah, so like of all the social media out there, YouTube and Instagram and Telegram and Rumble and Kick and Twitch, X is number 16. Did you know that?
It's 40
Okay. So what I'm saying to you,
very, very
I'm gonna make you much more successful in what you do.
What?
And I've got a winning strategy, so just bear with me. I'll tell you exactly what it is. You
Massive besides the station.
absolutely. So right now, if I understand correctly, like you need money. Everybody needs money, and you basically go to people and you're like, "Hey, do you have a project? Yeah, I do. Okay. Well, would you like me to promote your project? Yeah, we would. Okay, great. If you pay me, I don't know, $5 a post or whatever it is, I'll post it on my social media and then I'll upload all your stuff." That's how a reply guy works, right?
Let's do sponsorships.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do, what I want you to do, and I'll help you, because I've helped over 100 Nigerians do this, and people all over the world, but specifically Nigerians. And I've known you for some time, and just haven't had the opportunity to tell you this strategy. So what you do, first and foremost, you create a link tree. Kim, do you have a link tree?
Yeah.
You have a link tree? That's okay. That's okay. That's great that you have it. That's amazing. So you have a YouTube that's connected to your link tree. You have a YouTube that's connected to your link tree. Okay, so exactly. So if I were you, I would create a new link tree, and a new YouTube, and a new everything for your business. Because no longer is it just going to be you personally. This is a business that you create. So you create a new link tree. You come up with a name. You can come up with a name, whatever you want. Reply Guy Corporation, whatever you want to call it. You create a link tree with that. You create a YouTube with that. You create an X with that. You create a Rumble with that. You create a Kick with that. You create a TikTok with that. You know what? I have all this for you. I'm gonna send it to you. I want you to read through it, and then I want you to ask me questions. This is the thing that I send to all the Nigerian guys who come and they're like, "Hey, we're reply guys." So just one moment. You're welcome, big dog. Just one moment. We're gonna get you set up. But it's better than you.
Joel Rachel Gedalius in memory of David L. Davis, David Ben I. David I. Davis, David Ben Pinchas Bernal Bracha. Shir, the Masechta, our one and only corporate sponsor.
I'm gonna send you another thing
also,
too.
if you feel like
if you need a job,
dedicated in memory of Avi Loiv. It's his Shmuel Baruch Baruch time to those who probably brought his yahrzeit is today. Shkoyach, so his son, David Salmon, is the one who runs the Miami satellite location, and he's trying to open up another location in the shul in Muncie. He also lives in Muncie. Smitz Hashem, the Neshama Shep, Calvin Aliyah. He's a person who loved Shabbos, loved people. He had a lot of Yisurim at them. He's lived at a very young age. He never complained. He says Neshama should have an Aliyah. The Palchi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, that's all Rubens Vigashmas, and thank you to Chief Benny by Cheetahman. Anonymous from Cleveland for Stemon, Aritzion for Lebas Esther. Co-sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, CFO Services for family offices and the companies they own. Conventions LLC, as discussed by Kiva Simcha Ben Fega, and Rifki Yudis Basi Avachaya. Arya Simon, Lurfu Shleim Avi Moiri Baruch Ben Miriam. Who's davening that, I should say. Moishe and Rukni Markovich, proudly supporting the Yom in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. Shkoyach, it go well. Zelian Zayton family, Mazel Tov, the Ethan Zelig 15 and Hunter Zayton 14 on their 500 daf. 500, what did I say? 500 daf, halfway
okay,
to MDY.
go check your Discord messages. I sent you 3 of them. Read through them. Read through them again if you need. And then, let me know if you have any questions. Okay?
On his 10th yard side, David is an inspiration to us all. David Amalfi, Kramer, Mazel Tov,
Read
Dovia,
read through it.
MD1
Let me,
Seum,
before you thank me or anything, I appreciate you. Very nice. But just read through it first. Let's make sure it makes sense.
Fifth, C with MDY. Beautiful. Is he there? Did he die with us? He does? Okay. Where? He comes sometime? What's the shot? It's okay. Givaldi. Oh, that's right. We want to wish Glenn Esterson, who came with us on the safari trip, so we got to know him. We're good friends with him. He's getting married tonight. I'll just say next to the Kaiser. You figure it out where. If you know, you know. Some of us are going there tonight to the Chasana. By Yogi Lashinsky, Lidishmas, my father-in-law, Yuda Arya ben Yaakov Atchayan Olav Shalom. By Yaakov Chaim Pilchik, Rebbe, bus driver. Remember, he sent in videos. Junior, yeah. Thank you, Hashem, for allowing me to walk away unharmed from a bad car accident. All right. Danny Farah, in honor of Arnold. He just did the thing. Got it. Tzvi Korlin, Lili Nishmas, Rav Chaim Yisrael Ben, Chayreza Zikzal Ibracha, Rav Chaim Abadi, Yecheskel Isengard, Racha Batzlach to everyone learning Daf Yomi. Ron, remind me to tell you a story about Rav Chaim Abadi.
Absolutely. Does that make sense to you? Absolutely. Don't send it to me. Just come in here and ask me your question. But does it make sense to you?
Yeah.
Is there anything about it that doesn't make sense to you?
But as the guys in the the chulin is easier than
what I'm doing perfect.
That's what I'm talking about. So before you go though, let me tell you how you get business when I do this. You're going to create all that kind of stuff, right? When you're done, you come to me, we'll look at it, we'll make sure you have a logo, all that kind of stuff. We'll make sure that we build this out so that your platforms, your social media looks attractive. Then what you do, Kim, once you got that done, and we've checked it over and we like it, then you're going to go into different people's share spaces. Do you know what a share space is? Or they're called chill and chills?
They chef, you eat.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, on X Spaces.
Call them Spaces. No problem.
I did join on some of them.
Exactly. So then what you're going to do is you're going to press the button to speak in a chill and chill. Maybe it's got 10 people in it. Maybe it's got 10,000 people. Whatever. And when they say, all right, well, we've got Kim who's next up. Kim, are you there? You say, yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kim. I'm a social media marketer, and I'd like to help you promote your business. What makes me different than any other reply guy that you're ever going to find is I'm not just going to promote you on X and say, where's my money? I'm going to promote you on 20 to 30 different social media platforms. Everything from YouTube to Twitch to Telegram to Instagram to Facebook, across all of the entire internet. I'm going to create a much larger footprint for your brand. This is going to get you more DMs. This is going to have more people buying your coin, more people interested in your project. Moreover, what I'm going to do is help to promote your project on all of social media and on AI and on search engines, which is going to get you better rankings. If this is of interest to you, please feel free to send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you. I am the best social media marketer that you will find for the price. And again, my name is Kim. I look forward to working with you in the future. That's what you want to be able to say. It's a 1-minute pitch. It's very simple, but then you recognize that you do that every single chill and chill that you can find, and people are going to start to connect with you because they're going to be like, wow, finally, reply guy who gets it. It's not just about X, it's about the whole internet, and that's what you have to do.
He finds a dead animal, he finds a shafted animal.
Yeah.
It's missing
It makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it does. Okay, excellent. Well then, you go do it. I know you're excited to do it. When you're done, don't just leave and never come back. Come back in here. We'll look it over because you're not going to have it 100% correct. There are going to be some things that are incorrect. I want to help you with those. And then you'll make your revisions and we'll give you a script. And then what you do, once you've got all that, I'll send you a menu that when somebody DMs you and they say, yeah, I'm interested in what you do, you say, okay, I will repost your stuff for free. Okay, just to show you that I'm a nice person. Because what do you have to do? Hit a button on your phone? Who cares? If you want me to repost to 5 of my different social media platforms, that's $5. If you want me to do it for 10, that's $10. If you want me to do it for all of them, that's $20. And right there, you get 2 or 3 people doing that a day. You're going to be making $100, $200 a week. And that's gold where you're from. You're going to be able to support yourself and support your family. Does that make sense? Exactly. And these accounts are going to become stronger with every single day because you're going to get random people who are going to start following you. Random people are going to repost what you have. So then, 1 year from now, each one of these accounts will maybe have 1,000 followers on them. And then you really have a medium-sized account for people to be able to start doing business with you. And it all started for free. Excellent. Okay, I'm glad you get it. So you go do it. I'm going to tell you, it might take you 2 or 3 days to do. Once you're done, come back in here. If you have trouble with any of them, let me know, and we'll help you through it. And then we'll get your script and all that other stuff. But by this time next week, Kim, you should be able to go into any person's share space, any person's chill, and be able to get business. And we'll help you with that, okay? Absolutely, my friend. You take care, you work on that, and if you have questions, come back to me, okay?
I heard many stories.
Okay. Excellent, my man. Take care.
You go to another country, you live by yourself,
Right.
Bye.
From months at a time sometimes. And sometimes people fall. Or maybe you can't really test everything out. You don't know his Yerushalayim. He's a great child. And then it turns out, I heard story after story. Most of them are great people. I mean, sometimes you have a guy that's up. If they find out that you go out at night or whatever, they send you home. But over here you have a kusi, a guy that's doesn't believe in Torah Shabbat Belacha. His Hachir is good. His kid is good, says Gemara. You wouldn't put up with it today. You could go both ways. You could either learn from the Reisha that Yotze V'Nichnas is not good, because the Reisha says, only the top picture in the world is good. Only if you have a 100% of the time mashgiach standing there watching, then it's okay. If the guy comes in and out, no good. Or you can be diving the safer. When do you need a taste test? When there's never hashgacha at all. You came, so then you give him a taste test. But let's say there's a hashgacha that the guy comes in and out, then it'll be perfect. You can learn from the race, you can learn from the safer, the opposite things. So Abaye died Mireisha here. Now this is the case we're looking for. What's not mentioned at all is the Nicholas Yoifi case in the center. Abaye says, let's learn from the Reisha. That was only when you have a full-time hashgacha is good. But Nicholas Yoifi no good. He puts Nicholas Yoifi under the Reisha. So he comes out with something completely different. That's why yesterday we learned that Abaye holds that Nicholas Yoifi is not good l'chadchila, only with the Evan. Do the taste test on the Chasviyot. Rav is going to go the other way. He going to learn from the Sefer. It says that if you found the guy, time of the boat with such shochat, why do you have to give a taste test? Because you came and you found it after the fact. It's good as shgacha. Like many restaurants today, you don't have mishgiach midi. The mishgiach that comes in and out. Shapir dummy, that's okay. You know, it's not the b'diya, but it's not a kilo you can eat there. My wife reminded me when we were in a restaurant, and it was in the shop, and they were serving the rear part of the animal, and there was a bunch of Hasidim that ordered it. They said it's the best part of it, the best dish. I said, you know, it's the rear part. They had no idea what I was talking about. In America, they don't even, it's not a thing. But over here, no, Ashkenazim, the Soymach on the thing, we do what? Yeah. Just this whole, you don't know what kind of Ashgacha is. Ashgacha Midi, Ashgacha are they serving this kind of meat, that kind of meat? Okay. Like Lechem Basar, I believe, serves this thing. You have to, it doesn't say on the menu, so you have to know. You have to know that what? It says Mefurish, and it says on the thing, okay. You have to write. The what? So if you go to a restaurant there, it's Chalakafuri, you're Ashkenazi, most likely you don't eat from it unless you have some sort of Messiah or some sort of, speak to your rabbi. Anyway, a lot of people don't eat it. Because we don't have, no. You can do Nikur, you're allowed to, but we don't have a great Messiah, we don't know how to do it well. Now, if somebody knows how to do it well, but there's people that really are good at it, and you rely on them so you can eat it. There's no problem to eat it if this is the Nikur. You'll buy a Kashi Seifa. And some people say, no, even if he's very good, I don't have such a Messiah or whatever. Okay, not getting into it. Ask your local rabbi. You'll buy a Kashi Seifa. So we have a problem. Each one is going to have a problem with the other one. How come you can't be medayik from the ratio? How come you can't be medayik from the Seifa? All my law will say, so again, what's the guy going to do with what Rava says? Rava says, look, it says in the end of the brayso that if you come and find him, then you give him a taste. That's mashma that if you have a guy that constantly comes in and out, then it's perfectly fine. That's what Avi was saying before. That Yotzim and Nichnas is like a ball mitzvah. What's the difference? I come in, come out. But one time I happen to find it. It's the same thing. With the Rava Kasha ratio, what's Rava going to do with the ratio? It seems that the only time you can eat in the Chatila is when there's a yid standing there and staring at him the entire time. Anything less than that, you can't eat the Chatila. Only if you do a taste test. Rava Kasha ratio. No, halachically speaking, when a guy comes in and out, it gives the kusi the same fear. He's concerned not to mess up, not to pull out a tray of chicken from the refrigerator because he knows that he can get caught any second. The guy comes in and out. So you're saying, according to Rava, why didn't you say a better word? It's identical. It's mom's identical. Right here, but it's a good cash. Boy. Similarly, if you find a kusi with a whole ring, or because it says it's a basket full of birds, what do you do? Chop off a head, give him a head. Sounds like something very, very. Lechos with the eyes, with the tongue. Lechos Dilma Hayu da Havashaka Chapir. Maybe it's the 1 out of the 10 that he recognizes. The guy with the black feather on his head. Oh, that's the one I checked it. So I'll eat it. Three things he says. He doesn't show the kusi what he's giving him. He puts all 10 birds underneath his jacket, rips off a head. I said, maybe he recognizes that head. Crushes it. Here we even have a stick of video for this. You have to. There's a lot over here. Some things are not devout. We had a Yerushalmi yesterday. He said it's fine. It was a little insulting. You know what's going on in Miron, right? They shut down Miron for like Boimer. Not a, people are upset. There's a stadium 20 miles down the road that's open. Okay, they're concerned for these suicide drones. It's an easy target. It's right next to Lebanon, and they don't want. That's what they're saying. But the Frum people, they have problems with it. But anyways, here it is. It's a play on that.
You can't sell over here. It's halukah.
Puts it on there his thing. Crushes it. Chalukah. Favorite HB. A lot of detail here. Only now I understand the sugi. You can move on. A lot of iffy things in this one. No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that. I don't see what you see there. As a matter of fact, I saw the Kiva says, he says it has to be that the head has a kazayis because the kusim are only marked. He talks about the head. But they have a shear. They don't have katsi shear. They don't have this. They don't have that. Okay? I had a meeting with Dali Zlata was yesterday in my house, and he told me, just remember in the middle, because we were talking about the Spanish. So he says, Spanish, our school sells 10 times the amount of French Svarim than Spanish Svarim. Something like that. He said, French, you got to go French. That you said? He says, French is huge. You should be doing French next. I said, okay. I didn't have. It was a good deal. Anybody would think that? I thought there's very few Frenchies. Spanish is everywhere in America. Everywhere, like it said in their thing. They're doing in Spain and in Mexico and in Miami. I'm serious. It said a lot of Spanish speakers. I guess there's more Frenchies. Says here's the problem. If you think about it, look at the passage. Where does it say anything about Shechita in the Torah? It says here, it says to shecht a cow or a sheep. It doesn't say anything about shechting a bird. So since it's not before in the Torah, once again, the Kusi might not even want to shecht the bird. Ask the Gemara, what's Shehiyah? Taking the knife, shechting. Oh, we have here also a knife for birds. Little baby knife. Shia is you pause. You wait a certain amount. We're going to learn the Gemara how much. You don't do. It's not fluid. It's not back and forth. Go for a coffee break. Come back and rest. Rest, so we said, means pushing downwards, a downward force instead of a slicing force. Chalada explained that it goes in between. We have this nice thing. Let's see if we have it still. By the way, it's all. No, I don't have it today. This is Drisa going downwards. This is all our stuff, right? This is our grammar, the next one we didn't have. Also, halal is you go in between the two simanim, and then you cut down. So at one point, the knife was covered by the simon.
You're breaking that.
And they're not going to know.
You can't hear me?
Hagrama means. In our family, it just became a thing. I made a thing out of it.
You said my time, right?
So you're not cutting it straight. So we came up between the boards. The pieces should be even. Each one should have the same size. And none of this sideways business. Just nice, straight cuts. The less back and forth. You make a whole thing out of it. When you go sideways, you start going into the wrong place. So here you have a little bit of a. That's the Basit Elyon. It goes in the wrong area. Okay, we'll see what it is. We'll get to the sugya. It goes in the wrong area. The Ikur means if it's a big knife, has a gima in it, has a little nick, instead of cut the simanim, or pull the simanim. I heard a bar yesterday. Why are the Kusim makbid on these things? It's not a good right. So what does it say in the Torah? Halaga.
And then
somebody else.
Oh, well then you ate, and then somebody else you ate, and somebody else maybe anywhere between like 6 and 9 people at any given time. 6 and 9 at any given time.
So you say to yourself, what's kasher tzivisicha? It's in the Torah. What's kasher tzivisicha? Kasher tzivisicha means to them that there's other tzivuyim that had to do with shkita that are not in the Torah, and those have to be makbid. It says tzivisicha that I have to do in the Torah. It says that you should keep what I was mitzvah. That's already Torah should be ksah for them. One night. So now we're getting into a topic. A Kusi, we learned that it says in the Torah, and they keep it, then it's solid, you can rely on it. It says in the Torah, they keep it, you can rely on it. But there are things, think about it, there are things that are not in the Torah, and they keep it. There are things that they don't keep and are in the Torah. These 3 things, something that's in the Torah and they keep, something in the Torah that they don't keep, and something they keep that's not in the Torah. It's very partial. So they have some it's not in the Torah. Could I eat? Could I rely on them? I'm so on something that they have that's not in the Torah. The Rabbanon. Could we be mapping on the Rabbanon? Could we be making on eat from the Rabbanon? Could we rely on the Rabbanon? Something that none of the Kusim keep, that's flourish in the Torah. Let's say, let's just, for instance, possible color. They don't care. This Kusi says,
way out in front in terms of way out live stream.
So let's go. What's in the Torah? So
Said what I said, what I said.
so here it says that Hagrama, Halaga, Shehiyah, all these halachas of Shechita is keeping the Zikabu, since you know that they keep it, Zikabu, you can rely on them. Hachanami, even that Zikabu, so too by us in our Suga of Shechita Saim. So when you say in the Torah that you have to shut the bird, it doesn't say. You know what? It doesn't have to say in the Torah. Sometimes it's Pussy. He's not good on something.
I'm
So we're gonna get. This is what the Gemara is going to discuss now on Sunday.
I chopped kingdom like it.
Like shutting
Kingdom
down.
like it.
Doesn't seem unfortunate.
My
Well,
hand.
it's based on whether or not.
I am now legal. That's it now legal. And stay full.
So now we're going to do, how can we get to it? First, we're going to do the other part. The Torah, and then we're going to go to the keep and not in the Torah. It's on your matzahs pusim uteros. That's why I'm looking it away.
Behind. Rabbi, yes, sir. Rabbi, yes, sir. I'm way up there. I'm way up there. Rabbi, Meerkat Lamb. Meerkat Lamb.
I don't know about that. Every minute you gain, I gain. Every minute you gain.
Sanyo, matzahs pusim
It's
uteros.
Budgies. Every minute you gain, I gain. Budgies. Every
Matzah
gain, I
bakery.
gain.
Yep,
Pusim
you
matzah
gain, I
bakery.
gain, you gain, I gain.
Right.
Yotzei bo yidei chavos in Pesach. You can eat.
Right now, you break one.
It's a little
That's
safe.
That's why I'll reset my computer in a little bit.
Yeah, the macro.
You still break down. You still break down.
Okay. All right.
Duke Mitzvah, the marshal. I love this Maisa. There's a guy that was dying to get into the Briski Kabula. 1 year, 2 years.
It's scratchy. It's scratchy.
Finally, after 5 years of begging,
Let me know where it starts.
this year is senior. This year you're right. They bring him in there. He says, what do I do when I get to the red love? You know, that's already taken for years. You stand right over here and you hold the towel. That's what you do. This is holding the towel. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. You have to go to the bathroom. He goes, he said, say break.
Sounds similar. Sounds similar. Love on music in here.
See the nail over there? Put on the nail over there.
Mr. Scars.
Nail.
Sounds similar. Love on music in
You want to
here.
come, you want to do this. So we're going to hold the towel.
That's similar. Love on music.
That they don't know about. They're not talking about that.
Why the music?
The Fisher became the Kukim Mitzvah Israel. They don't know that.
Yeah, local was the music. I got you on the last thing. I'm similar. Local was the music.
Where is it?
Maybe,
Where's
I'm not going to say 18 minutes because 18 minutes.
I got
that's probably
Max
so much.
Velocity, the guy that I want.
Whatever it is,
He's got
that's something else we can
from
get.
Max
That's
Velocity.
That's
He's strict. And he got love on me. Yeah, I got streaming live feeling one of my people one of my
they don't know all the right, the scene of it looks like
in the background.
Chagovim things. They don't know the don't read it like I used to read it.
There you go. There you go.
I used to read it. Let's just no.
There you go. There you go.
Did you fix it?
You tell me.
Reminds me of the guy who's trying to become a yid.
He fixed it, Rabbi.
He's trying so hard to become a yid, but you have to do the basics. The basics are that go Yishavas kindness. You're not a Jew yet. You can't have to come to shul and keep Shabbos and everything. I carried the shul.
I'm straight. I'm still at once ago. I didn't bother.
So
I stream on, I Twitch the kids, I see my most of Twitch and I stream on YouTube. At the same time. There's not like other.
machlokes. We're trying to find the machlokes on something that is not in the Torah, like shechting a bird, and they keep it anyway. Can we rely on the Torah or not? So we just learned matzah skusim uteres v'adam yet today for lots of a pesach. So we have a little bit of a problem. Says what pshita? What does pshita mean? We tell me that the matzah of a kusi is allowed to be eaten on pesach. In other words, it doesn't have any chametz in it. So how can I use it on the Lulav Seder? What's the problem? What's the answer? The boy said, what's the answer? What does that mean? Who says that's in the Shemitah? Says what? Who said that? Is that maybe it's a chumrah? Oh, says the Gemara. It says in the pasuk, "Ushmartem es hamatzos" is a chiv doiraisa. To say, to think, l'shem matzos mitzvah. It's not enough on the night, the first night of Pesach, just not to have chametz in your matzah. You have to have in mind that it's l'shem matzah. It's a what? I know. I was just messing with you. I wanted to see if you knew. You didn't tell me it's a pasuk. I said as if it's a chumrah. I wanted to make sure he said it's a pasuk. You did. I like this one, Rabbi. This is a good one that we found. Usually in the matzah bakeries, I used to go to Satmar. I used to go to Satmar Matzah Bakery, so they had a bunch of Russian women there, and the guy used to go l'shai matzah mitzvah, and all these Russian ladies l'shai matzah mitzvah. This one is better. I don't know if that's better though, because it becomes a song. It's like, oh, really? It's machnet. You spit these machnets, he says. Okay, here. Very good. So I thought that they don't know how to do that. And the parrot says yes, because it doesn't really say in the Torah you have to say the Shem Matzah Mitzvah when you say the Shem Matzah Mitzvah. But at the end of the day, yes, the makbid on it. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So over here, B'ki b'shimur. What does shimur mean? The Shem Matzah Mitzvah. Oh, sorry. Mal say Malu B'ki b'shimur. Kamash Malon, they do the Shem Mitzvah. So what does shimur mean? The Shem Matzah Mitzvah. Rabbi Lazo Oisel if Shem B'ki Mitzvahs, they don't know the nuances in the mitzvah, like when does it become chametz, when it starts cracking. So here the word shimur, our boys say pay attention, put it in your pencil it in. Over here shimur means to make sure that it doesn't become chametz, not the shem matzah mitzvah that he said 2 lines on top. Over there shimur meant you have to say l'shem matzah mitzvah or shem matzah mitzvah. Over here it means shimur, that you don't let the chametz come in. This is sad, but it might have a lot of truth to it. They say about tshuva, always feels like inferior. Like when are we going to come? Like when are we going to be part 100% of the FBO? They even say FBO. FFB. They say when does Imamish feel like an FFB? When he's not schmoozing in shul in the middle of davening. Because when he talks about tshuva, the chilul ruchima in the shul, he understands the importance that you've covered after a few years. So, what's he adding here? When a kusi does a mitzvah, he's better than a Yisrael, than a regular Jew. Tanakama, that's what Tanakama says. You're allowed to eat his matzah. So now we're starting. We're getting there. If it says we're foolish in the Torah to do a mitzvah, and they don't do it, all of the kusim don't do it, but he does, can you rely on him? It says in the Torah, like maybe shimur, even though they don't keep it, you can rely on it. No, if it's something that they keep, then you can rely on them. If they don't keep it, you can't rely on it even if it says it in the Torah. So what he tells us? That all mitzvah, every mitzvah that a Kusi keeps, he's better at it than the Jew. So the word kol is not good. What it should say is im. The key word is if they are Mexican, then we can rely on them. Not all mitzvahs. It's not true. Not Torah mitzvahs in the Torah. It's only the 50 or whatever mitzvahs that they keep in the Torah. So it's im. So what's the nafkamina? Our case, this is what we're looking for. It's not the Furush in the Torah, but they keep it like shechting birds. They keep that one, even though it's not the Furush in the Torah. Since it doesn't say it, it doesn't help me that they keep it because it's not the Furush in the Torah. It's not strong enough. So by Shkita Sahib, since they keep it, even though it's not in the Torah, it's very strong, and you can eat chicken that comes from a Kusi factory. We just learned that Yisrael Mumar to eat nevelos, a Mumar who eats nevelos with the oven. In other words, he's not a bad guy, but he has a problem with his Yitzhara, and he likes a good strafe pork, baseball. So he could actually be a. So let's remember, this is the Rava that we're going to be talking about. Rava said, even though he eats cheeseburgers, but it's sacrificial, you check the knife, you give it to him, he's a perfect choice. My guy, he works for the shop. If they get married in Surah, if there's in front of him, that with two options, the heter and the issue, the shop can take around the Surah. He will not abandon the heter. At the end of the day, he comes from a full mishpacha, he's market on most stuff, besides cheeseburgers. Now, if you have a cheeseburger and a Ken's Diner burger right next to each other, what's it called, a burger party, also from Great Chicago. Oh, he did Great Chicago. If it's far away, whatever, then he, okay. What do you see? At the end of the day, even though Avera, his wife considers them from Yidden. Yeah, just keep it tight. You go back to it. Yeah, okay. So then why do you have to check the knife for him? He's not going to use a bad knife. He's not a bad guy. He just has a little Yitzhara problem. Yeah, but such a Yitzhara guy that breaks so easily for a cheeseburger, make your plate far out. He's not going to go out of his way completely to make sure that the knife is good. So you have to give him a good knife. Yeah, financial is also. That's also part of it. That's why in the video you saw, there's a $3.99 burger and a $10.99 burger, and the $3.99 that's the oven store. No, it's not his loss. He's a shaitan. He doesn't care. He's working for you. He doesn't care. I didn't even say all of that. So I have a right to you, Robert, that what? A guy that's off the derech for one thing. He just eats cheeseburgers with everything he wears too, and he keeps Shabbos the whole thing. He just eats about Paisa. He can be a good choice. Why? Because it says, if a guy who's over Avera, he has a little about Paisa person, you're allowed to eat his chametz after Pesach. Now, the Israelis got this because they speak. I wonder if the Americans also. What does it mean? That they change out your chametz, they switch it out with the guy. They take the chametz, all chametz that stays in the entire and they give it to the guy. And they get in return brand new chametz from the guy. Shehem machlitin, does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a sabbath or a vada? What does shehem machlitin mean? Vada. Good. Shehem machlitin is vada. That's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. It could have said Shani Oimer Machlifim. No. Shehei Machlifim, they do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from here? You see that in a case that the Gemara is going to fear us, but I'm just stopping here to point that out. See that if it's easy for them to do something, they'll do it. They don't do Averis deliberately to get you upset. Because it's convenient for them. What if it's easy for them just to switch out the comments with the guy, the next door neighbor, they go to the store, here, take my comments, give me new comments. You can rely on it. So everyone, how about Rabbi Yehudi? This goes to the famous Rabbi Yehudi. I'm not comments on Professor the Rice. Yehudi is of the opinion that comments that made the whole Pesach After Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I lent my car to my Kavrus on Pesach. He goes in and says, you have a whole box of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America, like, we didn't check the car. I sold it. Got to do it here. So that's Chom Shavuot Pesach. Uktani, it says that even though it's their rice, according to Rabbi Yehuda, eating that chametz would be their rice. And it says you could rely on him. Why? Because they switch it out. You see that a guy that has a Yitzhar problem, he will, if it's easy for him, he'll switch it out. So over here also, if it's easy for him, he'll do a good shmita. Turning of the daf by our global specialist in international financial services, by Chaim Milrad, which don't mean Mirasi, Pravato, Baskan of Sir Shara Feli Israel. As the Gemara Mai, who told you that goes according to Yehuda that says the Raisa? There's another person that argues, the Reb Shimon. Shimon, Mamish, Erev, like Braver. Mamish is going to show, do Reb Shimoni. Maybe there's a Reb Shimon tomorrow, who knows? That 1 year with Yisrael Benson, it's 4 Reb Shimons. Do Reb Shimoni, the Omar Chometz Archat, that's the Rabbanon. He says only Rabbanon. And that's why I can rely on this Balabeiro. Why? Because we can live with the Rabbanon, but the rest of the can eat it. It's only a Rabbanon, so we allow you to eat his comment. Says the Gemara, no. I still have a great right. But the Eved Abi Reb Shimon say it's only the Rabbanon according to Reb Shimon. But listen to this. Bigdani Shani Omer Chalivu. Does it say the words Ani Omer? And that would mean maybe he switches, maybe he doesn't. It says Mei Shemachliv. A guy that eats cheeseburgers 100% switches out his comment. You see that even a guy that does a few Averis, you can rely on him 100%. Even in the Rabbanon, it makes my right even stronger. You don't show me the Vadi Machlivim, they 100% switch it out, and then I can say, if it's a simple Rabbanon with Reb Shimon, that you're not allowed to eat the chametz after Pesach, they go ahead and they go to the store and switch it out, because it's not too much of a deal. The rice like Boskin, certainly by the rice. Let me say so another right to Rabbi what? The guy who's over there, I could eat a shkita. Everybody, it's not a surprise. Everybody can check. Bafilu Kusi, even a Kusi. Bafilu are even a person who doesn't have bismillah, I can eat it from shkita. Bafilu Yisrael moments. And even a guy that's off. We have to see what kind of off. So this is Gemara first of all. What kind of person doesn't have a bris? Two of his brothers died previously. There's a story, terrible story, like 2 weeks ago in Israel. A kid died during the bris. So they arrested the moya, the whole thing, no? Not during, right after. Really? Okay. Okay. I got the details wrong. The point is, people die from Mila. Kid could die from Mila. Now, if 2 brothers die from the Mila, then it's not the moya's fault. It's something in maybe the blood of the Geo, who knows what. That's what happened. They didn't change the plan. This was still down a few weeks ago. You know what they changed band kids, it was the band is called. Yeah. Okay. Says the Gemara. If he cannot perform, if he can't perform in person, because 2 of his brothers died, so it's not his fault. He's a complete Yisrael. There are some halachas that he can't go to this. I mean, just the whole thing, but he's a regular Yisrael. So why can't he do shkita? He can be a regular shaykhah. El shkita mumer la reilos. He's a guy. Says Rashi makes fun of him. He doesn't. He's anti-bris. That's why he doesn't have it. Because Savar mumer l'davar echad they have a mumer l'davar kula. Because he has a shtickle problem with bris milah. But like I had a friend later, a good friend, and when he had a kid, he wanted to show me that he's mamish became atheist, so that he didn't want to give his kid a bris. And in fact, he didn't give him a bris the first week or 2, and then we had to convince him. We throw all these riots that it's not good, it's not healthy. He's a mummer la reilus. He's a mummer for other things as well. Okay. So mummer la reilus. You saw the mummer dover echad. They have a mummer called what? No, it's the same guy. All my stories, the Yom Kippur, this is all the same guy. He's a very good friend of mine. I have a lot of trauma from him. Because some are moving the double echad, they have a moving the double kula. Why? Because he gives good messages. Ema Seifel. So time out. So we're talking about a guy. What do we see from him? A guy that's he's over one Avera. He doesn't care about one thing, about Bris Milah. You could rely on him for everything else. You could be a shark. Let him have him when we call for it. Amos. So let's see what it says in the end. Now, Yisrael Bumar. Yisrael, who's off the derech, he's a lot of your shark. What are you talking about? He's a moment for one thing. He doesn't keep Shabbos. The Dover Acher, sorry. The Dover Acher, not Nevela. The Dover Acher means we're talking about our sugi is about Nevela. No, never Nevela. So what's the difference? He doesn't keep Shabbos and he doesn't keep Bris Milah. They both don't keep one thing in the Torah. So if it says in the Reisha that you could be sorry on a guy that doesn't keep Bris Milah, you're sorry on a guy that keeps Shabbos. We're talking about a guy who eats treif. When it comes to the parsha of treif, he's not makbid on, and that's a big kiddush. Yet in treif, we can rely on him to be a shaykhah. He eats treif. He doesn't care about treif. So how can you rely on him about shkita? It's not like, far-fetched thing over there. He doesn't keep Shabbos, but he's doing shkita. Within Vikid Rava, and that's Rava's big kiddush. If a guy eats treif, but it's l'teyava, he only eats treif, not because he's against treif, but because he's about taiva. He likes the way it tastes. So I can rely on him on shkita. So it's a great riot to Rava. It's not a good riot. I'll tell you that over there when it talks about a Mumma Yisrael, it's talking about a guy that if in fact he's a Mumma in treif, you cannot rely on him. My time, and I'll explain to you why. Even the Dosh Bey Ketera Damale. When a person does the same Avera over and over, it becomes like a heter to him. Goes like a heter to him. Heard of fart? Somebody here in Bet Shemesh, I forgot his name. I apologize. I forgot his name. We're going to say her. Stop. I hope I understood his part. He says that Doshbak Keva, you can look at it two different ways. Something that you step on all the time, but Doshbak Keva, he also comes from the foundation of a person's body. It's the bottom. It's what holds up everything. So a lot of times, when it comes to, let's say, you see it in Sfir Saimer. You ever see the kavanah people have when they say the bracha? It's a lot stronger usually than Birkas HaTorah, let's say. Shaking, slowness. But saying bracha, I'm looking up. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because the idea is to be makbid on the things that support us. The foundations of our life. The Birkas HaTorah. The brachas that the shakali with barais. Those are the things that hold us up. And that's what we should be more makbid on. Okay, so hello. This is a tremendous finish. If I would have asked you maybe in the beginning of this year, a guy who does have a desire, shtickle, goes to Koil the whole day, but at night he goes and he does a shtickle of a desire. Could he be your shaykhah? Abizara, from the three chamuras, the worst of the worst. You're basically saying, I don't believe in the Rebbeinu Shalom. I believe in something else. Ravanan says, yeah, not a problem. The Ravanan Shmuel Yisrael, we'll have a desire, we'll have a shkita, you're allowed to eat the shkita. Why? Yoshava was a king. He's a tzaddik. He tried to get rid of Avodah Zarah. Achab was a big Avodah Zarah. But Gemara understands that all his only problem was Avodah Zarah. And in those days, we know the type of Avodah Zarah was so great. And when they came together to go to war against Aram, it says over there, he benefited from the Suda. He ate his meat. This guy's Avodah Zarah. He ate his meat. Shemar, Vayizbach lo Yaakov Tzonu Bachal Leroy, tremendous amount of steaks. And everybody that he brought with him. Vayisiseu. No, how would you translate Vayisiseu in English? No, I wouldn't use that word. He manipulated him. He seduced him. Enticed is the art school word. I know. Oh, I like that even more. Persuaded. I don't like enticed. You like entice better than persuaded? I didn't like the word. Okay. Does he say it was he persuaded him, he enticed him in a bad way? Yeah? Okay. Manipulate, I like manipulated. There's more. Yeah. That's later on. We're gonna see that. He says, says Gemara, how do you know? Maybe he shechted for him. It says, but he made him a lot of steaks. Like the guy at the guy's house, he gave him some gefilte fish. He opened up the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there. He gave it to the dog. Who says he ate it? Says the Gemara, he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So, in other words, he actually ate. Maybe enticed him with words. Says the Gemara, that's David Saleh. I spoke to him yesterday. David Saleh from Miami. Every night there's food in Miami. So I said, stop with the food. See if anybody comes for the shear, not for the food. He gets geschmacky stuff. No, there's no asata with words. A shear alone is not enough. You need to bring food. As I stated before in the Gemara, on the day of his father's yard site, he says it's not a big deal. It only cost me $1,200 a week. Okay. Once in a while. Every day, like the best of the best. What's the name of that chicken place over there? Schnitzel from here, sushi from there. Every day something. You learn what? We give cookies. Very good. Where are you? No? Not there? Oh. He'll manipulate you, seduce you, whatever the word is. Says the Gemara, over there also, he'll get you off the derech over there in the pasuk. That's with actually you have to explain it was food and drink. This is about Hakadosh Baruch Hu, but this is Satan. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu can't eat. It's obviously it's without food. Says the Gemara, you're right. When you first Hakadosh Baruch Hu, then you're right. It's not about food. But with human beings, the way to get them today also in business. Bring a guy to a restaurant, you sit him down, good meal. Then he's more inclined to it. Going with the word. Says Gemara, maybe he drank, maybe they didn't eat. But he drank the yain nesach over there. Says Gemara, I got to show you this video. It's a must. Here. It's very nice. This is a Yoshi special. There's a mezuzah on the door. This is Yoshafat because he's not showing his face. So he's a tzaddik. The Zachav, he showed his face. The two kings, Yehuda and Yisrael. Look at those shawarmas in the background. Says he ate, Yishafat ate. Yisischa. Oh, from tomorrow on we'll have real music. Okay, so they went to war. We're almost done. We'll stop soon. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to drink his wine. Why? Because he's not a moment for the whole Torah. So what's the big deal? So he ate because he's not a moment. Just because he did Avodah Zarah doesn't mean he does bad shechita. Says the Gemara, what's the raya? Drinking wine is stam yain, but at that point in time in history, it wasn't also yet. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I could say that by Avodah Zarah, once you do one thing like Avodah Zarah, it's also for you to eat it. It's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. They go to a bar, they can sit there for 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a maybe I'm making this up. I don't know people that just drink. But it's I don't know. We'll just finish this. By Yisbach Visiseo, it says he shechted and he convinced him. So he did it. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. Welcome to all the guests. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY. One of the first people, Daf Avi Karyansky, his son, Zevi, was a part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the bris. So it's Avi's first Einikel. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here, Avi Karyansky's father, and the second one, so it's a Gansa. MDY as a whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, he sits in the seat over there, Shia. And we have Eli, the guy who invented YouTube. The music YouTube was created. Hayoim, Echad U'Shleishim Yoim, Sheim Arba'ah Shavuos, U'Shleisha Yomim, Lo'imer, Lo'imer. We miss out an opportunity of a lifetime sponsored Perik or a Daf. MDY official edition, Masechtas Spoon, Volume 2. Only 3 prepping available. Half the Dafim are already sponsored. Be sure to all those who sponsored Volume 1. It's getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is Elu Trefus, to put in all the live pictures from
What the fuck?
You'll see, as you saw yesterday, some of our pictures. The 3D that we're doing. Rabbi Sai, here we go. He's 10 years old. When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
Explains the Gemara step by step with charts, pictures, AI videos, and even live charts that will explain the Gemara. So you can jump in from the beginning together. If I can do 478,000, we can definitely start with only one. Such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, even Schwartz, the 20,000. Let's hope this day comes soon so we can all represent us while watching and cheer for us.
All right, so we're going to still put him into the contest. We're going to see more of the contest. Rabbi Sai, this is, I forgot his name, but where's the one? Another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside in Lakewood. Everybody together. First seeing with his wife and many other people. First seeing. That's our Gemara. Beautiful. You see? Southside barbecue. Southside barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Good day, Travis. Yes, Spitz for Toronto. A ninth grader in Neri Stroll. Toronto just finished his first. Dr. Young himself has joined Dr. Neri and the wife who was Toronto at the beginning of the office. We made a family scene last night and created that picture. Yosef. Shkoyach, and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow in his new Torah and his Torah will give you the strength. Lahagi Torah, I've been for many years to find with much appreciation. It says, Spitz. This Rabbi Isai was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had over, well, maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom and on, well, much more than 500 people on Zoom. It was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom. But check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Look at this. Playback, Haifa, all these are all different satellite locations. They're live. Beitar, jam-packed. They had over 40 people in Beitar, they said. The Yaakov every night looks like that. Telstone, Ashdod, what? Erev Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tveria, Rechasim, right? One of them here. This Rabbi side, they got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Teltio needs a little help. This Rabbi side gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and.
I think yesterday when the CM took the position place to change has to do with the okay, no, because now these little screaming level of the Hassan weekend is doing one more than we don't like shit with them. Hashem send out of any Stefanski and he was the one that brought them to down his school. So he said that's when he was screaming out in the door.
All right. What? You got the email? I was supposed to email you something. I don't. Seriously, I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you even remember? Just send me something. Cedarhurst satellite Sion and film dot base learning satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Ari Blumenthal. A special gift from the February of the Cedarhurst satellite location. Custom art picture of Harav David Spiegel, the Rav of the Stiebel in the 5,000 was recently lifter. Jesus shows were rebelling Shem what's the Shabbos in October. Yep. Yeah. Slap for Sion. Yeah, the MDY coffee. So the voice side the new people, when we get to the MDY coffee corner in the committee, that the guy on the left, Shamshi Shlafrash, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hajim by 11-year-old Yankee Komarski. Crazy, 11-year-olds are doing it. There he is again. So here it is. Flapish cover, Givaldi, Paris time Levin. Bad news with Paris time Levin. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. It's gonna be us. It's gonna be a Levaya. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. And I was okay. We'll tell you later. The force had Marvin viciously done. I'll tell you this. Listen. It's 18 Ba'avanim, literally 18 Ba'avanim. So the force had Marvin viciously the official edition of the White Shots for the Sefer. The entire Sefer by Zev and Yal Sholov. The Perek by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zalman, Allah Shalom, Yosef sponsored Daf Beit. David Salomon dedicated the Masechta sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of every Mary Rip Shmuel Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doy. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's a new Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general Masechta, this that we're learning right now. That's Masechta sponsors David Salomon, Rip Shmuel Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doy. The Palchi Family Foundation, look who came back. The boys, you see who came back over there? The cheetah guy. The Palchi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support BY. Anonymous, that's stuff in Brooklyn. See, guys, listen, thank you to Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is to all the new guys. Anonymous for completely for Shleiman and Rizisyamin for Leivas Esther. Here we go. Correspondence month. HYK Ventures. Ari Simon. I don't know how to get in there. Before Shleiman, I'll be Murray Barker Miriam. Weekly sponsors. You try to stick it in. Moshe Ruki Markovich. Proudly supporting the Dafyomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig and the Zeitlin family. Mazel Tov, Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitlin, 14, on their 500th daf. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Rivaldo. Michael Wertheimer, 1 year down, 365 lot learned, 23:46 to go. Hey, we don't have to like 12 and 13. Yeah, but Music Sally against you tonight, but the Shabbos. Okay, here we go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. You thought I saw your name and I went bye-bye. Yisrael Halperin, my mother, Alea Shalom, Gloria Bashloim Akoyin Alea Shalom, a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in the Shana Fanavin Aliyah. Leah Michael Bernstein, Yishma Zelda Bashloim Bernstein. MDY Kids Sponsoring Monthly Innovations LC as a school spark, Simcha Ben Vega, and Ricky Yudis Batsavakaya. MDY Art. I didn't see the coffee corner. You do coffee corner? Oh, so I liked everybody. Done. Okay. The voice side, Givaldi. Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Toker brought over 200 people to the daf just by putting it in the status. He saw it, he came to his link, over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that school is one of the hardest in sectors. No, it's not going to be hard, Beis Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than Menachem. So that nice. So guess, what's your name? From? Shomalei from Rebella. What's your name? From Spring Valley. And you? Shem, Shomalei. I know you sit next to me in Shul. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay, who else do we have here? It's actually very heartwarming. Nobody's back. Well, Shalom Aleichem. Okay. Yeah, he sat right over here. Sat in the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? The voice side, Daf. Today's Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah, Akol Soiftim, Ushkikasam Chero. So the first 2 are in green, second 2 are in red. First 2 in green is go. It's the Chatchila. In the first place, these people could do Shkita. Ushkikasam Chero is after the fact. Don't really do this usually. Nice. Now everybody thinks I did that noise. Great. She doesn't share is after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do shkita in the first place, and who could only do it after the fact. We have six shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom of the base, 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi Barilai, who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming and he's trying to share Rabbi Barilai. Here, let's see. Oh, all you guys who weren't here last night, these are sheriffs. This is the number one tummy thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number one tummy. You can still go skate the how? It's a long night. So Rav Barua. That's Rav Barua. Look at Kilo. Someone's tummy. The chef. A regular animal. What's the big Kiddush? The big Kiddush is because he's makbid as if it's a carbon. Why? He's used to dealing with karbanos, eating karbanos when he's starved. So even though it's tummy and he accepted it upon himself, you can't check the carbon when you're telling me that for sure. You can't touch it. So he's the Kilo. He's telling the Kilo if he uses an old knife, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. The Kilo in the first place. So what's with the Evid? He's actually shefting touching. So he's not supposed to chef touching. But after the fact, he shefted this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what's going to do? I was coming, and I brought his carbon, and I shefted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then they say, okay, after the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the Sugi, we're going to have to see these three things. What's the Chafila in the Mishnah? What's the B'diavad in the Mishnah? And then the next slide, the Kulan Sheshachtu. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the Kulan Sheshachtu? It can mean the Pharaoh Shaykh of Katan that we just mentioned a second before, because then it would say V'him. And if these Pharaoh Shaykh of Katan, so what's before? It must be what we're talking about. Like usually it's within what that sheet is. So right now we're talking about Tamei or Kachim. Oh, the Kulan Sheshachtu. If they shefted Kachim, and somebody saw it, the Kulan Sheshachtu, you have to put the word there, and they saw the Kulan Sheshachtu, and they saw. Somebody was watching, he's an 8 Echad, and the shaitan ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it, you see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's the Kulan Sheshachtu. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are we all seeing in the video? Did he touch a sheriff? Why did we see the video of the sheriff? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush Gadol. Every day we learn new Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is, of course, for the new people, guys that are here for a year or so, noticing Sadat. This is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst is Aviyah V'Yisrael Tumah. Then it drops to Ava Tumah. So, a dead person is the worst of the worst. You can't get any worse than that. A sheriff is one step below. It's only Ava Tumah. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to a funeral and touches a dead person, he's only an Ava Tumah. He drops. That person that touched a dead person, that touches food or another person, whatever it is, Satan, it drops on level for a Rishon. A Rishon who touches food, it drops their shame. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral and after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife, you guys need a knife in this? You have a smaller one. You do. Show me solid. It's also you were going to talk now. See, no. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Labaya. He's an Avatumah. Touches this. What does this become? It should become a Rishon. It should drop one. No. Big Kiddush. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes Aviyah V'Yisrael. If a person who's an Avatumah touches this, so this becomes Avatumah. Ask the Gemara, if this is Avatumah, and then you slice the animal with this, you do shkit with this, so what did the animal become? One step less. One step less of Avatumah is what? A Rishon. So it became Talmud. What did you gain by a long knife? He said, oh, if you use a long knife, it's great. But you're coming, and you touch the knife, and the knife is like you. In fact, the same question would happen even if the knife is not like you. The knife is you is better, but let's say it's still will be as shiny, so it's no good. So Rishon, you can get it to be a Rishon, even if it drops level, it can still be a Rishon. I'll call upon it. So that's Gemara's question. What happened? How exactly is it going? Now, this only applies to boy saying. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This halacha I just told you is only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheretz touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheretz. It doesn't become a avatuma. It actually drops you onto a rishon. A dead sheretz, always a dead sheretz. Yes, always a dead sheretz. No, it was a puddle of blood. That's why I did a puddle of blood. Yeah. This is a little thought here. Let me show you again. I hear. We don't want to gross people out with dead shrusim, so here, look, check this out. He's in a puddle of blood. So he's showing. It looks alive, but that's why I put a puddle of blood. Fine. Next. That's the Gemara. Hi, Tommy, the Tommy, how did you come to me? If you touch the dead person, or let's say a person that went to Levaya. So a person that went to Levaya is an Avatoma. But Halal Fair to follow. The knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Avatoma. So he's an Avatoma. He becomes Avatoma. So then he makes the sakin, the knife, Avatoma. Then the knife goes and touches the meat, so the meat will drop one level from Avatoma and go down to a Rishon. So he's a Rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Tumah Tyra. That's it. That's basically it. They keep some dropping levels and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic Tumah Tahara that a lot of people are not familiar with. Hello, says the Gemara, the time of the Sheretz. The Sheretz is a half, and the knife drops down to a Rishon. What he's saying, the time he makes the person, no. The person, right, 100%. The person touches the shirt. The person becomes a Rishon. Thank you. The person himself, the Avatuma, the shirt is the Avatuma. Anybody touches the shirt, drops a level. Comes a Rishon. We can say that he touched the dead person. We're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you do shechita with a plastic knife? Are you yotzei? Yes. You're yotzei with a rock, with a piece of glass, whatever you want. The only time it makes is he's saying about Kol-Shoftim, David Tzar with a rock, famous focus. The Shach brings down that it used to be the minute that everybody used the rocks. Tzipor used the rock. Use the rock. Until David HaMelech threw a stone at Goliath, and the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So the man said, "What are you going to give me?" So he said, "I'll trade with you. You let me go in now, and then you can use knives for Mila." The brings it down. The Trisha brings it down. It's Mila. Okay? Huh? Mila, that's our important thing. Yeah. So just to review that video that we had the other day, here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. If you would have thought if he stands far away, it'll be dark. If you would, and then you go. You think they'll stick with AI today can make you look better. I guess it's difficult. All right. Zok the Haley Gemara. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haver spoke. He gave a drushah class to the women of MDY. The story that's Nagia to our parent. There's a boy who went for Fahar in Philly, for rebellious Bezer Brahma. He went with his father, and they come to the Fahar. Rebellious Bezer asks him, "What are you learning?" He says, "I'm learning Tulin." What parrot? So the father says, "Hashoichet." So Hashoichet. So Rebellious Bezer opens up and asks him all these questions on Hashoichet. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of Bjorn Klein, no? The guy from the dentist from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. I'll tell you the story of Ben Schwartz later. So, the father can't believe it. The son is like a good kid. He's a master. He knows his stuff. Like that. He entered the car. So I said, "What happened over there?" He said, "If I heard me in the wrong parent, if I heard me in that shofar." He says, "So why did you say something?" He says, "Because you said a shofar. I'm not the fool with my father. My father says a shofar, they do a shofar." He says, "But you're not going to get the fool." He says, "No, I don't want to embarrass Tal, in front of the." So the father calls up because of realization he's never lived in Shiva. My son didn't want to embarrass me. The Pharaoh's in the reality. So he always said, "Okay, such a kid. That's the type of kid I need." Now, of course, so you're thinking. Of course, he learned that shofar. He just didn't know anything. It was a great. So, how about BK? I would accept this guy because he came with such a beautiful shop. Other people that hey and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into the thing. That's what he's top yeshiva. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz? All the way in the beginning, he's with us. He's one of the Yazdim of the Shir. He sends an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. So he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Okay, we'll give you a tutor to help you out and do well." And the tutor, they said, they learned the whole Daf Gemara. He's pumped. This Faher, he's going to ace the Faher. And he gets the Faher, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong Daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill in, and the next day the Rebbe gives out the test. Finally, he gets to his test, and the Rebbe says, "Whose test is this? He got a 0!" And the next guy says, "Oh, it's a new guy." And then he's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anybody, and the guy embarrassed him in front of her, and he didn't know where to bury himself. He said he never opened up a Gemara. For 30 years, he didn't open up a Gemara. Today, he found the Shia Baruch Hashem. Today, he has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody into the office. There's a silent door, not disturbed from 1 to 2, whatever it is. He can't. That's his kfiyas. No matter what, he's learning the daf that time. So, Zog daily Gemara. Be boy, you say now he said it. Abayo Amar Nupsha. Again, we're trying to figure out 3 things in the Mishnah. The first 4 words. How certain seems like in the first place, which he doesn't share seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Eidefa that watches, it's kosher, what's going on over there? Says Abaya. And Abaya and Rabbi says basically the same thing with a small variation. So that's 2 for 1. Abaya, Rabbi Gidani, we're talking about a Kusi. A Kusi is a person who became, there's a whole nation that came to Klal Yisrael and they became Gerim. And there's a machlokes and shas whether they are Gerei Emes, do they really become Gerim? But later on, they became a little bit more relaxed. But it's too late once you become a Ger Tzedek. So that's it. It's like a regular Jew. So if you become relaxed, you're relaxed. Then you're or they're fakers. They only wanted to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the lines. The lines were killing them, so they said, "Oh, we better do tshuva. They pretended to be Ger, or real Ger. Abaya goes with the shita that they're Gerei Emes. Gerei Emes would say that they are 100% Ger. And if they do shchita, we will eat from the shchita, says Abaya Lechatchila in the first place, on condition that somebody's watching them. Why? Because they are not within their races. They're not going to shchita. They won't touch something that didn't have shchita. The problem with Kutim are that they're not market on the rabbis. They don't have a problem with an Iber Leisidim B'Shul, because if an Iber Leisidim B'Shul means don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put blocks in front of people. If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. Because it says in the Torah, don't put a block. They don't have a problem giving people treif. So, Hakashoftin, in the first place, Bafilu Kusi. Why does the Gary Abbott? It's only when a Jew is standing right there. Watch. But if you have a mashgiach, like they have in a lot of places today, can't afford a mashgiach that's going to sit there in the kitchen day and night, 24/7. So he comes in and out. Somebody comes in and out to Jabaya. Do not that's not acceptable. Can't do shkita. And this is after the fact. If he did it, you cut off a kazayis. They have a problem with shiurim, so make sure it's a nice big piece. Do the test, the poison test. There was a Maisa here in Israel where a guy was caught red-handed. What's the word I'm looking for? Spraying the houses, the Hadbara. Exterminator. He was a fake exterminator. They caught him. So he did this calculation in his head. He said, listen, they caught me. Now, to do extermination illegally is a big problem. You go to jail, etc. It's better for me to say that I stole than to say I was an exterminator. She said, what are you talking about? I don't exterminate. I just spray water. So spray water, you're a ghana, but you're not exterminating. So the guy was in the phone says, oh, it's water. Drink it. Take a cup of it. He says, no, I'll get a got now. Okay? So if you trust, if this guy's going to eat it, he doesn't eat trace. He keeps all their rights. So if he eats it, then you could be soymach on it after the fact. Okay? If he doesn't eat it, then it's also to eat from shkita. Now, we're going to do this another 5 times. We're going to do it each time a little quicker. Let me show you over here, just in the chart. It says in the Mishnah, Chod, Mefarish, Shoyta, V'Katan. Besides the Mefarish, Shoyta, V'Katan, who cannot do shkita, why? Because they mess up the shkita. They can do shihiyah, they can pause. They can do drisa, they could go downward instead of slice. They can do chalada, go in between the two simonim, and then it's covered, and then cut. And then immediately afterwards it says, grammatically, it doesn't really work. What's the chula and shaktu? These 3 people that we're talking about? No. If it's these 3, we'll say v'im shaktu. And if these 3, the Parish and the Kazan shaktu, and somebody is watching them, then it's good. The word v'chula is no good. We're going to see that question 5 more times today. Each time is a freebie of 30 words. Cannot do what? Shema Yishu. Shema Yidrusu. Shema Yachalidu. Let's see the beautiful pictures again. This is what we're going to have today. This is also, we have a special artist, but you didn't see him. He does this 3D stuff. This is Chalada, going in between the 2 simonim. So now right there, that's where it's possible. Why? Because it's covered, and you cannot do a shkita that's covered. So the machlokes is covering with let's say a scarf is considered covering, but certainly if the animal itself is covering, and then you do shkita for sure also. This is drisa, going downwards, and shihiyah is something like this. You do one simon, and then you take a coffee break, and then you come back and you do the other one. Says Gemara, so then we have to understand the 3rd sentence in the Mishnah. That if there's somebody to watch them, then it's okay. Then it should have said different wording. We're going to skip. We're talking about this right there. We're talking about the Parish of the Kazan. You're pretending the Chula and other people. No, if these people that we just spoke about. So usually it goes back to the Shida. We're talking about the Kusi. Abai says we're talking about the Kusi. No, Amris, but wait a minute. How could it be that you need somebody to watch them? Amris, because you saw them without Davam, the Mishnah is saying that if somebody saw it after the fact, it's okay. No, but if somebody's standing there watching him, I feel like that's tefillah. So let's see the shita of, and the Gemara says kasha. Remember this kasha, because the Gemara later on is going to say how come Rabbi Barula doesn't say like Abai? How come so-and-so doesn't say? Because there's a kasha on Abai. It doesn't fit in so well. Here's Abai shita. This guy's a kusi. If he watches him, if Yisrael watches, then it's okay. So now Rabbi says the Chatila means the Kusi, if Yisrael watches him. If Yisrael goes in and out, once in a while he shows up, then, sometimes they show up once a week, once a month, once a year. I don't know how it works exactly. But today with the video cameras, it's a little different, a little better. Okay. Oh, my Rav, I have a problem with what you're saying. Because Nichnas V'Yotza, we know, even today, think about it, in nowadays, Nichnas V'Yotza, the Chatila with the Evan. If you go to a restaurant and there's a mashgiach, Nichnas V'Yotza, it's not there in the kitchen. Once in a while it comes in, is that the Chatila? Can you eat the Chatila with the Evan? No, it's Chatila. It's L'Chatila. Rava says, I'll prove it to you that it's L'Chatila. What's the problem? What, you don't eat in a restaurant that has Nichnas V'Yotza? It's not with the Evan. Most restaurants are Nichnas V'Yotza. It's too expensive. Is there much gift meeting in every restaurant? I don't think so. Maybe they have video cameras that are easy, but not. I don't think that's what actually. Good actually, like those guys said. Wow, they work there. They work there. Yeah, they work there. All my Rav of the I'll prove it to you. It's a mission in Avodah Zarah, but Nan says, if you sell a bunch of wine and you leave enough free, an open kichavim there, Israel Yotzer Nichnas, and you have a Jew going in and out, mutar. Okay. What's the idea of Nichnas V'Yotzer? Because I'm concerned that the guy is concerned that the Jew's going to catch him. The extra guy, the guy that's working in the restaurant, is concerned that he's going to get caught. There's a computer technician that went to fix somebody's computer. He's sitting at his desk, fixing his computer, and the boss comes into the room. So he stood up. So he says, "What are you standing up? I'm a lawyer." He says, "I've been doing this for a bunch of years." He says, "I always peek around people's history. This is the first time I went to somebody's history and it's clean, mine's clean. So I'm standing up for you." I don't know, but it's a good story. No, he had to see where the problem came from, what bugs came from. But it's not you're allowed, if you're even a guy selling wine, we're not concerned about. I'll show it, this is an older one. This is a guy, the concern is that he's going to go into it and take some wine. And then what is he going to do? He's going to have to repair what he did, because it's obviously sealed, right? It's not an open bottle. So he's going to repair it. That I'm not concerned. Why? Because he's going to get caught. It's going to take 2 hours until it dries. It's dead. So that's actually what the Gemara is going to answer later on. That what's the Rebbe bring a riot from something that takes such a long time? We're over here. It's just a slice of the knife, and he has the shus to chef. Make it all mess up. Says Gemara. They tell Rabbi Hassam, does it say anything about that's multiple katila? If he did it and he left the guy by himself, let's say you should leave him there. If you left him by mistake, then it's okay. We'll let you use that wine. I'll have another riot that Nichnas V'Yotzer is okay. Again, we're talking about wine that's kosher and it's by the guy. Yes, it's in his house. You don't have to sit in his house, live in his house in order to drink it. If he's able to go in and out once in a while, it's good. Therefore, I agree with you in principle that the mission is talking about a pussy. Is talking about like a bias. We're talking about a pussy in the first place. But I'm going to fix what you said. You said the Israel is standing with the newspaper with 2 holes and you're watching the whole time. No, I'm saying that it's talking about a Jew that goes in and out. But Bob, it's also after the fact you found him, he wasn't the guy there, and you found out that the pussy did shvita. What do? Quite the guy's busting us. You look, give him the taste test. If he could eat it, if he eats it, great. So let's just see what Yoshi did here. We have Rav now. He's Nichnas V'Yotzer. He's a yoitzel. He's nickness. Okay. So, Robin just changes a little bit. It's not that the Jew is standing there, he goes in and out. That's the Shkita. And if there's no Nichas Yotzin, the pussy did the Shkita, so then you give him feed. Now we have to understand the third thing in the Mishnah. What does it say? A deaf, mute, and a shaita, and a katan. We had a demonstration here of the katan, and a demonstration of the shaita. Basically, I told everyone to look at the guy next to her. Then a Chayr Shayt Katan, not to at all, even after the fact. Why? Shema Yishu. What's going to help me? Maybe they paused in the middle. Shema Yidrusu, they went downward. Shema Yachlidu, they hit the knife. They flew to Shafai. And when it says in the Mishnah that if they check and there's a single witness, then it's okay. If it's talking about the line before, we're talking about them, so the word before doesn't fit in. It should say, but he said before that if there's a Yotz V'Nichnas, the Mashgiach goes in and out, it's okay. So why do I need a witness to witness the whole thing? Kash, it's a good kash. That's why people don't say like Rava. Yeah, chart. The chart before had the same thing. Okay. That was the Gemara's kasha. The Choshe Shaftu is talking about the Kusi. Yeah. We have to change the chart. Ravashi Yama. Yesterday, last night's shir was over. It was over at 12:30. So I didn't get to sleep until after 2 for whatever reason. So it happens once in a while, once in a blue moon. But my wife woke me up today, which is not a good thing. That means I didn't have a chance. I wanted to switch the chart. Ravashi Omar, another check. So I just want to point out while we're here that Rava is actually fixing a baya. You noticed? He says Abaya says kusi, Rava also says kusi with a fix. It's not a mishgiach tmidi, it's a mishgiach yotzvinisa. But Rava himself doesn't really hold it. Rava himself is going to hold like Ravashi because Ravashi actually brings Rava as proof. So Rava should go with Ravashi. That's all I want to point out. Ravashi Omar, what's the case? Again, going back. What is these two things? Hakol Shofim means in the first place, go ahead and do it. Which means only after the fact. What's going on here? What's going on here? Talking about a guy that went off the derech. And he's a mumar. Now, there's two types of mumar, two people that went off. There's people that do it because they enjoy treif, they enjoy whatever they're doing. And there's mumar l'hafis. There's mumar l'tiyava, mumar l'hafis. Two different things. One guy is about taiva, and he does it because he believes in the Rebbeinu Shalom, because he has a taiva. So a guy like that, you can rely on him to a point. He's not going to be machshel other people. He's not a guy lahachas, but there's a guy that's a rasha. He does it. He doesn't even like pork, but he eats pork on Yom Kippur. Why? Stam. Lahachas. It's upset. That guy you can't trust at all. So that's the older one that a burger is $3.99, but a kosher burger is $10.99. High. So he goes to McDonald's. But when they're right next to each other, and they're both $3.99, why are you going to McDonald's? Because you're lahachas. So says Ravashi, we're talking about a mummer, and a mummer could chef in the first place. I can be soited on a mummer. It's a big hack, and it always was since I'm a kid about shaykhim, mumarim. Some of them are not such big Yerushalayim. You know, every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that who knows what. They're going in for the money. They list. So mummer l'may, left on the basic head. We're talking about a guy who went off. He's bad in certain things, areas in the Torah, but he does it because he's about taiva. The Rava. See, it says this goes according to Rava. So Rava actually, this could be Rava, not only Ravashi. Ravashi is the one that wrote the Gemara. He's the last time we wrote. Rava was way before. But this could go not way before. The Amar Rava, Yisrael Boomer, open events with the others. If you have a Jew who went off and eats nevelas because he has a taiva, don't think sake nice and like. You do a badika sake, it's one of the things I don't like to do. It's basically, I'm going to do it on the other side. you go like this. You run your thumb like this. Really? Oh, this is so we have something like that. Yeah, it's just too much. Let's say it's a Rabba Kasha. No, this is also bad. Kasha is bad. Don't say what it is. Just say Kusi. I'm both a Byron Rabba. Anyway, whatever. We'll deal about 7.5 years. Oh, I left it as a Kasha. So this actually explains the why they don't hold them. How come Ravina doesn't go this? It's bad. Very nice. Oh, I like this. Somebody never last name. You can have it back. You can sell it. What do you think? I'm made. You're allowed to eat from him. Why? Because he's not going to do anything evil. He believes in a stumbling block. He's a firm guy. Somebody with my mishpacha. He told me he's not from right now, but he's a grommet. He's a grommet. He said with pride. He's a grommet. What? What are you doing? I'm a grommet. He says, you know, it's very annoying. The Babich comes to him and says, you want to put on film? He says, get out of here, I'm a grunnick. Get out of here. If he didn't do it, laugh. It means shkit the knife in the heart. So, what's the BDF part of it? The lechatila is if you give him a knife, boidik sakin, you give him a good kosher knife, go ahead, check, because you're not a building mummer with the other. What if you didn't check the knife? You shouldn't do shkit. But he didn't listen, he grabbed the shot. So you check it after. Here's the second yafa, but the other she doesn't. If the knife is good, you know, even shkit. Then love, also the other she doesn't. Now here we go. Put the Parshat of the Katan, nothing to be economic law, Parshat of the Katan. Shama Yishu, Shama Yaku, the mess up the shkita. But Kol Shishach to Ohio, so we have to understand the word of Kol Shishach. He lay out Parshat of the Katan is referring to Parshat of the Katan. I love how the Mishnah is talking about it, so it's say the Im Shach to Mabara. Eli Israel more, so now we're going to take Rabashi's Pshat, we're talking about a guy that went off. Either Bolik Sakin and Mazaloi, if we check the knife, our show of the Lechatila could be even in the first place. Well, the Loibadak. He didn't check the knife. He did the second of the gash. What's the problem? Check it right now. And if the knife is good, it's good. We did less than a second. If there's no knife, you have to right next to the hobby. So what good is it that somebody else saw it afterward or at the time? If somebody witnessed, he doesn't know whether the knife is good or not. He witnessed the shkita. Maybe he's using a knife that has a little dent in it, a nick, and a little nick is a problem. Why? It's equal. You could pull the. We'll talk about it. We'll pull. Don't worry, we'll get there sometime. But the problem is equal. Turning of the dam by Dar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, and Shlomi Mirossi, Spalanet, Baskana, Vasov, Shah, Kali Yisrael. Another Shah. And these are the last two Pshatim. Phoenix Live in Arizona. Wow, Shalom Aleichem, guys. Beautiful. Keep it up. Give us chizels. A lot of people there. Wow. Beautiful. Live in America. They're probably, are they in Flatbush also, or in monasteries, whatever? Yeah? Yeah, you're right. You were that, yeah. Ravina, we're going to have two Ravinos, slight variation in Ravina. So, there's two things, two halachas, two types of shaykhim. This is a shaykhah. Who is a mumcha in halacha. You know, all the halachas inside out. When I first met Rabbi Geisfish, our official shaykhah, the amount of Torah that he knows, and then he quotes from this one and that one, he do like this, and just tremendous, they're fucking halacha. And then there's a mukzah, a guy who did shechita at least 3 times, and he didn't faint. So that's the difference between the two rabbinus. One, he starts off with lechatchilas on a person who's a mumcha in the halacha, another one is a mukzah. Let's see. If you know all the halachas, you could check in the first place. And even though you never proved yourself, you never checked it in front of us. And we don't know if you fainted now. I gave him for her and he knew everything well. But if he doesn't know, then he shows you shkita and shofat. But if he didn't shkita, but you know, he's like, if after the fact you gave him for her, you have to know what's left mean when you gave him the for her. At the end of the day, you knew the halachas. If he didn't know the halachas, then you're not allowed to eat. Here, this is a cute thing.
Hey Jim, you missed one good of a shechita here. We're talking full hummus and his marine. Something really special. Eat this now. You expect me to eat from my own shechita? I can't. I'm milk focused. I just ate butter cookies. I'm vegan and vegetarian. I started a diet this morning. I've got to lose this gut after all the food at those NYCUs.
Okay, here's Ravina. Rabbi says Ravina. He knows that Allah has been never shechted. Remember we had Mordecai, the guy from Texas that I knew was cowboy hat? If you showed a little blood during shear, he faints during shear, even on a screen. So people have that, so you have to make sure you don't faint. What is going on in We're talking about it. It said the word bim. So it's going into Ravina, according to Ravina. That part is talking about people that are not moving. They don't allow that. As Gemara, that why? If you give him a little fair afterwards, it's enough. Says Gemara, because then the day he's not here. Big army. In Ravina itself, second Shana Ravina. Omar Hafi Kani. Ravina said, Big army Ravina, Omar Hafi Kani. This is the Pshat. If you saw that guy shafted in front of you 3 times, then it's a good shkita. Even though we don't know if they know the halachas. If a guy shafted 3 times in front of you, we don't know. He didn't faint. So this tough guy.
Don't forget, you're not allowed to faint during the shkita. But you're a tough guy. I'm certain you'll succeed. Obviously, piece of cake. Then here, I bought you a brand new shkita. Good luck.
Hey, we're gonna laugh at it one day. You gotta be careful, maybe he'll faint. Talking about my brother. If a person that happened to be in Meister Shari, I was walking in O'Hare Airport. The floor is like stone, like a cement. And 2 people next to me. All of a sudden, one guy just stops, pauses, falls backwards, completely loses consciousness, hits his head in the concrete. I thought he died. Whatever. 3 seconds later, he sits up, gets up, and continues walking. It's like, sir, I think you hit your head on the concrete. He had no idea what he was talking about. No clue. He came to. He's on the floor, so he decided to pick himself up and start continuing walking as if nothing happened. Over here it says, he was Bari also. Bari, at least I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't faint. I just saw your head crack the concrete. No. He thought that was nuts. She does it. That guy is this share. Puts the hair straight to the bottom. I feel the other nami like. Mamish Friedrich again. No, it's unbelievable. The Gemara does this again. Shema Yidrusu, Shema Yaflidu, of course, they're cutting their shit, because they could cancel it. You could just have to buy a higher, so we have to know what the third line in the Mishnah is. You lay my parachute, the button, I'll call you, we're talking there. We're talking about it, say a different word. Ella Hashem Zakim. We're talking about somebody who couldn't do it 3 times in front of us. The Amri Mubarak Sadi, but that doesn't make sense, because you said that if he says, I know for a fact that I'm good, Down with barley. I know for a fact, Sagan, it's enough. So the Gemara, the lesson come under the Shiloh, we can't ask him. So now the Gemara just goes one by one. Let's see. What's Ravina 2? I didn't see this yet. Oh, Ravina 2 means that he doesn't faint, but he doesn't know that Allah is upside down. Allah is, he's looking at the book. Allah is okay, fine. So let's see this whole thing. What's what? I don't know. Oh, here, let's play the thing. So now I have the whole thing together. I don't know if it'll help or not, but Ravina is the one that says, we just finished Ravina, we're talking about Mumcha. He's a Mumcha, he knows the halachas, doesn't know the halachas, he faints, he doesn't faint. Rabbi Baruch, the first shot that we're talking about in the first place, somebody was coming. They don't say like Abai. Abai and Rabbi both say what? We're talking about a Kusi. Ravashi says we're talking about a guy that went off the there. Why? It's from the Kasha. The Chulam. How do you explain the B'chulam? Nobody had a good answer for that. How come no one says like the first shot? We're talking about in the first place, he's Tameh, he's Shechim Chulam. After the fact, the Eved. But I didn't realize it. I'm saying Mazda. The Maisa, he's here on the morning of his kid's birth. It's a big thing. Seriously, that's not behind me. My first kid, by the breast, was very busy all night. Oh, this, that, he's going to realize what I say. Prepare speech. Learning was one of the last things I was thinking about them. Okay? Shkoyach. New generation. Exactly what you're talking about. Okay, so if you remember, we even mentioned it today in the morning, right when we started. There's two shittas. Maybe we didn't. I don't remember anymore. Our Mishnah talks about Tameh when the Mishnah in Zvachim talks about the same exact case. So there's two pshatim. The Mishnah in Zvachim is the main. Over here is just Derech Hagav. Or our Mishnah over here is the main, and that's Derech Hagav. That thing says either one you could argue it, and that's why they don't like that pshat of the person is Tameh. The what? That our Mishnah is the main source of the halachas. It's Chulam, we're talking about his Shechita, so we spoke about somebody's Tameh. Adarabah, also Mikveh. Over there is the main part. The Kachim part, over there we're talking about Kachim, and we're talking about someone who's coming Shechim Kachim. Lavlish and the Arm is also Mikveh. We say that Zvachim is the main part. Over there it's only Derech Hagav, because we said Chulam, we're talking about Kodesh. Tameh B'chulam Gefela Yitzvah. This whole thing is wrong. Why? The whole shot is because a person who accepted upon himself to treat mundane things like something that's kodesh, it has the halacha of kodesh. But I don't hold that. I hold that if you try to treat it, you can't treat this gemara like kachim. It doesn't work. So you can't treat a full animal like kachim. And everybody doesn't agree with the rabbinic shot that we're talking about somebody who knows the halachas well, or somebody that did it 3 times. In the first shot in Ravina that we're talking about in the first place, if someone knows the halachas, even though he didn't prove himself, he could check. Because anybody that deals with shkita knows his stuff, he knows the halachas, and you don't have to give him a test. If you say in Ravina, we're talking about somebody who didn't faint 3 times, we're not so concerned about people fainting. How come Rava doesn't say like a Abaye that a Kusi? We're talking about a Kusi and it's Omer Agaba, there's a guy standing there. Because he proved that you don't need that if a person is Niflas V'Yotze, that's good enough. Abaye Rava that we're talking about a Kusi that's Niflas V'Yotze. Possibly not. Don't prove to me from the wine that takes 2 hours to seal and then what's the word? And you're gonna use that dryer and all. It's a big process to get the seals good, and then he's worried that someone's going to walk in on him. Hachanaga. So also over there, the guy doesn't have a shus to touch the wine, and he's scared he's going to get caught red-handed. Hachanaga over here, he has permission to do this shit. Ravashi, who says that we're talking about a mummer, it doesn't say like a Abaye Rava, but some Kusim get our rights. Both Abaye Rava are talking about Kusim. Kusim are not real game; they don't have the right to that. Abaye Rava like Ravashi, or Abaye doesn't say like Ravashi that he's a mummer. What?
Yeah, the person of Rashi is get it right. It's a Rashi doesn't hold the use of that also, it's not an decision. You can say Rashi doesn't hold because Hachanaga, and he doesn't hold it as a dollar, you don't have to think in the
Okay, but he does. It's much easier. It's much easier. You make an anacha that kusim are geri emes. You don't have to. Maybe throughout shots he holds it. I don't know. By the way, Rav Ashi wrote this. He knows what he's talking about. Rav Ashi Yom Gedar Bayu Kusama Kusim Geri Emes. I hold kusim geri emes. I'm telling you, he wrote the Gemara. Abaye lo Yom Rav Ashi. And Abaye doesn't say like Rav Ashi. We're talking about a mummer. He hold the Rava because he doesn't hold that a mummer could check. But why does the Rava hold that a mummer could check? Why didn't he say that? He says 100% he does. A Rava is going to say that shot. That our mission is talking about a mummer. He could check if you're standing there. And so why did he say he's talking about a kusi? Because he's just trying to fix a baya. You say he's talking about a kusi. Don't say he's talking about Omer Al-Dava. He's talking about because he doesn't know that. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
Now discuss spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor
Jurist and Kabbalist Moshe ben Nachman, famously known as Nachmanides, who peppers his Torah commentaries with the way of truth as a signpost. If you want to explore the text I've discussed in this episode, make sure to pick up a copy of Joseph Gaon's edited volume, The Early Kabbalah, which translates many of these texts for the first time into English, along with a really great introduction and detailed footnotes. You'll need them. These texts are still rather confusing. You can also read Rabbi Israel's question and answers from Kabbalistic Catechism, online for free in Hebrew and English. We agree to have them in English, translated there by the students. Sadly, very little of my works have been translated into English, but I did manage to find a translation of his commentary on Sacred Yetzirah, which I think I will add to various episodes. So, new reading material for me. Make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and consider supporting my work against scholarly and theological topics of esotericism by checking out my Patreon or maybe considering a one-time donation. Again, those links are below. Also, if you for episodes on the early Kabbalah, want to have some more notes on upcoming episodes, or maybe would like to further our attention to the monumental Sefer Zohar, great news. Until then, I'm Jesse Slash, and thanks for watching Esoterica. History.
Mazel tov to all the Messiahs. To all the Maschilim. There's a few people in the room that Messiah's Malachos was the very first Siyum ever. I know at least one. A few? Who else? Anybody? Very first time? Okay, so just one. Then a few people sent in videos and all sorts of things. I'll show you tomorrow, Be'ez Hashem. I want to take the time that I usually read emails and that sort of thing to discuss some very important things. First of all, I want to remind everyone to say Small Summer. I want to welcome, I don't know the number in English, the English speakers. I know that for the Hebrew, over 2,000 people joined the Hebrew share. Usually English is more, but this time I'm not sure about that. I didn't get any numbers. They didn't give me any numbers in America, so I don't know. In the hundreds, over 1,000. I don't know. It's a lot. A lot of statuses. Shkar for all the people that sent statuses, because they did a big campaign. Different people, a lot of people sent statuses. We had over here in Israel, we had Menachem Koker, who's a very famous radio personality. He brought over 200 people. There's a lot of correct, I mean, the status. And then you have somebody like Kobe Sella, also a very powerful person, he's a media person. And basically, he sent me a message. I'll just say the message that he says that a guy came over to show you a quick video to see him. Maybe as I'm speaking. There you go. Very large seal. So it says like this. It's very important. So the guy comes over to me at the seal. It says, "You don't know me, but because of you, I'm making my very first seal in the sector." And he brought him a bottle of wine. And he choked up, and he forgot to ask the guy his name. So when I said it during the Hebrew Shir, the guy was obviously listening, and he sent him his name. What's your name? Shilas. It's a singer or something. And then the guy sent basically sent him a written text message. And over there he says, I should read it. I should really read it because these words are beautiful. He says, this is how you change my life. I left Moshe, his name is Moshe. I left Moshe back there. Today, I don't speak during Kaddish because of this year. Today, I say Shnai Mikra. Today, I do this. Like, he gives me a list of 3-4 things that his life has changed. So, those are Shem. All the new guys, you'll see that the Shir has the ability to change your life. It's small ones, little things, but those little things that add up, they become big. Somebody mentioned that during the Siyam, no one is speaking during Kaddish. Look around, 600 people, and someone said Kaddish, everyone's quiet. Baruch Hashem for that, even just that is Dayenu. I'm very excited. A good friend of mine, tried to get him on Shir for a while, and he promised me, so when Kurt comes around, I'm going to join the Shir. And I said, we don't do it like that. You got to join now. He's going to he's a good friend of the Shir, and he's a good friend of Klal Yisrael. So I'm happy that he's joining, and if you know him, give him a stick of pit.
All right, Rabelli, this is going to be fantastic. Hashem, looking forward to it. I was there with you guys, and I said I am going to join the group. So I got to get it together, add it to the repertoire of what
Means a lot.
this is it. Freedom is about to begin. We got to keep our word in the Shir, join the greatest Shir, Hashem. Great Shir, I think always the fans for my dear friend. And it's going to be a lot to Hashem. Enjoy, thank you, God.
Alright, so if you know, give me a little push once in a while. And I have a real appreciation for that. Somebody just told me that he's a great basketball player. I never knew that. It's another. Yeah. That's how I made my one and only sugar. It was based on the court. He was the number one on the court. It was right up there. That's how it works. Alright, so everybody said I do this every Masechta and I gotta do it again. This field, it's good for the people that are here since the beginning, and it's good for everybody. But if you know this inside out, you can start learning the first Mishnah. So we gotta talk about this. The pros and the cons of Daf Yomi, and why a lot of people don't learn Daf Yomi, and how we can overcome those cons. You say it's too fast, it's true, it's very fast. You say it can't be paid, it's very true. It's so fast, and it goes in one ear, goes out the other ear. But that I can tell you, over time, even people like myself don't have a great memory. There's so much Havdalah, there's so much repetition. You see the same sugim over and over. You're going to learn about Simon Haya today. You're going to learn about certain things that a lot of people don't know. Like people that are here in the shul, of course, this is so perfect, simple. It is a big one. A lot of guys that come out of yeshiva, they're stuck in here. Say stuck. It's a good thing to learn here. It's the best way to learn. But for a Balabas, he doesn't learn the whole day, and he only has a little time to convince he's going to find a Chavrusa to learn the Yid. But from my experience, every single person I ever asked, you have a Chavrusa news, how's it going? Not bad, not bad. How many days a week do you learn the Chavrusa? It's supposed to be 5 days a week. And Tachlis? No, we're good, We do this 1 day, 2 days a week. If you're lucky in the beginning, this guy goes so confident, this guy this, that. It's great, but it's not consistent. And people learn after a while And it hurt. So listen, I only do this. I can't do this to kids stuff. It's not for me. And the mice, at the end of the day, they realize when they get fed with nothing, they haven't learned. They didn't learn. Just the Shabbos, I saw a guy, great learner. Didn't open up the safer once. Why? Because you're not used to it. It's not like the prayer, it's not. So Shabbos comes, Shabbos goes. But you get film. You learn every day. You put on film every day. You learn every day. It shouldn't be a thing that you go a whole day without learning Torah. I keep falling behind. That's a big problem. That's why many people miss a daf, and they become discouraged. They miss a three daf. They have a simcha. They have something else going on in their life. And here's the number one trick. The number one trick of ending life is save hundreds, maybe thousands of people to stand the daf, and that is you're gonna fall behind. You are going to miss a daf here and there. It's not a question. It's not a question if, it's a question of when. And it happens. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Daughter gets married. Here they come, a little procedure in the hospital, a little cataract, whatever it is. You're gonna miss a daf. So then what do you do? And the trick is, this is the biggest number one trick. You don't make it up. If you get that into your head, you'll win. If you fight it, because a lot of people fight it, but at the end they come back and say, you know what? I didn't listen to it. I thought I was smarter. I'm a perfectionist, and a perfectionist cannot skip. They call me, hey, I know. I'm also a perfectionist. And I learned it on myself. The only way to be successful and not fall is to skip. And the best way to skip is to write it down, write down which stuff you skip, and see what size for. Because that's one of the beauties of the yoga. All the size for doing this stuff. If you're in Mexico, and if you're wherever you are and want to say Shalom Aleichem to the guys, maybe you have a clip. Or all the Spanish people like to say Shalom Aleichem to them. So they actually say more in the Hebrew, yeah. But they're starting today. It's going to go everywhere. So all Panama workers speak Spanish. I can't even pronounce it. Spain, they speak Spanish in Spain. Oh, and you're right, you're not joking. In Miami. They speak Spanish in Miami. Yes, there's a lot of Spanish speakers there. So that's the number one trick. Great. What are the positives? It's not about the daf, it's about the yoga. Okay, so what does that mean? People say it, people know what it is. It's not about the daf, it's about the yoga. He says that this is probably one of the biggest reasons why the daf changes so many people's lives, and they're writing all these emails on a daily basis because this is so. The daily, the kvios of the 365. It's not what you learn, it's not what you remember, it's not what you understand. It's that you're learning at the Baruch's Torah every single day. No matter what. You're on a trip. You want people say it's the first time in their life when they went on some trip with their wife and they brought a Gemara with them. And they actually, before they went out on a do that day's tour, whatever it is, they learned to daf in the morning. That's what makes a difference. And I'm not saying in Kippur you're learning the daf, and that's official that you're learning the daf. On Shabbos, we had here over 100 people pack up sardines in this room. Every single day, but it's Shabbos 10:30. We're sitting here, and the next year is coming at 11:15, and they're not going to get out here until 12:30. Because every single day you do the daf no matter what. Whether you have a child that day, whether you're making a bar mitzvah, you're doing the daf every single day. It's rituals, and I can't believe it. Please, every single day. I've never known that. Never since I don't do shooting. And if I can do that, I can do a lot of other things, including exercise, including training, including the yoga, start adding little things to your life. You realize it all starts with the daf. And to the new people, you have to understand, it takes time to create a new habit. But once you create a new habit, it takes 40 days, 60 days, 90 days at most. When you get into that habit, nothing in the world will break it. Nothing. A lot of people that come to the night shift here, they don't go to weddings anymore. Unless it's like their own daughter or something like that. They won't go to the wedding. Seriously, they'll go at 10:30 to 3 Everything's like, what's going to be the job? I do it before. I go to the wedding in the morning. I don't know why. The job is a job. The one thing I would discuss that in Zion, and again, not here. I learned here my entire life, including 6 years after I got married. I'm pro here. I'm pro learning from Moshe Tzara. But I'm anti not learning at all. And if this is the best solution that we have, and that works for people that learn here as well. Chaval, that they don't learn from us better. Some people do. But the amount of ideas and new segments, unbelievable. How many people in this room, raise your hand, know what Kaleda is? Kaleda. Did you learn that already? No? Okay, so you know. So if two, three people know. But after my third didn't raise his hand, I know that for a fact he knows what it is. So 4 people in the room, 5 people maybe. You 6 people. Hagrama. You know what Hagrama? Shihia. You know what she is? People say, I know. I kind of know what she is. So just Musagim that we're going to learn today, and on day 1 that we didn't know yesterday. It's Kabbalah. This Torah is so full of ideas and concepts. So you don't do it fast, okay? At least you know it. At least you learned it. And Shemayim, you get to learn it again. You didn't learn this world. Everybody's going to be talking about drama. You don't belong here. You didn't learn it. Come back a different day. All right. The fact that everyone's family, I'm not going to get into it. It's a beautiful thing that people help each other in all sorts of levels. With money, with time, with rides to the airport. People sleep at each other's home. The guy goes to America. He has 100 people loaded. People pick him up from the airport. They show him the time over there. Everyone's family in many, many ways. People help each other learning. They help each other out to see if they're doing the job, doing the shot, talking about Fabusa. It's Mishpacha. And that's not a Mishpacha. It's a Mishpacha that's going to bring Mashiach. Why? Because if you look around in these homes, you look around, everybody knows. The variety of people, from Chassidim to Litvax to AKG, based on G's. A year ago, he didn't know what Nicholas was. He says, Uncle Lewis. And now we finished Chaim Nicholas as a target from beginning to end. Because he's here. And you have Chayalim here. You have Chayalim with guns. Where's your gun, Yosef? He's a rocket scientist. He's seriously a rocket scientist, and he works for whatever. Some of the technology that help fly Israel using with the missiles coming in, missiles going out. But he's a Hashmonaim, and he decided to show him whatever. But we have that, and then right next to him, down the thing, on a daily basis, we have shouting with the zebras. Of all sorts of either like this Carl sitting there comes every single day. Guys that learned, that took Sahara 2,700, 2,200 daf, come every day. What's that like? He's really sincere. Oh, you see it right over here. See my friends. Alright, the kids are, we have children that are 11 years old that aren't really, we'll talk about them tomorrow. We have 90-year-olds, we have all kinds of youth. And we're all friends, we all respect each other at the Siyum, we dance together, and that will bring Mashiach, Be'ezrat Hashem, B'Karo. Hallelujah! Message to Rebellion, MDY Mishpacha. This is in honor of our parents, our children, grandchildren, in honor of a very special day, dream come true. What began in December 2024 with the conversation with Rebellion Stefans, about bringing the parents, Spanish-speaking community into becoming reality. Together with Mayor Franklin, the team of MDY, we work to make this possible today. We begin to pull that base, bringing the share from Shalayim, the Spanish, the Spanish-speaking communities, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Uruguay, Panama, Miami, and beyond. We thank Hashem for allowing us to reach this moment of hope. This is the beginning of something meaningful for many. Moshe Ruki, Markovich, Shikaya, tremendous skills spread Torah around Klal Yisrael. This was Rob on Friday afternoon. Packed like sardines, sitting on the floor, sitting and standing in front of the face over there. Okay, the boy says, here's how he made. We're going to jump into it. First out one of the business coaches, Murray Sold and Leah, as we're Shlema. Future edition MDY shot for the sector. Zev and Yao. So we have a brand new sponsor. It used to be Ronnie and Joey Levy's family, and now this one is Zev and Yao. So this one's a lot of nothing. Then it's so like, Tzvi, Yosef, and Shlomo Yehuda Baba. I'm not sure I said all this every day. Let's see. Eric, the Benedict family, Shkoyach, Daf Beis, John, Rachel, Dalius. The memory of Jackie Dalius, Yaakov, and Harry is a brother of the girlfriend. He sponsors the year. David Solomon, dedicated memory of our married Mesechta. We have fewer Mesechta sponsors this Mesechta, so go quicker. The full bar in front of Pine Street, go in front of Rafa, the Pastor Foundation, Foundation, the consortium, and the alliance, and only do the sport of July Anonymous. I saw written with us, cheating at his back. I'll explain it tomorrow because we're running out of time. If I remember, thank you to Chief Betty. Anonymous for completing for a statement. I read the same from Leah Bas Esther. Calling sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Ari Simons about the sponsor of first time of Murray Park for Miriam. Recent sponsors Moshe and Ruthie Markovich and honor our parents and families proud support of gaming Spanish, reaching Spanish speaking communities and beyond. The sponsors of BYU Europe Ambassador Eisenberg. Gratitude to all of NDY Belgium Papua for an amazing seal. The syndicate Mazel Yosef Stein freshman, 12 years old, that made his fourth seal. He's physical adults. If the children can do it, we can also do it. In honor of Eshikov, 11 years old, who learns about every day. Mazel on your seal. Zadie Ron, in honor of my grandson, Steve Kagan, upon his engagement with Tommy Lipinski. Mazel Tov. One of his sponsors, families, and influence of our Yitzchak, Benso, Gershon, Human Rights, Zipka, Gibraltar, and Shama, and Aliyah. It's a show, social, form, with Yitzchak, Sabazin, who drives his name, and by Mishpach, and all Klal Yisrael. Eddie Grossman, Chaim, Shimon Hirsch, and Zvi Feldman, I'm joining the MDY family. Welcome. President Brian Pressman, Mazel Tov to David Pressman on his seal of Mesechus Menachos. Relations LC, MDY Kid sponsor. As a sponsor, keep a simple and vague on me. And Ruki Yudis Bas Yavachai Omein, David, Harvey Davis, Mazel Yaakov, Olega, Harvey is good perfectionist. On the birth of a grandson, Mazel Tov, and the eye of the man. For Shlema Corona, Taneda Mebeshev Bracha, and for Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, the Fuas Hayela, Daniel Zev Ben Hayela Esther. Boy side, here we go. By the way, soon after just throw it out there, it's a reception of Roy Tata, which people that are from the hugging fast before you start learning some say, because you point on yourself, on your neck, some social stuff, you say, you learn prayer for Mazel Mazel. The best thing is to give a little tzedakah, and Be'ez Hashem, we learn like Tata, and we learn every daf and shas Be'ez Hashem, and if that's redundant for you, a little tzedakah, do that. Does anybody know what schooling Shanatsu of Paris of Kodesh means? Schooling Shanatsu of Paris of Kodesh. I'm sure there's a few people who are a little shy. Another thing we're going to learn today. Another message. So we're going to be talking about Shkita. Not so much as anything, it's general Shkita. So Baruch Hashem, got some nights in. Now I have them in my collection. I want to open up a fresh one I've never. It's almost the same size. This one in the plastic still. It's very scary to do this. But I don't do it for the shears. This is the real deal. This one is 700 bucks. This is another, I don't know, $500. And it goes up from there. You street though. You do street with a knife. Question. Everybody's a question. You do street with plastic knife. Anybody just, if you think not, raise your hand. If you think yes, raise your hand. Yes, plastic, yes, raise your hand. Plastic, you know, raise your hand. Where's everybody? I only see 5 and 5. Again. Everybody has to raise your hand. Don't raise your hand. There's people out there that need your seat. Hold on a second. You ready? No plastic. Raise your hand. No plastic. I see 10, 15 people. No plastic. Yes, plastic. So most of the room says yes, plastic. Okay. Some don't know. If you don't know, raise your hand. The answer is yes, plastic. Why not? You're allowed to use plastic. Don't say anything to play with it yet. Okay. 1 minute. Take time out. You grow your own things. You're trying to up. Hold on a second. Benny, where's my stuff? The pipe. No, it's not inside. Oh. Okay, Rabbi Sai. Oh, watch my table, please. Okay. This Rabbi Sai is the camera. Camera. We have a trachea and a esophagus. How do you say coming in here? As a matter of fact, here in Israel, they take cheese out of the animal, they make air conditioners out of it. There you go. This is what it looks like, exactly. That is tough. So if somebody punches you in the neck, you can continue breathing, because if it was like a muscle, it collapsed. You know, it'd be hard. It'd be like mushing. This one is the esophagus. This is where the food goes down, but it's flexible. It's like a muscle. So when you're looking at the animal, the one behind the other, and shchita means they have to cut right through these 2 pipes. 2 centimeters, 2 pipes. Trachea and take the knife, and you here right now. You're going to first hit this guy, and then you're going to go through this one. That's what we're learning about. Look at my levels. What's bad, what's good, who can do it. How about shaykhim? Anybody can check, even HNG. Anybody can check. What does that mean, anybody? Even a woman can check. Now, what is the question? Why doesn't person say the spirit of blood, the faith? The minute is that they don't check. The message really thinks they check. She doesn't check your foot. Now, if you just look at these words, because this is what we're going to be dealing with, these words we're dealing with today and tomorrow. The first 4 words. I call shaykhim. Anybody can check. So why does it say shaykhim? Anybody can check. Shaykhim check. So I call shaykhim would mean, just pointing out here, because we're going to be saying it over and over. All shaykhim means you look at Kila. Look at Kila means in the first place. Anybody can check in the first place. There's nothing stopping it. Shaykhim is after the fact. It's only present after the fact. In other words, we're talking about 2 different situations. We have to see what they are. The 6 ways to live this mission. Who can not do a shaykhim? Yeshua is bad. He's not bad. He's doing it. He's doing it every day. Yeshua Christ is with us on day 1. He started this year. He went outside and shut people up the street. Including Rabbi Schoenberg on day 1. Who else? Who? I don't know what you're pointing at. I can't see you. Oh, you just drove up the street now. What's your name? normal. So how about it's normal? Great. I go say she doesn't say Chutz Meperes Shoyta V'Gadol. Three people don't have enough daf. A Peres is someone who is a deaf mute, not just a person who is deaf. A deaf mute, Shoyta, is pretty much looking around this room, pretty much everybody here. Besides you, that's a show. Mikaka. And a young child. Do you have any young children here? Is anybody? Oh, here he is. Come here, young child. Tell everybody about how many seconds did you finish? Come. You'll be our first carbon. Exactly. You want to hold this? I trust you. You're not going to try to do anything to me, right? How old are you? 11. So you're puppy, right? You're smarter than what we do. How many doctors do you think you are? 365. Wow. We already did this for her before. How many doctors you been throughout the year? 0. Wow. So you're really a governor in terms of Torah. You know more doctors than many going out there. I mean, not going out there. Going that are above 30. Shkoya. So this guy is a great hands up. Canon with Daniel Trust. Shkoya. Shemi, what's your name again? Once you what? Me? You make a thumbnail like a week ago, right? What are you doing in the back? On the front of the shear, the picture is the thumbnail. Yeah, I know. He doesn't know. Now you know what a thumbnail is? No, not this. Okay, great. How do you say thumbnail in Hebrew? What's up? How do you say thumbnail in Hebrew? Thumbnail. I think that thumbnail. Shema, you're proud to do. Seven of these parents shouldn't probably can't do it. Shema, you have to do a speaker. You mess up the speaker. It's going to be soon pretty much like a favor. We're going to take people that sit in the front of the class, we'll put them in the back. People that behave nicely in the back, we're going to put them in the front. We're not going to switch. We'll do it close to them. So there's a shop at you. So there's another thing that we're going to be discussing. And I want to point it out here in the Mishnah so we see it. It says, so to say, the inshachatu, just pull on because like everybody else besides the people that we just discussed, this is the first thing we got on. The place of shachatu, the hair right now, it's on. One guy, one Eidapple, because Eidapple never see it. Right, he doesn't share it. The shkita's share it. Okay? So we have to see what this means. All the entire Mishnah, it's a short Mishnah, 3 lines, but we don't have a lot of explanation. If there's an Eidapple, there's a witness that saw the shkita, then it's okay. Even though it shouldn't be okay, but if he witnessed it, he's watching it, saw the whole thing, it's good. By the way, Shopsy, it's just, I looked around in my car, I looked around in the shop. There's only 3 volumes left to shop. Thursday, but that's it. The shop is over. Unbelievable. Remind me this is the time for it. Okay? Says the Gemara. I'll show you something. Here, I made a little chart. The words, the 2 first words that they say to means the Hakila. What does the Hakila mean? In the first place. I'll explain what that means. The Shkitas of Sheira means after the fact. One is green, like this person is great, keep on going. And the Diablo is like not the best in the world. What does that mean? So to understand, let me just show you this. It's a promo for Fuller. Very nice promo that our guys do. Good morning, outside. Sorry, it looks like it's closed. The bottle of milk, but it looks like you still pour out of it. It's not a problem. If you pour milk into the chone, bring the duck to life with the second spoon. Okay. So, there's a story that happened, a true story, nice show, where a guy, he dropped some butter in his chone. He asked the rabbi, what's that like? And the rabbi said, it's about going to enough chone that it overcomes the butter in the chone. So then he went, from that day on, for the rest of his life, and he put all the butter in the chone.
Rabbi!
What's that? That's the
So what's up, Mr. Correa?
Can I go put butter
Can you hear me?
in the first place? No. But after the fact, after it happened, you ask Guerrero and say, okay.
Yo, can you hear me? Mr. Aquarius. Can you hear me?
Rebbe, my children is not tasty. Can I put in 2 drops of milk?
Mr. Aquarius.
God.
Maybe it's on my end.
It's a soup.
Yeah. Okay,
Rebbe, I was cooking
that
delicious soup, and by mistake, 2 drops of milk fell in. What do I do? The soup is kosher. Since it already happened, b'diavad, it is batel b'shishi. So I asked the Gemara.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay,
Okay, excellent. How are you? I'm just preparing for this podcast. No, we can play now. I didn't know this was.
I gotta go to the
Every time it says call, it means it's in the first place. Just you can see a bird here. A lot of times you ask somebody, why do you do that? You know, what's up with this thing that you do? He says, everybody does it. Everybody does it. It says, call just because everybody does it. You know, it makes it okay. It's not okay. What is Tamura? That used to be my favorite question to ask people. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ask, what's Hagroma? From now on, we're gonna ask, what's Hagroma? What's Tamura? So everybody that's in MDY for a little bit of time knows. Tamura means that if I set aside a designated animal, I said this animal should be. I'm watching the whole time. He's already sleeping. It's so clear. If you ask a guy in the street that never did that forever, they won't know. Right? 80% of people won't know. Tamura is. Seems like a great thing to do. You have an animal, right, Ellie? Tell me what it is. What is it? Switch an animal for a better one. You have an animal that you said, I'm designating this as an, let's say, as a shtebel, and then I come across a much nicer animal. So it makes sense to create a nicer animal. So you say, This second round is
Okay.
I got the
That's
so it's also the difference both the second animal gets the same exact designation. They look something like this. He feels bad. He feels small. That's why he wants the bigger one.
All right.
So that's the theory, that's awesome. But it says in the Mishnah video, call, everybody can do it. Meaning even some of the inheritance, okay, whatever the finish is. But the bottom line is, it seems like it's easy. So according to what you're talking about, so it seems like, you could do Tumura. Okay, now the Chapila means that you could do it. But Ksiv, it says in the portion of the Torah, you should not switch a good one with a bad one, meaning one that doesn't have a blemish with one that has a blemish. Or we're showing a larger and a small one. The point is, even if it's better, you still can't do it. So that's not a question. Because over there, the Mishnah goes ahead and explains itself. How someone could explain it? Over there it says the reason no child will try to Hamer, not because it's mutter. The subjects are both. It's because if you go ahead and you do it, you'll get Malchus. In other words, the Mishnah explains already that don't say that you should do it, that it's a mitzvah to do.
That's slow motion.
If you do it, you get Malchus. But by us,
You got upgrades. Give it to me.
Says Gemara. So as usual, with that Gemara, learned so many new Musagim. Here's the Musag of Erech. What is Erech? Anybody know? Erech. The Torah says that if somebody looks at somebody else and says, Erech Koi Olai.
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
Mr. Chris, you've got three splits in a row.
No, it's okay. You better go right though. You win, I win. I know, but you're higher than 147. You're okay.
By the way, did anybody pay attention today
Come on.
in
Come on.
Priest and Fire? We're talking about the Lefanachanan. Did not jump out of the car the first time, jumps out. You know what the position are. You know the whole thing. Beautiful. Mine is beautiful.
Not one day.
Let me say a quick story. I forgot to say it during the Home Office. I said it in the past. The famous story, which I forgot to say.
Hey, that is right. That is right.
7 minutes left in the show, so I might as well just say it. Real quickly. Amoretz, that comes from Portugal, comes to show
United States
and the rabbi is talking about this one and they threw the whole thing. So he comes home and tells his wife, I want to be a
They've been waiting. What they say?
So she makes it through Palace and brings it to the smoker.
It's okay. That's still going on.
I want to give you some breads, special for you. Puts them down by the armpit. Comes back for Myra.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Let's get 100. Let's go for that 100. Give me it. Got it. Oh. Oh, but I got 100.
All right.
One day he puts
It's a big score.
Reload. Okay. Where she manifested new boyfriend going on. Okay.
You're the person that puts the two breads there. You should go up every single time.
Right.
Give to my wife. This guy's so rough. The Rabbi yelled at him. He found out it's not Hashanah.
This is crazy. It's crazy.
Lariza sends a messenger to the Rav. It says to the Rav,
That's an excellent spirit. That was
tell
really
your
good.
family that we're going bye-bye. So the Rav says,
Come on. Yay.
Say goodbye. So because Hashem was so happy about this guy bought a tiger.
This is a very difficult. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. That's right. That's right. You got 2. No doubt. Give it to me. Oh.
You got this. You got this stuff.
No doubt.
So again, a person looks at somebody else and he says, I want to give whatever you're worth in the Torah. The Arab in the Torah, live in some English. So you look at this child, and you say, let's take the green collar. Anybody that's between the age of 5 and 20, go down. If he's a Zachar, 20. If he's a Keva, 10. Look at somebody between the age of 20 and 60, most of the people in this room, they're worth 50.
Got it.
50.
No doubt.
7 years, you drop from a 50 to 15. Wow, it's brutal. Okay, so, right. Relatively, she doesn't drop that. She drops from 30.
This game shouldn't even make me do it at this point, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. Oh man, close. I wanted to get cocky there. No. There we go. I needed to be humble.
Okay.
Time to get too big for your britches.
Somebody could say, I want Eli Stefanski. Eli Stefanski is on the blue collar between 2060s or 50. Not because I'm a good slave. That's what the Torah says. The other thing is, you're going to buy slave.
Get it. You must have missed that by a little bit.
And he's nice, muscular, and strong. If he's a schwach, there's a hot belly, the whole thing. He's a little more less.
These 3. No doubt. Get out of here. We got it.
You should do this in the first place. You should say, I want to give them some English like so and so.
Give it to me. Another one. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job to you, Mr. Aquarius. All right. Are you ready?
You would think. If a guy's in shul, it's in his Torah, and he buys Chassan Torah for a lot of money, does he get a mitzvah? So before he pays, does he get any mitzvah? The Ran and Dar says he gets 0 mitzvah, 0 until he pays. You guys are right. You don't get a mitzvah stop to now, what's the chiddush? That also, I said once before, just recently. The Reed says, well, what's the chiddush? That if you don't pay, of course you get a bad thing. Chiddush is, some people think, they hire these people, these professionals to up the bids. So, you think you're doing a great thing. At a dinner or something, bid more. Because they're helping Klal Yisrael, they're helping this institution. No, because you're helping, that's the thing. How about it? I told you I was in a show. I couldn't believe it. In the middle of just a regular week, the guy that got on the wheel, like he's like $18,000. I said, what? I said, wow. The guy next to me says, don't worry, that's nothing. He's the paupers here. Next guy, $18,000 to the show. And another $18,000 to the library. Another $18,000 to this. And the next guy's $50,000. He was crazy. And then I got another that was brutal. She 18 cents. And then I'm not going to say numbers. Don't worry about it. It'll be good. Yeah. Says the Gemara. Tanya, 27 says, Shemi Nozi Kalikor. Meir. Rabbi Yehuda Meir told us that Rabbi Yehuda argues. He says if you make a nether that you're gonna give stuff and you pay, that's great. But the Gemara continues. Now again, there's another thing that everybody in the MDY knows. What's the difference between a nether and a nedava? The dava is dava, and that's in the zoo. So when you say zoo, you're pointing at a particular animal, and you're saying, I'm going to bring this animal as a carbon. What if something happens to this animal? You're off the hook. When you say Arielai, then you're not off the hook. Arielai means I will bring it, no matter what. So review that. I feel review like why do you say Toif means if you make a nether, you pay, it's great. Only when he says zoo. Because then he's not, nothing can happen. Nothing wrong will happen to him. Because worse comes to worse. So that animal move. He's like, I real lie. Like arrogance. I real lie. I take it upon myself. But if you don't pay, it's a bad thing. No good. Okay? So you have a problem. Yeah. Even if you pay, but he said a real lie, right when it says a real lie, I have a problem. Paying later is not the. Says Gemara, the base of the base. Oh, I should really say the sponsor. Turning the daf, sponsored by Daf Global, especially in the financial services. By Murad, first name on Imi Mirasi, Farad Baskhanov, some Sharf of Israel. So now you're telling, so the Gemara says, okay, so Hakol is not Hakil. Hakol is after the fact. But how could that be? It says, Hakol Chayovim, and Hakol Chayovim is Sukkah, Hakol Chayovim is Tzitzis. Everybody's chayv in a sukkah. Everybody's chayv in tzitzis. Tzitzis became a fashion thing in Israel, especially. A lot of kids. And I was shocked and their mom was disturbed. They had a picture that came out of this kid that got somebody worker in a pizza shop got killed. And the killers, Jewish kids, were wearing tzitzis. Two of them were wearing crazy. Hakol chayov in the sukkah. Everybody's chayv in a sukkah. Hakol chayov in tzitzis. Achanami, the lav mechatchila. So now you're telling me Hakol means only after the fact. What? You're not mechuyev l'chachil. You don't. In the first place, you don't have to go in a sukkah. You don't have to wear tzitzis if you have four corner garment. He says, no. Chayovim look at me. It says Hakol chayovim. Yeah, when the word Hakol goes together with the word chayovim, chayav you're chayav. Then of course you're chayav in the first place. Tell me Hakol soymchin echad ha'anoshim. They take out the word anoshim. You just learned that a woman is not chayav in smicha. What's smicha? So when you bring a carbon, you put all your body weight on the carbon's head. So everybody should do smicha, even somebody that inherits. It's a possible. You should do smicha. Says Gemara. Okay, fine. I give up. You proved to me that Hakol Soymcha means you should do it in the first place. We proved before that Hakol Soymcha is not in the first place. So what is it? Or Hakol Soymcha is in the first place, but there's other places that's not in the first place. So what is it? Sometimes Hakol means the first place, sometimes it means after the fact. So as the Gemara, Hakol the Hakol, we might do Hakil with the Tichila. You say in Yiddish, I don't know, at least I used to say in Yiddish. That's the Hanoko, the Fetch the Kasha. You ever heard this line? In Yeshiva, they used to say. You make a Hanoko, yeah, you heard it? Is that how you say it, or you say it differently? Something like that. Yeah? Say it. Okay, good. The Matzah Hanoko, you're making an assumption, and then you ask me questions. Don't make an assumption, don't ask questions. You made an assumption in our mission that Hakol Shaitin means in the first place. And then you ask me a question, but the Hakol Shaitin, Hakol is not. But the feel it is. Well, I called out right the feel diction up. You asked me a contradiction within the first four words. A contract means in the first place. So then why do you say Kushki doesn't share up? It means only the Evan. No, maybe in our Mishnah, contract means the Evan, and then it fits right in to the words right after it. How about showing them only after the fact? Kushki doesn't share after the fact. Dilma, the Evan, no diction up. I know. Kushki doesn't share it actually. Because of the wording, I had a major problem with the word. The Kodesh doesn't share the Eved. The second part of it is doesn't share means that it's only after the fact. Then the first words, it can't be, we're going just back to these words, right? It can't be that Shkidosim Sheri means B'di'evet, and Akol Shoytim means B'di'evet. Why? Then why is the mission repeating itself? How did they have a doubling? So for that, we have an answer. Now what? Akol Shoytim means one thing, and Shkidosim Sheri means another thing. They're two different stories. And there's 6 different ways to learn it. We're going to learn 1 or 2 today. I was going to tell you a story, but it's going to have to wait tomorrow. Put the story right over here. Great. Shot number 1. For somebody who's coming, you become coming by touching the person, by touching the mouse, by touching somebody who himself is an avaturno, he's coming himself as a zov. Come coming. A person who's coming can perform shkita. Why? Because we're talking about chulin. He's not going to be somebody. He's a shaykhah. Like every shaykhah today, he's coming. They chef all day long, even though they're coming. What's the problem? So the first words of the Mishnah, Kol Shaykhim, is the Chatkil is talking about somebody who's coming. But what's the Kiddush there? There's no Kiddush. Oh, the Kulim Shenasu Ataras HaKiddush. We're talking about something special. No more second shots, Rabbi Yisrael. Kulim Shenasu Ataras HaKiddush. What does it mean? There are people who, wow, it's late. I'm sure that's Israelis, but it's the first day of Purim. You can't rush. There are people who, because they want to eat a carpet coming up, shlomo, whatever it is, they want practice. So what do they do to get practice? They pretend every time they shut the animal, they pretend that it's kosher. They pretend it's a carpet. So they say everything I am makbid on chulin that should be like a carpet. So what's the problem? Problem is because somebody chulin shenatzu ataras hakodesh. Typically speaking, there's enough lights. But because you accepted upon yourself such a chumrah, sometimes when you accept upon yourself something that's mutter, right? You said this thing should be awesome for you. Why did you do it? Because you want to become public. You want to refrain from doing something that you could, but you don't. You want to give yourself extra kedusha. That's how you give yourself kedusha. The Rambam says the person that does that, he becomes kaddish like the Shekhinah. What does it mean? It says in the passage, it's kaddish them, v'yitzim goyim, ki kaddish ani. Ani Hashem Elohim. You become kaddish when you give yourself, when you're pirish from things. So he's pirish. And he holds that when you do that, you have to treat it like kachim. Nevertheless, in other words, if you're kameh, you can't check something in the base when you're kameh. Cover for sure now. So I would say that if you're kameh, you can't check the chulin. You can't go to the regular shlachlis and bar from your stuff. But you could. As long as the Gemara is going to say, as long as the knife is long. What are you trying to say? The words over there just came out like that. As long as the knife is long. Because I'm going to should die to get Kodesh Dam. Can't say the word, so. How does he do it? Because he can't touch it. Maybe Sakin Aruka. He brings a long knife up. You want to put it in? You know how to do this? And do this one now. Sakin Aruka. Wow. Sakin Aruka. You stand from a distance. I'm Kobe, I chef like this from a distance. Rings should go up to that cup, man, no? There's a limit. There's a limit to what I'm asking to do. He's only has that's because the place go. Case of the voice. So what do you do? Shouldn't touch the bus. So that's the Chatmila. I could go on Kame, I could go first part of the Mishnah, first two words of the Mishnah is talking about I'm Kame, but I want to chef, so I use a long knife. Look at the first place. But when it's a korban, it's kodesh, then the Yevet, well, I shouldn't chef. Shema Yigim and Basar, they have to be makbid because I might touch. If I did it, and then I go ask the rabbi after the fact. Well, even barely, she never got there. No, for a fact, I didn't touch. She thought like Shira, Chutz, Perish, or the Cotton, that people can really, everything, David, Namilo. Besides, that's what the Mishnah continues to say, that Perish, show the Cotton. Someone that doesn't have Das, then they cannot. Why? Shema Yishu. Because maybe they will pause. They'll cut, and pause. Now, I just want to show you this video real quickly. This artist, this Shachar, took from the actual. He took from an actual footage. You see those guys? They were real. I told him there's no more making it look that bad. If you have AI, you can fix it. It's going to make you look like that. Okay, so anyways, the Gemara tomorrow is going to ask if the knife is metal, so the metal becomes tame, and then the what? Oh, that's the amount of people that are waiting outside. Unbelievable. Okay, so let's hurry up here. Okay, so now Rabbi Isai, we're just going to go through this real quickly because a Chayr Shod V'Katan could do something bad. They could do something called the Shema Yidrusu. Yidrusu means they'll take the knife and push down instead of cutting back and forth, instead of back and forth. Don't worry, Ali. They push down. That's so good. What's the next one? The Shema Yachlidu Chalaba. So very cool. If you take a knife and you cover the knife with a scarf and you chef the animal, that's Chalaba, according to one shita. In other words, you're covering the knife. What you do here in this case, and this is according to everybody, is if you're able to put the knife in between the kun and the vesha, and then you chef, that's Chalaba. Why? Because it's being covered by one of the simanim. You're able to stick it into the neck of the animal before you do shvita. So the neck is covering the knife, and then you turn the knife and shot. No good. Yeah, got it? So hold on. What do we have here? Trachea, veshet. That's regular shvita. Wow, beauty. That's chalava. In between, this is drisa, pushing down. That's bad. Bad. This is bad. You don't want to go down. You want to cut. slice. And this would be shehiyah. What's shehiyah? Cut and then stop. Oh, what? I don't know what happened over there. Okay, that didn't look like shehiyah. Okay, we gotta talk to him about it. So says the Gemara, Bekulon shishachatu ahaya. So then the continuation of the Mishnah. That if people saw somebody who said that Eidach has watched the whole thing, what is he talking about? By the way, get this right. We're going to do this about 6 times. These same words, these 30 words, tomorrow, over and over and over again. It says that anybody, we talk about, here we go. Chutz b'cheresh shoytach b'kadam. And then it says a second later, b'chutz shachatu b'cheresh rono. So if there's one person that watched, then it's okay. Is it going on the cheresh of the kadam? It can't be, because that's not how you write it. You're right. Chutz b'cheresh shoytach b'kadam. V'im shachatu, not v'kula. V'im, and if these 3 people that you just mentioned on top, that's how you should write it. You jump them with Baila. Hello. Either Machar Shadribada or Alokai. You jump them with Baila. You should say V'im, not V'kula. Hello. Maybe he's talking about the person who's coming and he's shifting, not outside of the English, he's not shifting in front of it, just regular Kula. I'm shifting. We just established those are the first 2 words in the Mishnah. But if you do this in the first one, well, I'll tell you perhaps talking about somebody who's coming, he wanted to do this in English. But you also said that if he knows that he for sure didn't touch the animal, if the shofar himself says it, that's good enough. So why do you need somebody to witness that he's okay? Says Gemara, because it's talking about the lesser command in the Shalom. He ran away. We can't reach him. So if somebody else comes along and says, I saw that it was okay, he didn't touch it, then it's good. Says Gemara, I tell him, Dashim, I'm gonna after him, also after. I tell him, Dashim, I'm gonna after. What you tell me, our Mishnah is telling us the big kiddush of somebody who's coming and he can't shepherd him some English, but if he didn't touch, it's okay. Ma'azim after we had this Mishnah in Zvachim, Kalapsum, Shishapadu, Shkidazim, Shera. Shechita cherub bizarim, because shechita is good by just Yisrael. But Nashim, you see, it says before a woman could do shechita. Uva avadim ubetmeim. It says before in the Mishnah, Tamei could do it. V'afil v'tochi kedoshim, even with the carbon. But we've actually been running the bus as long as they don't touch it. So it's not in our Mishnah. So over there it's not. So it's more hafneiker. Over here we're talking about shechita. So here's the main thing. Chasimai come a sharp soon, come down and come in Doshim. Over there, it's their Tagav, just mentioned it because we're talking about other tools that we put in the coming as well. Anybody say, we should remember this for tomorrow as well because we will bring it up again. Hasa Maker. Zvachim is the number 1 place. Because we're talking about touching, we want to say that somebody's coming should not check touching. Zvachim is about touching. Over here, it's their Tagav. We're talking about Chulin, coming Chulin, so it mentions also someone who's coming with Dashim. A boy side, have a good golf, a wonderful day. Yishkoyach for coming. Be'ezer Hashem, we're all going to finish the Masechta together. Agutim.
Merit the Schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDLSponsor.com is sponsored MDL.com. So you woke up, she woke up the next day, you guys wake up Saturday morning, Saturday, yeah, you didn't even wake me up last night. You're like, yeah, my buddy invited me for a drink. She's like, you could have gotten that drink so you didn't fucking wake me up, and then you broke up because of that.
Well, no, what happened was I said, oh yeah, my cousin called me. He said, want to go down to have drinks? And I didn't. I said, no, I'm not gonna go. And she got mad at me because she's like, yeah, what you were gonna do. And I fucking flipped out.
Why'd you flip out?
I just flipped out because I knew she was insinuating that
I can't picture you being mad when you do it without even thinking about it. Can you really get mad and show us? Wow, this is like gay Tony Soprano. I've always wondered what gay Tony Soprano would be like. Woke up this morning, Valentine's Day, girlfriend was mad at me.
we'll be fine. Gave drugs,
Schizophrenic brother. You ever give compassionate masturbation to your schizophrenic brother? Have you ever heard of that?
That's a scary concept. No, I've caught him masturbating a couple times.
What'd you do when you caught him?
Nothing. I just like
Faster, harder. Come on, finish already.
we call that an assist.
There you go. That's on character. Funny in the moment. Funny. There you go. Good timing on that. Forrest Gump. Back. Dave, anything else we need to know about you before we let you go?
That's gonna be it, I think. Yeah.
Fun times, good jokes. I think with an audience, that puppy mill thing about abuse, smart, funny approach.
At first it was kind of a little touchy.
Yeah, at first,
I was getting nervous. I mean, I've been on the road with another name before, but that Lord, I was wanting to do
There you go. This is a version of it.
a version of that now.
To get closer. There you go. Thanks, Sarah, everybody. I get knocked down. I get out again.
Chad, what do you think? My life here is different. You know, like if it looked like this, like red to the economy seemed right the fuck down and all the friends laughed and all this shit now. Just whatever. You know, remember that's only one aspect of my life. But this first time my partner's a mechanical shop and music motion. So I can look building cars there. Like I had Tigers fucking bass smokes.
Tired of this long shit. It's been months without a decent school shooting. When I was a little kid, I thought it was cool, so I told my dad. Like a good Christian man that he is, he sent me to church for conversion. And it must have worked because I figured out I was straight after the priest lost his ring in my ass. To this day, when I fart, it smells like I farted. I lost my anal beads. I miss them so much. Without them, I feel empty inside. I consider myself a pretty sexually guy, sexually gay. I'd fuck just about anybody, except for corvettes. I hear they all have PTSD. I'm a cancer survivor. I dated one for almost a month. I killed myself. I don't care what they say about cancers. There you go, Zach Bogan. That's a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine. Hey, I never understood a single word he said, but I felt in his mind. Yeah, step back from that ledge. We just were. All right. Zach Bowkins, welcome to the show. Is your first time on, or have you been on before? No, it's my first time. Well, I know. There you go. Look at this. Dreams are coming true. A lot of people that signed up many times never had a chance of getting on or getting on. Welcome and welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? This is my second time. Second time ever doing stand-up, and you signed up tens of times? I have, yes. So how come you didn't go to any other mics or anything? Well, I used to work a lot, but where you work? Malibu at a restaurant. Oh, nice. Malibu has great restaurants. Which restaurant? Paradise Cove. Oh, yeah, Paradise Cove. Yeah, big fan of Paradise Cove. Is Paradise Cove the one with the deck outside with the seagulls that come up? Yeah. Like fishing wire? Yeah, the seagulls definitely attack. Saw a lady. There's a whole glass of red wine over that balcony. There's a trailer, like a trailer park right in front of it. That's where I think Woody Harrelson or something weird like that. Woody Harrelson, another Buckeye from Columbus, Ohio. I've seen Nick Nolte in that. Really? Where are you going to Paradise Cove? They have a third one or something like that? I go there once every 9 years. I'm the Borwin on the show. Venmo at Jeremiah Dash Watkins. I'm a little bitch boy. Hello. This is what you want from me. Coming right ahead. Hello. Wait, back to you. Well, how's that your Venmo? I thought you were Teddy Bassett. It's a charitable donation for orphans that I know. At Jeremiah Dash Watkins, the little bitch. Oh, you hit the little bitch part of it? No, parentheses, right? The little bitch in the description when you're paying him $20. Look up the song I Need You on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Back to you, Johnny. Okay, Zach. So, you've only done stand-up twice. When was your first time doing stand-up? It was at the beginning of March at MI's West Side. Okay. This March? Yep. Okay. Great time to start. Heck yeah, absolutely. How long have you lived in LA? Where are you from? New York. Originally, I've been in LA for like 7 years. Upstate New York? No, oh, very nice. What made you move to Los Angeles? The weather, mainly, and just, weed. Life is a lot better out here. How old are you? 25. 25? That's good. How long have you lived out here? 7 years. 7 years? That's great. You know, you were 18? Just about. Yeah, that's awesome, man. How'd you end up making that move at such a young age? I saved money or something? Yeah, one-way flight for $300. So, how about sleeping? What did you do after you landed? I moved in with my mom. Oh, you got a mom out here. That changes things. Yep. Same. What does your mom do? She works in management for a hotel. Yeah. Okay. You close with her? Really? No. Where does she live? What part does she live? Westport. Okay. So you don't know where your mom lives? No, I probably should. Do you know where your dad lives? Yeah. You have two dads? I've got two dads, not gays, but two dads. Where are they at? Portland? No, I got one in Virginia and one in Portland. Your biological dad's in Portland? That is correct. I can tell. You look like you would try to storm a federal courthouse. And you look Portland energy's beaming off of you. Have you ever protested or rioted in any way in your entire life? You ever go to the Occupy movement? No, I didn't do that. All my protests were internal. Like what? What are some of your internal protests? I used to be an emo kid. Yeah. I don't know if you can tell. I don't wear it on my sleeve. No, I get a little bit of punkabilly, like is that the word? Rockabilly. Get some rockabilly vibes from you. You play any instruments? Do you have any special skills or talents? Yeah, I'm a tattoo artist. I'm a tattoo artist. So, okay. What's your favorite tattoo? On myself? Yep. Is that an arm unit there on your elbow? That's both that. Oh, okay. Probably this shoulder chrysanthemum. Hell yeah. That's fun. Tattoos are fun. How about your biggest, most favorite tattoo? When I was learning how to tattoo, I tattooed X-Wing tattoo Star Wars on my shin. Sitting on my carpet, just going at it
After the coronavirus hit? Yeah, that makes sense. No better time to kill Asian people than when they're killing us. Am I right? People! No, isn't that disease? And the crowd goes wild. Zach, you ever been arrested? For what? Gang while using the subway. Or my vehicle on the train while you got me arrested. Wow, you're the subway. Yeah, it's the subway bandit over here. Ain't a badass. One time I stole a football. I didn't do anything bad. How about the other two times? Once was I put on the seat on the subway. Once for not paying a toll. There was a bunch of shit. Turned into a werewolf. One time I tied a woman in the subway. No, I never got caught for that. You don't remember the other two times you got arrested? They were all on the train. Because there were tons of police on the train. Wow, that's right. She was. Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brothers reminded me of this past week when I hung out with them before a quick barbecue. When I first moved to LA, I once took my bicycle down on a train many years ago, 15 years ago, and they tried to give me the ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. So they're like, you fucking stop. And then they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big rigmarole. I'm like fucking 19, 20 years old at the time. And they're like, we're gonna write you a ticket. Give us your ID. I'm like, I don't have an ID. They're like, okay, well, give us your information. And I immediately realized that I could lie, right? But I'm like halfway through the thing, lying about my information for this ticket. I had already said Tony Mitchell, and they're like, give me your address. And I was halfway through lying, so I got all the way to, they're like, what city do you live in? I'm like, Burbank. They're like, what's your zip code? And I'm like, fuck, I only know, the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code. So I told them 90210. And they didn't even fucking blink at it. They were so excited to give me a ticket at work. I know, fucking train police. You could lie the whole time, dude. It's on the whole time, dude. Has anybody ever told you that you look like the Green River Killer? Ryan J. Who's that serial killer? BTK. No? Yeah. Not that picture. That one over there. No, not that one. Dennis Rader. Yeah. Give Dennis Rader energy. Have you ever thought about killing anyone? We've actually had a murder on the show before. Same energy as Steel. It's funny. He reminds me of Bruce Timm. Very Clark Kent. That's what I was Clark Kent with this touch of rockabilly. I'm not going to push anybody off the balcony, but stay away from second floors. He actually threw her. Did he really throw her? I believe all of it are. I mean, I was going to say, the sportscaster. Quite an opportunity there. All right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody. Yeah, where he said, but I help him sip his wine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that part of the night where we bring up a regular who I absolutely adore. This man did a great job doing the show with me this past week. It was a big, crazy show at a drive-in. It was a drive-in comedy show. I did a lot of fun times. And Jeremiah Justin Johnson did some time. I love this man. Very funny. He's going to make fun of me. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas with a brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
I don't care funding. I've got a podcast to be on, so I can't talk.
All right, no problem, bro.
Not only do you tone your thighs and your ass, but you got the rocket motion going on when you hit. You can reach new levels of pussy. I'm tired of skinny guys thinking that they fuck better than fat guys. Like, it's impossible. I got 300 pounds of pressure coming behind my dick. How do you fuck better than me? Pressure makes diamonds, bitches. There's a reason we have PSI. I'm tired of girls getting with me and complaining about being on top. Like, do you trust these arms over you in the missionary position?
There you go. Hey.
These minutes are long as fuck with no audience.
No, you're doing good, man. You're doing good. You believe that, though? You believe fat guys fuck better than skinny?
I'm Rabbi. Yes. How are you, Hercules? I'm well, thankfully. Hi, Sue. Hi, Paul. Absolutely. As ready as I'm going to be. Oh, thank you so much, Sue. Okay, thank you for telling me that. I sincerely appreciate that. Yeah, so, all right, how about now? Thank you. That's correct. More than 4 years. We're approaching 5 years, and we will hit that this fall. And we are in talks with that Guinness World Record achievement. We have to have it basically crowdsourced to be able to verify everything. But I have been in talks with the good people at the Guinness World Record organization. So hopefully sooner rather than later, we will have everything official. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, your audience all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already, and I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by some projects that build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. And I have many of the same interests that you all do. I enjoy talking about futurology, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, certainly things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, even things like Santa Claus machines, basically replicators, 3D printers of anything that you may be able to imagine. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you. Oh boy, all of those are certainly of interest to me. I would like to, if possible, talk about the transhumanism a little bit, if I may. The idea that we are evolving as a species from your traditional Homo sapien into something different. And the idea would be perhaps that we may be able to use life extension technology to extend the average life of an individual from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, different types of therapies, and really moving into a world where perhaps in the future we may have the opportunity at mind uploading technology where, with someone's consent, we'd be able to scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you all is that we may be moving into a world of digital immortality, and I'd love to know everyone's thoughts on that. Go ahead, Hercules. That's absolutely a valid thought. Many people hold that view, and I think it's pretty common. Absolutely. For our new friends who have joined, I posed the question to the room that we may be moving from a traditional Homo sapien existence into a transhumanist future for those of us who may want to explore that, where an individual may have the opportunity to live much longer than the average life expectancy that they may have had at birth, and the opportunity to perhaps be able to upload their mind into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, of course, with their consent. And they might be able to change bodies into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. And I was posing to the room, what are your thoughts on this? Does anyone here reject this idea? They want to live a standard life until perhaps age 80 or so, and then they're done? Or are there people who are open to the opportunity to perhaps extend life much further than 80, 100, 120 or longer? Absolutely. That's also a common view that probably most people have at this time, especially because the technology is unproven. It's a perfectly understandable position to take. Absolutely.
It's an excellent point that's raised. And how do we support such a system? Is it only for the haves? I appreciate Peace bringing up that piece of media. It sounds quite interesting. And I think that she raises an excellent point, multiple excellent points in regards to how this is going to be rolled out. Will it be, will, my big thing with it, because I do think we are heading towards this future, is consent. If you don't want this, if you want to be one of the uglies, so to speak, I that's such a harsh term. But if you want to be more of a naturalist or organic, so to speak, I think you deserve that right. And I think that this transhumanist movement is coming in different phases. There are some people who say that we're already there because through vitamins and different types of supplements, artificially, we're able to improve our lives. Other people may say that it begins when we start to have different devices inside of us, like pacemakers or perhaps artificial limbs. Other people may say it starts when we start to use reverse aging technology to perhaps prolong our lives. And then we're moving into the world of perhaps consciousness uploading, and then truthfully, who knows what occurs after that. So I do think it happens in different phases. I'm definitely an advocate that it should be with someone's consent, and none of this should be forced on anyone. And I would like to think that we'd be able to live in a world where people may be able to get along between the pretties and the uglies, if we want to use that terminology, or between those of a transhumanist mindset and those perhaps of an organic mindset. I may be maybe naive in thinking that we may be able to do that, but some people may say that we're already at that level to some extent with people who can afford better nutrition and better medical care. One other thing I'd like to say about what Steve said, another great point is that these types of discussions are opening up new aspects of certainly economies. How do we support this type of system? Do we need some type of universal basic income? Uh, what happens with different contracts in terms of a lifetime agreement or getting married for life till death do us part? That kind of idea. Well, is there a death? If there is no death, or it can be extended or delayed, so to speak, for a long period of time, how does that change civilization? And I think we're probably at the early steps of these types of discussions, but it is something that the next generation and following generations are going to have to definitely consider because, as I all think we agree, we are moving towards this type of a future. It's an excellent point. Yes, so this is known as life logging. Other people call it live streaming. I do want to say, Paul, I don't want anything inserted in me, and I think I probably have some allies with that in this room. I would maybe be open to a cap that has been developed, like a swim cap, perhaps, but I don't want to be the first person to try it. I want to make sure that it works on many other people before I want to be an example. And additionally, I certainly want to be able to remove it at any given time. What worries me with brain computer interfaces, the Neuralink system, is that these cannot be removed. What happens if they become damaged? What if there's water issues? What if the battery, has issues? Sue mentioned this and Peace mentioned this. The fear that I have, that I know we all have, of having my memories, my ideas, my personality stored off site where it can be manipulated. These are all fears that I have alongside all of you. So, to Paul's point, yes, it would make my life a lot easier to be able to have a smart contact in so that people could view my life from a first person view. And I'm okay with that. Smart glasses, I'd be fine with that so long as I can remove them. And I have the freedom to do that. It's predictive programming. Peace is absolutely right. And I must say that, especially after the Edward Snowden whistleblowing around 2013, for those who may not be aware or in the audience, essentially, Edward Snowden was a contractor for a government contractor and understood that the United States was not directly spying on its own citizens, but was using a program called PRISM and the Five Eyes that was basically United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to spy on each one of their citizenries and then share that information together. And as this became apparent, I knew about it beforehand. Those in the know knew about it beforehand, but this was the first time this was really made public. And then the arguments were being made that your camera is always on, your microphone is always on. The idea of Alexa and Hey Google and all of that kind of stuff is spying on you in many ways motivated me to say if they're going to always be spying on me in one way or another, then I'm going to embrace it and I'm going to put my whole life on camera. And at least it gives me a platform to be able to discuss some of the things that these interesting topics that we're having and to archive it for the future. Because even if was not someone who was not live streaming my life, we know somehow, somewhere, this information is being stored in a large data center, and it may not be available to the public, but it's available to someone, and that's quite a major fear of I would say society in general. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my social media there. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24/7 to have these types of discussions, but also to help people through any issues that they may have. If you ever feel that you're alone, I'm here for you. I want to help you. I want to add positivity to your life. And you can view my life from multiple streams 24 hours a day on YouTube by typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. Thank you. Who's there? Who's that? Absolutely. Thank you. I love the conversation. Yes. Thank you. That was fun. Is there anything you would have done differently? Um, no, I mean, I didn't talk that much, so I can put my name on it, but consistent. What did you think of, let's just say Peace, because like she was the one who really thought, Peace, if you ever see this, a lot of people are going to have a lot of respect for you, and I have respect for you. And that way of living, like, I think people will say, why weren't we more like Peace, like 50 years from now, or even 10 years from now? And that people will be like, hey, I'm going to live that kind of a life. And she might say to you, Rabbi, do you want to live that kind of life? Be like, if I could be comfortable, yeah, I'm cool with that stuff. Comfort's the big thing. And I think she would understand that. Nobody wants to be uncomfortable per se. Would you have said anything differently? I would have tried to remember Booz Allen Hamilton. But are you happy that you did that stream? Yep. Anything you would have changed? Yeah, Booz Allen Hamilton. Is there anything you didn't like about the conversation? No. Did you like all those people? Absolutely. They all seemed like people out with them. I could have commonalities. No one was really mean. The person who's probably most vocal with Peace, but I didn't disagree with really in like maybe super particular things, but like I generally understand what she's saying. I respect it. Would you have let's name something? It was good. All those people were really nice. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Do you wish you could have just gone into your spiel? Yeah, I always do. I always I hate to say
I always wish I could talk about what I do. Did you like your background? Yeah. Are you happy with how that looked? Yeah. Oh, shit.
got 300 pounds coming behind this truck. What you mean?
I know, but it's not really. I mean, like, I don't think they need that much.
It depends on what type of fat guy you are. Red Man probably don't fuck with his full force.
Right now, what are you like? I've asked thousands of people on this show. I've never asked you, what is your move in the business? Well, I like to bring a lot of food in. Oh, we know that. And my bike. I think the way, I don't think there's much. I think it's, you have a fatter dick if you're fatter, for sure. Your dick's fat. So, we know that's not. No, it's true. When I lost weight on my dick, too. Did it come back when you regained it? Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick had, the markings, stretch marks on it. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because, like, my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown, and it has like these white, like spaghetti veins on it. Oh, God.
Good morning, rap boy side. נשמע עשינו Spotify live from St. Anton in Austria. Can't believe I'm saying this. Live from Austria, you know. But Pinchas Stefanski, my grandma's from Austria, you know that, right? Fisher. And this Pinchas brought a son and a son-in-law. What's your name again? Son-in-law? John's right. Where do you live? So what? Oh, the ganze Besprechung moved to America. You stayed there. Do you have any kids in the Schweiz? Okay. Beautiful. On the boys' side, it's a gewaltige time here. We had a great day today. The place up there were out of control. That is overwhelming. We went to this place called Zugspitze, something like that. Zug. Zug, like a bar. Zugspitze. Zug. It's a Z, so it's yeah. It's in Germany, top of Germany, highest point, overlooking these beautiful lakes in the place up there in Monmouth. We're above everything, and look at that. And these like little paddle boats and little, people just enjoying themselves. Really great. We spent almost the whole day on top over there, going to different places and just looking. And there was the ice from glaciers. And the boy said the food here is also a little bit out of control. Gosh, this is out of control here. A great chef, great pastry chef. Okay. He says he sees a chayal learning, but we know what this is. Okay. For our new Gemara, give me the Gemara for a second. Show the island, the official edition Gemara, the MDY Gemara, Banana Gemara. These are the new sponsors that Israel Schwartz, Ben Kiss, Speak Jacob, Jimmy Schoner, Larry Rosenberg. I haven't heard from him in a while. Yossi Willig, Eva Palmer, Sal Fisher. Moshe's famous son, Moshe Darren, Sheva Edelstein, Moshe Zared, Moshe Zared, Israel Gitti Rappaport, and by the Shadach, which we read the Shidduch today. Remember that one? Daniel Yeager, Shkach, all these people who donated a daf. It's going to be in the Gemara, basically. And you should know next cycle around is going to be better because we're just getting better. We hired new people, new artists. So Be'ez Hashem, the upcoming editions are going to have many, many more pictures. The girls that have one picture per Amud. And Kumtzarain, 40 people showed up from Eretz Yisrael today on the chartered plane just to this program. So we had a bunch of people that are coming in, they're streaming in lot. Love this. Guy utilizing his time. Bart Foreman, downtime is daf time. This is not working. Happy 50th birthday to Felix Katai. Months in New York, started with daf Pioneer's dad days at 10 years old. You believe that? 10 years old. His father was at the Shabbaton for sure, one, maybe even all of them. This is an article. Oh, this is for you guys, the Swiss people. Article in the Swiss paper, something you guys have over there. What is that? Does anybody read it? This is like the Haredi paper. How do you know? Interesting. So, one thing I gotta tell you, it's unbelievable. I mentioned, almost like in passing, not about, I showed us a shop that we're doing a Shabbaton for the Israelis, those who live in Israel, to be for anybody around the world, really. We're taking the entire hotel, the Real Hotel on the Dead Sea, down in the entire hotel. I mentioned it one time. All the rooms sold out, besides the upgraded rooms. So I think we have like maybe 50 rooms left, if anything, which is goonish. I mentioned it once, we didn't advertise, but I feel bad. So I guess the Israelis are very into it. A bunch of Americans are looking into it, they want to fly in. It's going to be a great time. This year we're not doing a Shabbaton, I don't think. I think we're doing an English Shabbaton. It doesn't look like we're doing one. 90% chance of it not happening. Instead we're doing Simashas, etc. So maybe that's why there's excitement. The official edition of MBY Shas, you just saw it, the Masechet Sfarim is Yal Sholach, the Perek by Ilan and Mary David Vici that are coming to Shabbos, the Nishmas Shai Ben Aaron, and the Chavit Tikkun Abraham. The afternoon Zion, Nisim Akilov, in honor of that Akilov family. Thank you. By David Salomon, the Masechet sponsor, the regular Masechet sponsored, by David Salomon, dedicated memory of all the Mary Shmuel Baruch, Ben Trying to Dodge from the Bracha. This year, the Masechet sponsored by the Polish family, also coming for Shabbos, and gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance, and all they do to support MDY. It's amazing. A father brought his son, Moshe, from Yerushalayim to here for Shabbos, because his son has done a bunch of daf with us, and his son is like 11 years old. And the son convinced the father to do daf, so the father said, here, you have, I want to say, 3 kids that schlepped their fathers to Shabbos. One of them is Azriel, that kid, that 10-year-old kid that comes to the shir, schleps his father twice a day. His morning, evening is crazy. Anonymous has something with you guys from this lady, Chief Benny. Shmono was just there for clean out stuff and knockouts from our children are made. Anonymous was really from Shteman or Jim Beleva Sesta, Yemen Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha. Multi sponsors, Anonymous, Nishmas, Yonatan Nathan Ben, Mordechai Zev, Akpayan, Zipro Bracha. The Tzviz, Nishmas, Yonatan Nathan Ben, Mordechai Zev, Akpayan, Zipro Bracha. Multi sponsors, Ayi Simon, and Sishman, Abimari, Premier, Anonymous. The same for Ruben Ben Yunus and Abram Shayat and Slavic Very Amen. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish year sponsor, a big reinforcement with their close friend, Naftali Hertz, and Kaya, Pesia, should have reinforced Lema. Daily sponsors, Alex and Rachel, Rachel Katz, and Rachel Katz, the 17th birthday of Azriel Katz's great grandfather, Mordechai Eliezer Yuka Ben, Ze'ev, Zerona, the Rafa, MDYR. Month, Shlema Mordechai Ben Esli, Zayel Daniel Ze'ev Ben, Ayala, Esther. My boy Sai, believe it or not, we are holding. Oh, just show you real quickly the TiVo. It's beautiful. We have 35 satellite locations around Eretz Yisrael. It's just amazing. Some of them are larger than others, and some of them are already in the 40-50 range. So incredible. I'm not even show this. Looks like a poster. I'll show you the picture. Here. Look at this. Mamish looks like a poster, but it's a video. I'll show you in a second. Screensaver. We're holding the afternoon Zion with Aleph on top. I don't know how far we're going to get, but this is an ace that we're holding because of these long dapping. Once again, we have a very geschmackig, easy daf, typical of Elu trophies. We're talking about different treifas that you have in chickens and birds. The Shtabur Aglel, the Mishnah says that if the feet break, then the chicken is okay. Nishtabru gapel, nishtabru ragla. These are elu treifos that are kosher. These are elu chairs, not treifos. Ahud sino the mikure the asin kamed rov. There's a basket full of chickens that had broken legs, and they came to Rava. Says the Mishnah, that broken legs, kosher. So Rava checked the Tzomis Hagidim. So Rav Oisai, we're going to learn about Tzomis Hagidim like you've never seen it before. Here it goes. So first we'll start with the pictures, then we'll move our way into video like you've never seen it. This is from the Coalition book. I'll show you here. Tzomis Hagidim is in this area, more or less. It's also in the leg, the yellow part. It's tendons. We're going to learn that there's 16 strands. 16. 11 on one side, 5 on the other side. Check this out. There's a person, I love this picture from Kal Hashem. Person sticks his finger underneath it to make sure that nothing snapped. Now, check this video out. We have, in addition to all our amazing artists that we also have somebody that no one in the world has. His name is Ravron Weissfish from Manchester. He's kind of coughing, and he gives us great videos and pictures. Check this out.
This is the chicken, yeah? I'm going to show off what the Tzomis Hagidim are. This is where the shake is. We're going to cut in the leg. Try to find the kid. If you go here, 16 kids. 3 on this side, 5 on the outside. You can see this should be. Even if this one of them is snap, it's safe. Some actually check the video with you, some actually check the video with you.
Okay, Givaldi. So if we just finished here right now, we gained a tremendous amount of knowledge. You hear it a lot. Tzomis Hagidim, some Hashem don't check at all. They take a sample check and they give a chazakas. Some check every one. I think it's a big thing to check every single one. I think. Says the Gemara. Omer Avidim Merav. So this, we're gonna have a lot of freebies. A lot of Russian. It's over and over and over. Omer Avidim Merav. Shmutas Yad the Behema Sheira. Take a look at the animal. There's the front and there's the rear. Here you see how the joint popped out. That would be kosher. Even if the tendons snap. Back over here, the hind leg, if it popped, if the tendon snap, then it's treif. So you take whatever makes a treif in the back leg, and you say that on the front foot is more kosher. That's kosher. So the back one, the only time it's treif is if the tendon snap. That same thing on the front, tendon snap would be kosher, even if the tendon snap. Omer Avidim Merav Shmutas Yad. If the ball came out of the socket, the behema sheira. If it happened in an animal, it's kosher. It's the front. Shmutas Yerech, the behema treifa. And if it happened in the rear of the animal, then it's treif. Shmutas Yerech ba'if. And that's today's sugya. The other day we're going to see basically the Gemara holds it's treif. Shmutas Yerech ba'if. If this happened, a bird only has 2 feet, not to be confused with a 4-legged bird. It only has 2. So if the 2 back, one of them pops out, straight up. Shmutas gaf both. And then Gemara's going to try to say that Rav said it's kosher, not kosher, back and forth, repeating itself over and over. It's going to be geshut. Shmutas by treifa, Shmutas gaf both treifa, and if the wing pops out, then it's treifa. Why? Because she don't have a mikvah hareya. So there's a fascinating thing about the lung of a bird, which is an interesting shape. The bird, its lung doesn't inflate and deflate. Inflate and deflate. Why? Because a bird flies. When it flies, it uses up a lot of oxygen. It'll be too much for it to go. It's too slow. It needs to, like, it just opens up its mouth and the oxygen comes in, goes through the lungs, through the body, and end of the story. So it operates slightly different than an animal. I don't know for the fish. So, yeah, but that's, fish doesn't have lungs. It goes through the gills. I don't know if fish has lungs. A bird does have lungs, although Chizkiah claims that he doesn't think it has lungs, so the Gemara is going to talk about it. Now, the lungs of the bird are kind of intertwined with the ribs. The ribs also, it's more of a solid cage. They almost connect in a way, embedded, and the lung is embedded with the ribs. How do you know? That's what you're just saying what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So they're different than an animal. And when you cut the wing off, which is connected in that area to the ribs, it's going to rip a little bit. It could rip the lung. So therefore, what's the problem? Just like you check a lung, you check of an animal, you check a lung of a chicken and see if it has a hole in it. So what is the wing came up? How do you check the lungs? So actually something interesting. You take a straw, you put it in the esophagus, and you blow in. You're not going to take it with your mouth because you can't remove the lung of the chicken from the body because it might rip. So bet it over there with the ribs. Mamela says, Shmuel, check it. If it doesn't leak here, then you know you're good. The Rebbe also agrees to check it. Chaim's Chizkiah says a very interesting thing. A bird doesn't have a lung. So we have to understand that immediately not. He does have a lung. Not only that, I'll tell you exactly what it looks like. It literally looks like the color of a red rose. It's very deep red, and it's stationed between its roots. That's what has a lung. My in real what does this mean that a bird doesn't have a lung? Even the less like cloud, one funny doesn't have a lung at all. But because it is though, I mean, just open up the bird and you see it has a lung. What he meant to say is, maybe, he has a lung. Just you're not going to make a trace out of it. It's not going to hurt anything. If it has a hole, big deal. It doesn't make it true. But that can't be. Every treifa an animal has, you can do the same treifa in a bird. So we know that one of the treifas of an animal is a hole in the lung. That same treifa you would have by a bird. Not only does a bird have the same exact treifas as an animal, yes, I lay him out. A bird has one more than an animal. If its skull breaks, if the skull breaks and there's a hole in the membrane of the brain, so that's a trait by a bird. By an animal, you need a hole through the membrane. By a bird, you don't need it. Even just a broken skull. Hello? So what does Chizkiah mean that there's no, it doesn't have lungs? The bird doesn't have lungs. What it means to say is, that if a bird falls, you know that if a bird falls, you have to check the insides, you have to be concerned of a nefula, risik. What you don't have to check is the lungs. Why? Because the lungs have a nice protection from the rib cage. We're not concerned. And if a chicken so if he burnt himself on a barbecue, let's say, and his organs turned green, he's straight. I'll tell you the story, just to show how everything is thinking and learning when we eat. We had a great soup, we had a great chef here, and in the soup there's something very, very green. You were also thinking about it. What were you thinking? So we asked him, what is this green? It's like, I've never seen such a, like, green. So he's like, it's oil, no, green onion oil. Green onion oil. I don't know what that means. And these guys were thinking to themselves, they're saying, well, maybe it was red that turned green. Like, they're thinking hard the whole day. It's unbelievable. Whatever they see has to do with the daf. You also, unbelievable. So it says in the Gemara, I was thinking I gotta stay away from that part. I ate everything around it. So another comment that you do not need to check the lung of a chicken if it falls into the slime. Check the liver, the kurkuvan, the heart, but not the lungs because they're protected. At the time of Amrafana was the reason oil breaks so it's really protected. Rabbi Yochanan argues he says no, a bird has a lung. And he goes on to describe the color, what it looks like a red rose. Must be without the Chizkiya, Sabar. That's like, he doesn't know what's going on here. Machek is in Imitzias. I remember Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Chanina. We say in Eretz Yisrael, Or Shaduribi from the words of the Galadar, who is Chizkiya, Mikir Shein, and Pokum Kanagola. This is very good. There's a lot of people don't eat chicken. Some people think chicken and it has a non-kosher bird in it. Some people don't eat meat, some people don't eat chicken, some people don't eat both. No, for Kumras. So you can see that this Galadar didn't eat chicken because had he eaten chicken, he would know exactly that it has the lungs. Today, we get it all packaged. We don't know about the lungs. In those days, you went to chef, you got a chicken chef. Your wife had to cut it open. You had to cut it open. You know what this lung, you know everything about it. Chavetz Chaim says that Lashon Hara, there's no taiva for Lashon Hara. It's much like a snake eating dirt. That's what he says. Famous Chavetz Chaim. So the Chazon Ish says, you can tell that Chavetz Chaim never spoke Lashon Hara. He never spoke Lashon Hara, he doesn't know how Gishmak is. It's super Gishmak to speak Lashon Hara. I don't talk Lashon Hara by myself, but it's very Gishmak. Those who speak, no, it's very Gishmak. Those who had pizza know that pizza is very Gishmak. If you never had pizza in your life, you can't say, oh, it's not good. It tastes like garbage. What do you mean? You never tasted it. But I have some of my boys, they don't eat a lot of stuff. And they tell me, oh, that doesn't taste good. I said, how do you know? How do you know? Say, oh, salmon is not good. You never tasted salmon in your life. How do you know? It's like, I could see, I could smell it. No. You can't see, you can't smell. If you don't know. So when it says the Chazon Ish, Chavetz Chaim didn't know anything about Lashon Hara. He never spoke it. He doesn't know the Shmak. So he says, Lashon Hara is the same taiva like a snake eating dirt. Because he never did. He's saying, you never eat chicken, so you don't know about the chicken. But what's very interesting is that I had a kiss from Hashem today that I was eating avocado. The first time in my life that I made a bracha on avocado. Because I ate it plain. We were up there on the mountain. I just took avocado. I don't know why. I figured I want to stay away from carbs and milkings, which are not good for me. And I'll take avocado. Genius idea. I made a bracha. So somebody corrected me. I said, no, this is the bracha. So I want to tell the other one. See, then I asked other people. I saw that there was a confusion. Some people say this. What bracha do you make an avocado? Huh? What do you say? What do you think? Anybody? Do we have an Havdama here? Does anybody say Havdama? You say Havdama. Two people say Havdama, maybe. You don't care. Really. Because, so, the answer is it grows on a real tree, on a serious tree. So it's 8. Once you're talking about that, so another person didn't even know banana. Banana grows on a tree, but since it's one of these trees that don't last very long, so it's Havdama. Okay. And pineapple. What do you make a pineapple? It's a fruit. I don't like grows on the ground in Shiloh. Watermelon also doesn't grow on a watermelon tree. Strawberries. What brother make up strawberries? It's a fruit. Adama. Okay, so we just went through some breakfast here. Great. The point is avocado. What brother make an avocado? 8. So someone asked Rav Kanievsky a question about avocado. He says, Maza avocado. So the guy who writes this thing says, obviously, the word avocado is not brought in any of the Rishonim or Achronim. I mean, Achronim, but when Chaz didn't know about it, it's not in the Torah, it's not something he brought down in Torah, he didn't know. But the kasha is that in one of his Sfarim, he brings down a Truma avocado. So Yesh Noimar, it's a whole drasha. Yesh Noimar, that it's after he heard about this avocado business, he speaks about it. Anyways, Ayin Shom. So he says, I just want to pause here for a minute because I said the story the other day, and I heard the story again today, and when I heard it today again, I cried like a little baby. And then I said it over in the Hebrew shir, and I choked up again. So Be'ez Hashem, right now I'm not going to choke up, I'm going to hold it together. But I think it's a very, very powerful story, and we could all take a lesson from it. I said the story, but I'm going to give a few more details. I think it's Kedai. I don't say stories twice in 2 days. Usually I wait at least a week or a month. But a few very important details, and it's fresh. The mamish happened 2 weeks ago. They're best friends, but mamish best friends. This guy by the name of Yuri Hertzberg and Liederman. I don't know Liederman's first name. Yuri Hertzberg is my brother who falls Talmud. Everybody, my brother told me his Talmud is. They both live in Muncie. They both go to shul together, community together. They travel by themselves to Israel to learn just for a day. They learn every single day Chavrusa. Oh yeah, that's right. Penny Liederman. Thank you. And best friends, like best friends could be, travel together the whole day. Penny Liederman, his wife asked him to pick up a kid from school. The whole Maisa, he decided to do some chesed on the way. Goes to this neighborhood and he's like this construction, and he hears like a thump, as if he went over one of those construction cones. And he stops the car and he sees that he ran over a little 8.5-year-old girl. And he's outside. He gets out and he starts doing CPR and everything, and he realizes no fault. He calls for backup, and more guys come there, and he breaks down. He goes home. And he crawls into bed, goes under his blanket, and cries. There's a knock on the door. Yuri Hertzberg checked me up. Because this guy's a Gibar, Mamish Gibar. Yuri Hertzberg and his wife are at the door. And they say, where's Penny? She's in the room. He barges into the room, climbs into the bed, and he comforts Penny. He tells him it's not your fault. Or I'm with you. Don't worry about it. We have zero kindness on you. Whole thing, whole drasha. 15 minutes. He's Menachem, and he didn't go home yet. The father was coming straight from the hospital. I mean, to hear the story, his brother said over the story. Unbelievable the way he said it over. And instead of going home and the kids at home, he goes to his best friend's house to comfort him. Starting to think about the Zulats. And okay, the next day, Penny doesn't want to go to Levaya. He says he can't go. He can't bring himself to go to Levaya. There's so many people there, and it's just so uncomfortable. And his brother, who's a paramedic, comes and tells him, listen, if you go to Levaya, you're not going to have any regrets. But if you don't go to Levaya, you might one day regret it. You might not. You might, yes, maybe you should go. And he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. And then he receives a text message from Yuri, who's on the way to his own daughter's Levaya. Again, think about his friend, and Yuri tells him in the text, he says that he has zero kindness on him. And he knows Sofer Baruch Hu, and that his daughter didn't leave this world even 1 minute before she was supposed to leave. This is what his brother determined to begin with. And he knows that he wasn't speeding and he wasn't texting, and it's not his fault. But he's going to have a time on him if this story is going to create a period, a distance between the two of them, even a culture, even 1 inch, he's begging him to come to the Levaya. So he went to the Levaya. Here's the crazy thing. The Rav in the show, I don't know the Rav, but a genius, he said that both of them have to speak back to back in show. Great, I've never heard of something like this. So they both spoke. Each one spoke to show the chibah, the reyos, the Ahavas Yisrael. And on Shabbos, during Shiva, on Shabbos, Yuri Hertzberg and 10 couples, Yuri Hertzberg and his wife and 10 couples showed up at Penny's house on Shabbos. They made a Chaim, get a Kiddush. So people that hear the story, they understand the importance of not holding a grudge, of trying to make shalom. And the person saying the story, I don't know his name, but Penny's brother, he says that he had a friend that for 10 years, they spoke every single week, at least 3 times, for 10 years straight. And one day, whatever Wiederman, he felt that his best friend stabbed him in the back and twisted the knife. That's what he thought. So he stopped speaking to him. Didn't speak to him for 5 years. Because of this story, he picked up the phone, and so many different stories of people didn't speak to each other for 20 years, and it happens, siblings don't speak, or parents and their children, and the parents always say, well, it's my son, you should call me up first. So whoever you are, wherever you are, everybody should make that one phone call. Really nishmas. Shein no bas Yehuda Chaim Leib. Oh, so a story of Yehuda. Right. Well, oh, Binny. Wow. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. So, listen, Binny needs Chizuk. And Kishbon should be chazik him and send a big nechama to the Hertzbergs, the wife. And speak about the wife. I don't know much about her, but she's also Ishet Chanes, and she should have a nechama. And they should continue doing the chesed that they do. All right, now we have to learn some Torah. We'll do some Torah, do the Nishmasa. Crazy stories. There's big tzaddikim out there. Zogdi in Omar, where are we holding? Oh, Omar Abon Rav. Shmudas Yeref Boy Shela. Here we go. Starting all over. We were gonna confuse ourselves here. Because on the one hand, Rav says that when it pops out of the joint, that thigh pops out, it's kosher. Only Rav Huna, but Rabbana doesn't move this out. But you the famous Talmud of Rav, he says in the name of Rav, sure, it's Treifa, sorry, Treif. You said what's going on here? Amalei, Greek. Nahara, Pashto. Wow. No, yeah. I thought second time around, third time around, would be a little better. But listen, I think it is anymore. For me, it's an emotional story. Regardless, wow. Can't picture it. I don't want to picture it. Okay. Nahar Nahar Pashto. What does that mean? That every river has a different stream, a different way that it works. And again, you don't have to be a big Gemara, think about Gemara all day, but if you just walk out of the hotel, you see a Nahar. You got a beautiful river, and all through Austria and Switzerland and Germany, it's all rivers and rivers through the Alps, the whole thing. And each one has a different size. Some of them are massive rapids, some of them are slower. And Nahar Bachelor. But what the Gemara really saying is like this. It's a little bit of a step over here. Very simple. What happened? Rav holds that when it pops out of the socket, it's kosher. He happened to be at Pumbedisa, and he sees everybody saying that it's straight. The halacha is when people are marking on something, you don't tell them all what you're doing is mutter. So he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. So he didn't say anything. But Rabbi Yehuda took that silence as if he held that the Rav holds that it's awesome. Again, Rav was in the place that it was awesome. He didn't say anything. So his Talmidim thought that Rav holds that it's awesome. But in fact, Rav holds that it's mutter. Also, says the Gemara, Rabbi Abba found Yirmiyah bar Abba checking the Tzom Sagidi, tended. Why are you so into this? Rav says that if the whole entire thigh popped off with all the Tzom Sagidi and everything, it's kosher. So certainly, if the Tzom Sagidi itself is snapped, this is not a problem. I know my CC down. I don't know about Rav. I don't know anything. I know Mishnah. It says the Mishnah if the animal's leg was cut from the bottom part, it's kosher. And from that part on top, then it's possible. And if the tzim sagidin are removed, great. By an animal. And Rav says that if there's no tzim sagidin, it is straight. So what do you tell me the Rav said it's kosher? At the bottom we have a contradiction. So that's the whole sugi, back and forth, back and forth. If the tzom sagidin, or if the joint of the yerach pops out, is it treif or not? But we have a contradiction in Rav. It says Gemara ishtik. But someone explained in Rashi that ishtik means that I don't even need to answer you such a not good question. Why? The Gemara goes on to explain why it's not a good question. The Bible tells him, it's very simple. There's a difference between when the joint pops out and everything comes out, then cutting it. When you cut it, the animal will die. When it pops out, it won't die. You think that you invented this answer? The famous Rav said this straight out. There's a difference, says Rav, between a joint that pops out or cutting a tendon. What is it called in basketball? Achilles tendon, right? No, that's interior. I should know ligament. That's in the knee. But the bottom part, I don't know. The Achilles heel. My brother-in-law had that. It snapped. That tendon went down. I don't know if it's something but something like that. Yeah, it's not a good snap. Yeah. No, the bottom by the heel, right above the heel, there's a tendon there. If you feel it in the back of your foot, that snaps. It's real. Okay. Well, about the time on, don't wonder. You probably think, what's the difference? What's the difference if it popped out or cut? Shouldn't they both kill the animal? No. If you cut the birds like by the knee of the bird, it'll die. If you cut the tzim sagidin, it'll live. Yeah, the kid is telling. Yeah. People could have that injury during basketball also. He's talking about Ashkelon, so Rabbi goes to Israel, makes Aliyah to Israel. Who went right before him? Reb Zera, says Rashi. And he finds Reb Zera saying, when the bone pops out, and I'm just trying to say that so long, the camera. Oh, you know what? I gotta snap back into it. Let me show you this. First, take a look at this. This is just a picture. Listen. The beauty that the Rebbeinu Shalom created in this world is unbelievable. Look at that shot. Look at that shot right there. Crazy. Yeah. You don't have to go anywhere. Just go to the backyard here. So says the Gemara. You can still come here, by the way. Still, the rooms available here? I don't know. They have a hotel down the block. They took the hotel down the block. It's not filled up. First time ever in Thomas. Fill up the hotel. Shema. Says Gemara. Not so many people there. Really, it's a very small. How many rooms? A very small hotel. 46. Tiny. Oh, I think 56. 56. 56, yeah. It says Gemara. Oh, we're holding on in the bottom. For what? Oh. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. That's his thing. You saw you never said this. I don't know. All right, whatever. So here you go again. We found Reb Zera saying like this, that Rav said, in the name of Rav, once again we have like a contradiction. What did Rav say when the fly is pulled out of its socket by a bird? Treif. On your life, I think it's like a shvur, I think. From the day the master came here, in other words, by the way, tomorrow, English is probably about 6 o'clock. No, if I don't. Okay. How about this? I had the opportunity to speak to Ravuna. And I asked him, Ravuna. Second ago, Ravuna in the name of Rav said it straight. Now he says Kosh. We're repeating everything word for word. I saw Barabo, checking the Tzeres HaGidin, the tendons over there, the 16 tendons. Actually, the soul of Ma'ar, if it's pulled out of the socket, it's kosher. So why in the world are you checking the Tzeres HaGidin? Who cares? It doesn't even need the whole yera. It's not important. Only I know I'm a sissy down. It says in the Mishnah that an animal, not a bird, we're talking about birds here, but an animal whose foot is cut off from the bottom part, kosher. So above that joint is kosher. The Chayshini and Tzeres HaGidin, and so too, if you remove Tzeres HaGidin, that if you remove Tzeres HaGidin by a bird, it's true. So how come they said in the name of Rav that it's kosher? It's a contradiction to Rav. Is it kosher or not kosher? Ishtik. Yeah, before Ishtik, because it wasn't a good question. Maybe the pshat is that there's a difference between pulled out of the joint or cut. You think you came up with this? The Farish of Rav, with the chair, yank it out of the joint, it's kosher, it's going to live. I think about if you cut it, Sula. How do you explain it? So the Gemara Rav says Reb Zera, this is what Reb Barash and Rav, this is what Rav said. Shmuel Zera boy, Reifa. So here we have another shita that Rav said it's true. Chaim Omer Yaakov Bar Idi Omer Yochanan, Shmuel Zera boy, Reifa. Gomer Bar Idi, the mother have Reb Yochanan Ba'asri Da'ir B'Chavarasa L'Teira, the Parkis. If Reb Yochanan was here in the place, my friends would say that it's mutter when it pops out of the joint. He wouldn't even twitch. He wouldn't make a move. He wouldn't show any discomfort with that pshat. Rebbe says, I mean, this is one of these sugyas. It's going back and forth. Kosher. What's the bottom line? And the Gemara says, its whole thigh popped out. The Rebbe. The Rebbe said, this is kosher. Rebbe takes this bird. The Rebbe said it's kosher, and he preserved it. He put it in preservative, salt. For years, he would pull out this bird, chicken turkey. What is it called? Beef jerky. So chicken jerky. Is that a thing? So he preserved it for a long time. The whole whatever it was, that whole part. It says Rebbe said this from our right, yeah. And we take this preserved chicken says, Zay Dili Rebbe, Zay Dili Rebbe. Oh, do you see this bird? This was good. Says the Gemara, we can't learn anything. The halacha is not like any of these people that say that when the thigh pops out, it's kosher. It's not kosher. Ella. When there's a hole in the trachea of an animal, we know that a hole in the trachea doesn't make it trach, but there's a certain amount that makes it trach. What's the question at all? It's a Mishnah. The size of a Isser, the Italian Isser coin. He asked me a question from a story. There was a sheep in our neighborhood. Its trachea had a hole in it. Also, just put some device on it and then lived. So you see, the lid. Although someone is going to rely on a story. Everybody knows that this is the So again, after all the back and forth, the Rebbe said it's kosher. This one said in the name Rav that's kosher, and the other name is kosher. No, everybody knows the halacha in Klal Yisrael. It's already halacha Revav Yisrael. This is a standard fight I'm going to have over Shabbos here with the Hasidim. Somebody told this to me this morning about Tefillah Bismana. He says, listen, it's a minig in Klal Yisrael. It's accepted, and here he has a good title from his Gemara. I don't agree with him. I'm just saying this idea comes from here. That once it's already accepted in Klal Yisrael, Shmid Yisrael Boy, Treifa. Klal Yisrael is machmir on this. They say it's straight. Yet, so this is fascinating. This is going to bring us into an agadita about Shimon ben Chalafta. When Shimon ben Chalafta was like a scientist to try to experiment. They have these people that try to experiment stuff. How far could, if you throw a car, a bullet could go through this. So he also experimented with different stuff to see different halachas. That what? We know that if a thigh pops out of its socket, it's straight. And Shimon ben Chalafta had a chicken that its thigh popped out. Here we have a video of exactly how it happened and how it worked, because we always try to explain how things happen. How did its thigh pop out of the socket? And what did they do? They made it a cast out of a fake, like a fake little leg, out of a reed. So you see, you can work, and this bird lived, right? So we have two stories of birds that lived, even though it's treifa. So what's the answer? You must say, since the Gemara tells us that this is a treifa that won't live, not to say that when they saw that it survived, it was less than 12 months. At the end of the day, when the socket pops, it's treifa. If you saw that it's not, then, we got to do some sponsors. Thank you. The Turning Down sponsored by Adar Global, the official non-corporate sponsor of MDY League. Oh, that's what it is. Now shopping what's going on there. Is it MDY League? No. It's MDY team. Two teams I saw already this year. Something in American Jackson. No, I don't know what it means exactly. Encore Healthcare as it's supposed for all of Klal Yisrael. Talking about. Here we go. Story time. He liked to experiment a lot. He wanted to prove Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah now. Why? Or what? If the larger feathers is larger or smaller, I just want to make sure. Yeah. Not the notes, notes is the down, the smaller ones. I made a mistake. Yeah, the smaller ones, the down. Okay, so he says that the smaller ones are puzzle. Rabbi Omer, last line on the New Bavim base in the Mishnah, Rabbi Omer, they need to know it's a psula if the down, the smaller ones, so I'm going to mistake in Hebrew. Okay, you gotta check, you gotta somehow fix that maybe. How do we fix it? Well, maybe. Okay. You remind me of the shit. So, you wanted to prove him wrong. You need to know it's a psula. He had a chicken, picked out a chicken that all the down came out, the small feathers. He wanted to show that it can survive more than a year. So put it in an oven, in other words, a warm place. He took this apron that coppersmiths use, and it's full of copper, little parts of copper. So and it's made out of leather. It contains, it keeps the heat, the body heat. So this chicken was well, it had a good high temperature. The kid was going to find my friend was going to show him, it's able to grow its feathers back, better than the first one. As the more we look at something, you don't take Shabbat house. You didn't my home, better treifa. Actually, to get better. Unfortunately, those who nobody should know about this, but if you have people have relatives that go through the machla, there's a lot of ups and downs. It might be for that to know. Sometimes there's almost like a false hope. Wow, patient's getting much better. I don't want to depress anybody, but in my mother's situation, it could be in other places better. It's like, wow, the father, the numbers are good. Wow. The Gemara says over here, the same thing, Shabbat house. This treatment, marriage goes up. But at the end it's going to die. It's going to die. The trade is going to die. So Mela, maybe that's what happened over here. You saw the feathers growing, okay, but at the end of the day, this little treifa is not going to survive. So, okay, but we talked about it to find my friend Yisrael showing it doesn't make any sense. If you want to tell me that the animal gets better in another area, it gains some weight or whatever, great. But to tell me that that area that became treif, that got better, like it has a hole in its heart, and that's a treif, the heart healed itself and it grew stronger, more muscular, and then it's going to die? That doesn't make sense. Why ask me, why is Reb Shimon Chalafta called a scientist, an experimental scientist? Omar B'Sharji of Siv, Leichem the Malach, the famous passage, the Shema says, go check out the ants. If you're a lazy person, you need to look at the Raise Rachel, the Chakam, watch its movements, its ways, and you become wiser. Asherela Katz and Shotu Moshe. Nobody tells him what to do. It doesn't have a mashgiach. It doesn't have a king. It just does. Talking about Kai's Lachma, they'll prepare in the summer, everything it needs. What? That's why it survived. That's why it's so powerful. It doesn't have anything. Correct. So more says, so you wanted to prove, is it true that what Shalom was saying, that it doesn't have a king? I think they say that ants do have a queen, but does it rule the whole nest? I don't know. I think it's more like that's the one that lays the eggs, etc. What did he do? He went in the summer. Har say, Mamish like, oh, Mamish kiss from Hashem. We're in Tammuz now. Har say, they put it like a clothing on top of the ant hole. One ant came out. So Reb Shimon Chalafta put a sign on the sand, whatever it is, painted it. I don't know what it did. He wanted to recognize the sand. He wanted to see if his experiment is going to work. The ant went back into the, what is it called? Hive? What do we call it? Ant colony. Not a bad word. Goes back to the colony. He tells all his friends, you're not going to believe it. I know they have a queen, but what does a queen do? That's what I said. It's reproductive. Okay, so he goes and tells the entire colony. She lives for 30 years. That's crazy. Ant's nest. Okay, right. So it goes back to the nest and says, Rabbi say you're not going to believe it until the nest. This shade outside could all come and party because they don't like the sun. Rav Kavas is to go outside. So Rav Shimon Chalaf knew this is going to happen. So he pulls his coat right off the anthole. So they realize, wait a minute, it's sunny outside. So they jumped on top of this ant, this poor guy, and they killed him. Omar, so Rav Shimon Chalaf says, let's do Malka. Obviously, they don't have a king. You just know if they would have a king, shouldn't they go back and ask permission if they should kill this guy? What does a king do? The king rules the place, make sure everybody's in line. If the people are misbehaving or not behaving, he decides who dies or not. Who told you? Not a good experiment. Maybe Rav Shimon Chalafta didn't recognize, but the king was with the whole group, and he said, "Kill him." Maybe there was a rule in this nest that the king said, if anybody misbehaves, lies about the weather, destroy him on the spot. I know people that would do that. Like, the weatherman says there's going to be rain in Austria this whole week. Shtussen, kill him. Maybe Malka, maybe he died. There was a period, in between period. By human beings, we have periods with no king. What happens if there's no king? There's social unrest. That's the word. Anarchy. What's it called? Antifa? There's all sorts of behemoths running around the streets. Defund the police. You know what happens when you defund the police? Oh, so I'm showing you the beautiful video. All I know is that no Fix was laughing very, very stark. Okay, here we go. This is the experiment with ants. This is obviously not Rav Shimon Chalafta. Yeah? This is just a guy experimenting. Put his hat over the hole, made shade. What's up with the umbrellas? I don't get that part. Oh, because they don't like songs. They all go with umbrellas, and they're like Chinese. They like the umbrellas. And I got it, just in case. But maybe the king was with them. But maybe they got the rule from the king. Whoever lies gets that penalty with the seal. Maybe it was between kings. Oh, this is sad. It's a beard. It's an end beard. The one that always feels like, I don't want to ask, but don't even ask me. Okay, let's just finish up. It says, Gemara, you should listen to Shlomo Melech. He says there's no king, no king. I know we're late by a minute, but let me just say this real quickly. This is a bomb question. There's a famous Gemara that Rabbi Yochanan said that Las Lavai, there's going to be giant gems that are in the entrance to the Beis Hamikdash, and the Talmud laughed inside. But one day he was on a boat and he saw Malachim carving out these giant gems for the doors. He came back and he says, Rebbe, I saw it with my own eyes. Oh, that's the word he used. Reika. That's the word. Reika, you empty one. You didn't believe me when I said it. Only now because you saw it. And he turned into a pile of bones. So as Tosfos, why is Reb Shimon ben Chalafta not trusting Shlomo HaMelech, right? He says, no, he wasn't not trusting. He came to see how did Shlomo HaMelech know this? How did he figure it out? And some Achronim want to say that Shlomo HaMelech himself says, go test it. He says, Leichel l'mol ha'atzal. I'm telling you, go check out the hands. Go watch how they work. Maybe that was part of what he meant. Rabbi Sai have a wonderful
America's Schluss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
What's going on, Tony? How you living, Pam? Tony, how you living, Pam? Tony, how you living, big dog? Tony, how you living, big dog? Tony, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? What's up, baby? Do you hear me? What's up, baby?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just busting your balls. What's good, son? Busting your balls. What's good, son?
Yeah. Because I make change to wake up. And yep.
Do you feel better today than you did yesterday?
Not much. What is okay? What is okay? I will be able.
Well, you're living, right, baby? L-I-V-I-N, baby. L-I-V-I-N.
Yeah.
All right, my question for you is this. What's on the agenda for today? What are you doing? That's what everybody wants to know. You know, all those people who were here earlier, they were like, what's Tony going to be doing today? And I was like, I don't really know. We'll have to wait for him to say. So, what are you doing today, big man?
captured by Senior Shirley.
I don't think everybody wants to know, but thank you for this kind of work. I will go to my house. We are going to celebrate my birthday. I get make me cake, and I will do some work.
Is today your birthday?
No, but it's like 5 days, 4 days.
All right, big dog. Well, happy early birthday. I better have a chance to tell you happy early birthday. See, now I'm willing to tell you happy birthday, not a month and a half. The big 2-2. The big 2-2. Yeah, I remember.
Birthday on Wednesday.
Okay, are you doing anything special for it?
Just 26 topics available for sponsorship.
I will be doing an episode. And maybe go outside with my friends, but
Princeton also.
All right, well, that's all right.
Something that you know very hard.
Are you doing an episode today?
Official edition.
I think so, yeah.
Wow,
Has limited quantities now available in some stores.
Are you going to upload anything to Rumble?
Yeah, today.
Like America
You're the man.
for months.
You're the man. Shout out to you, bitch.
This is the safe for David Corner.
All right.
Torah Treasury. Two deals. We get to all the Zilla Berman bookstores. Squawking.
Anything else new? Anything else new in your world? I just did a podcast for an hour.
The website, Italian yard
It was nice.
Yard site is
Yeah, it was
today.
good. It was on.
I was close to him. In my catering. This is the first job that
It was on transhumanism.
So he was the Rabbi
I'm
Machshir
so happy about it, right? Because yeah, that's
sorely missed.
that's so
Aliyah.
Let's hope. Maybe someday.
He was in the Torah Treasury Monsey. There's a choshev guy. He helps us out a lot. He's a big MDYer. So Shkoya, featuring our Yamara Tom's River Satellite Shechita demonstration. I guess I missed this. I said it.
All right, Biggie
I
Small.
showed it in the Hebrew.
Right, so what's new?
It's confusing. So nice people showed up over there.
same day and same shit.
All right, that's the saying, right?
And then you had Rabbi Bernie Weissfish recording Vassal doing the Shechita in Manchester earlier this evening.
Do you feel as if
He's standing on a stage over here.
if you did your podcast without my help, if You did your podcast.
No, this is smaller.
Every single
Single
day from now
every desk and learning
until
in between sets and bites.
let's
What is
just
that?
say
That's what it's eating.
what
No, that's
for
like the
your
start
own
of
podcast
the
for your
start
own
of
podcast
the
viral
video.
within 10
You see, what you do is like learning with
10 days.
hands.
10 days.
I
No, 10 years.
I'm not beer it can happen.
That. Official Lashon Everyone Shas, the Masechta, Zevin Yal Shoah.
Beer in
the Mary, the Videnchi, the Nishmas Shaya ben Aaron, the Chava Hitler Bas, Avraham.
You think you're gonna be?
Parnassim Sheva, so we're gonna have
most famous person from Czech Republic of all time?
the Shavua, the whole thing. Let's see how many times you have Yoram Roosevelt.
I don't know.
Oh no, it's for sure. It's for sure. You should call up that girl from the neighboring town and be like, baby, I'm gonna be the biggest deal in the whole fucking country.
The tickets were extremely expensive to come from New York to Zurich.
It can happen, baby. That's right.
One of the European countries. I'll take a train. My kids are going to Salzburg. And they take a train to Singapore. Getting off.
Everybody will know.
Right now, it's very
Right.
place. The place is good.
I have a question for you. Are you ready for it?
Anonymous as a group of attachments. And thank you, Chief Benny.
Do you think that you are a good judge of people's looks?
Anonymous with
My mom is architect, so I know what is beautiful or not.
And Daniel Roosevelt Rios with series second time.
Okay, I think you're honest, and that's a really good thing. A lot of guys would be like, yeah, I asked this girl out. She's a 10 out of 10. She's beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman ever. Of course, she's super hot. But you're like, she's a 7, which is like the perfect number. If she were an 8, which she could get to, you could marry an 8.
Joe Malone.
Now, here's my other question. Have you ever wanted to be an architect? Why not?
So we're discussing
because I don't know how to
is an animal
do some
which
things.
missing
I'm very talent, like about drawing.
If you have one little cell at the size
Okay.
of a coin of skin,
Now, here's another question. This might be the best question you've ever been asked in your entire life.
it saves the
Have you ever been in a building that your mother designed?
This is
Did you think she did a good job?
The skin on the bottom part of an animal's leg.
Okay.
That will not
That's
save
great.
the animal.
Are they nice buildings?
Over there, there's no meat at all.
What were they? What kind of building was it?
It says
My mom designed tiny like houses and this kind of stuff.
Okay, so you've been in a house that your mom designed?
All right. It's a kazais of skin.
Well, that's cool.
Part of the leg.
Does she like that you're a podcaster?
You taught us once.
Has she ever listened to one of your podcasts?
When it comes to Tuma,
She doesn't English.
Oh, okay, then that causes issues.
if it acts like meat,
That's okay.
then it is. But it says Elisha was saying Kipsar that the hide is more like meat and not like
So let's
hide.
ask you this.
Therefore, it won't save an animal. It's as if he doesn't have any hide.
What's your podcast
He
on
only has
today?
meat. And one of them is or based on
I
process.
don't about
See
some
that
shop.
of the lower leg is not
Some
good
shop?
for
What does
skin.
that mean?
We are gonna talk about
So that's
agricultural shop.
Oh, you're
That's
talking. You're going to talk about crypto.
Sanya.
About
Mashon
cryptocurrency.
Soida, Lahaktir, Kizayis,
Yeah.
Marriage, Datasal.
But like
Chutz and
Hindu shop.
and Chutz's Mano. So we know we're not going to go into the.
What do you
the
mean
word
in the
matter.
show?
We don't enjoy Pigel
In
stuff.
the
even though
shop.
we learn
What-
Tzvachim,
what does
we're
that
very
mean?
familiar with it. But just in case, it's
Like
just it's
there
born there
is
as a side
there
show.
is new shop.
The idea is
The
that
name
if
is the name is
shepherding
shop
an animal,
shop, and I think
today
today
itself,
we are
a
gonna
thought that's
talk about
What does it mean? What does the shop mean?
creates a chorus help by thinking that it's
Like-
going to
like-
eat this animal in 3-4 days from now.
This
When
the
the
mega-
it's only
the mega-
1 or 2 days.
What does
Or
the
you're
shop
going to put
mean?
on the staff for 1 or 2 days from now instead of putting it on
shop
today.
like the
So if he thinks to put it on in
place
Netflix,
they
I'll
can
tell you
buy
this in
things.
English. In
Shop.
Tzfat, Tveria, someplace other than Bisam
Oh, there's a
That's
crypto
also
shop?
You never get cars for that,
Yes,
but it makes
yes.
that possible. So too, if
Okay.
you thought
Does
to
it have
put on
merchandise?
the staff, it's an oila. So an oila is something that you
Not yet.
can't eat yourself.
But
So all
I
his
think
thoughts are
they
when
will
he's
be
putting it on the
soon.
staff.
All
But
right.
what is he thinking about? The hide that's under
And
the
do you
tail
think
of
that everyone
it's a quite very possible with cars.
is going to
So
want
it's
this
not if you thought about
cryptocurrency?
that,
And if so,
like,
why?
People with cars, you get
I think that crypto gonna shop is your future. I think because you have things in that
and the hide shall I go wrap of a calf that's
yeah,
loose.
I think so.
The Echadosh comes out, and the hide is
People
under the tail. The Chol Shemona Chacham got a Tumah Elish Yosem Kipsara, and all those that when it comes to Tumah, we said that the hides are like
Did you see that
the
France one?
meat, love, or Besai Boishes, the female.
Did you see that France
And
one
you see
in
that
soccer?
Fruits and places in Tzvachim as I'm not talking about female.
like I said again, I'm not watching football because I feel afraid if I watch it, I will lose so much more.
All right. So you don't even want to know what happened?
That you see that it's a
I
das
think
that says
I
that the
won
hide that's on the lower
World
part of the
War
leg is
and then Bala scored
much of that that's not considered.
That's right.
three goals.
Yeah, that's right. You had a hat trick.
Most of the Chacham hold that it's considered hide and therefore it's
Now let me
not
ask
for
you
the
this.
animal. Let me just show you a couple of videos.
What
real quick.
position did you play in
Some
soccer?
people love this stuff. Some
I
people
play
don't.
or right
Oh,
midfield.
this we're trying to show
Okay.
a trickle from very, very
All
far
right,
up.
big dog.
I don't know, you missed the up, I think.
All right. Well,
That is not.
go upload something to Rumble. Go do your podcast. Go upload one of your other podcasts. And then come back in here and let me know how you do. Okay? I want to hear. I might be asleep, but if I'm asleep, then come back when I'm awake. I want to hear it. Okay? Have you uploaded everything to Spotify?
Yes, everything is on Spotify. Everything I ever done is on Spotify.
Good job. Good
I
job.
think one episode I 99% I upload everything. I think 2 episodes.
That's okay.
Oh,
And get those uploaded. Are they uploaded on video?
yes.
Oh, you-
They upload on YouTube.
No. On Spotify. Spotify has video.
Okay, anyway.
I know. Yes. They are uploaded on video.
You're the
Just
man.
one or two switch of those words.
Good
Oh,
job.
come on.
Okay, so I'd be able to find mine right now, right?
With you, yeah. I think with you, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm looking for your podcast, here's what happens. I'm going to type in live podcast as one word.
Okay, it says
LIFEPODCAST. You show up right away.
with the shapes of an animal. Now we're moving on to birds.
That's great.
Chickens. Very, very geschmackig soup.
Your episode, I don't think every episode is there, but minimum 2 episodes is there.
Okay, why don't you have your link tree in your about?
This is a hole in the esophagus.
Why don't you have your email in your about?
And if there's a split in the
Yeah. It's transferred to their email public, like internet.
No, you just create a new email simply for your podcast, my podcast with Tony, and then you put that one out there.
I will.
I'm telling you, that's how I get on podcasts, is just by people who have posted their podcast on, or their emails on there. So you get a lot of people who do that.
So when a weasel punctures its head,
so do you want me to tell you like what you need to fix?
So I'm showing you a couple of videos. First,
I know everything.
the real thing.
No, but like in the most recent one, Joel Hodelman, you have the comma in the wrong spot.
It's a feisty little animal.
Bitcoin holder and truth seeker, like the comma's in the wrong spot. And I can help you with all this. But like, it doesn't look professional if you do that. So we'll fix this. We'll fix all this. Just one moment. Because Spotify did not want to, was not working for me. Because it's a garbage app. I'm going to look at it now. Okay, I'm going to type in Life Podcast. And when I do that, you show up right away. Great. That's really hard to get. Okay, Stacy Nova, you travel electrician word.
I guess eventually, what is it showing? That
I need to change the names.
Yeah. And, why do you call me a robot?
Yeah, I know. I need to change the names like I did on YouTube. I know.
live thing.
Yeah, I mean, but you, it needs to be, like, you gotta, for all of my episodes, you've gotta put my name in it and put my hashtag viral rap. That's how people are gonna find it. If you put the unstoppable robot, nobody cares about it.
Did the
Make sense?
teeth of the weasel go through
Okay.
the skull into the brain?
We'll get it though. It shows up right away, man. So if you tell people, just go to Spotify and type in Life Podcast, one word, it shows up right away. That's hard to rank. So you did really well.
So says the Mishnah.
So Tony, what we're gonna do,
Gizzard.
not today necessarily, but in the future, I'm just gonna sit here with you and I'm gonna go through. Once you have a chance to redo all the names, let me know and I'll go through them and make sure that they're all right, okay?
Known as the Zeppa. From there,
Okay. Well then go hit it and talk to me in a few hours, okay, big dog?
And somehow after that it makes it into the
Tony, be happy.
We're also going to speak about today.
I want to be happy.
Alright, well, go do what I told you to do and you'll be happy.
The liver and the heart are the front of the chicken. So let's say if it burns its stomach, it's going to burn the heart and the liver. So that's the next thing in the Gemara, in the Mishnah. Nafla le'ur, if a chicken fell into the fire for a moment, but was saved, v'nechmeru b'nei me'ah, and the innards were scorched.
Yesterday I had first ever period with the best
I just want to pause it for a second.
in
Fascinating
sport.
halacha from the
The Brazilian guy?
of a person who's boiling up a
No.
and a chicken fell into hot water and died.
Who was that?
What would you pass with?
I was having
Not you three.
the best
All three you did the
parkour man who I volunteered in Czech.
Parkour?
So some services are fascinating halacha.
Yeah,
It
that's
says
pretty
the
cool.
pot is also no, everything's also
Did he retire?
Because
Did he retire?
when it made it into the water.
Yes.
Oh, so he did it with all his, didn't break bones and stuff?
It's alive and went into the pot.
Yep.
Oh wow, good for him.
So says
I'll have to check it out. Is it in English?
Fell into
Check,
flame.
but we're gonna
If
have
the red
English subs.
Okay.
organs turn green,
Excellent.
awesome.
Well, then when it's all done,
Imadumim
I might give it a listen. That sounds
and if
interesting.
they remain red, it's kosher.
How long was it?
Rasa. Oh, so let me show you this video.
41 minutes, but I couldn't find edit with the
Okay.
Interesting.
All right. Well,
So
you're doing the right thing. Come in every day, and I'll check up on you and make sure you're doing well. And it'll give you a baseline to make sure that you're getting good advice and stuff. And we'll clean it up. I hope so too. Okay, big dog. Come back either later today or tomorrow or whenever. Okay, I want to hear how everything
if
went.
a human being stepped on the chicken,
All right, Tim. You take care, Tony.
or threw it up against the wall, the same about story.
Bye bye.
About the girl that threw the
What'd you say?
It was a chassan.
I need to.
And he saw a chicken eating.
No, you can stay as long as you want. I'm gonna listen to a podcast.
Different stuff.
Oh, feel free. It's a comedy podcast. You don't have to log off.
And then he sees the cow
You can live in here.
noticing that she got really, really frustrated with it. She can throw it up against the wall. So Chassan decided to call up the chicken. He's calling it up. He can't marry a girl who doesn't have a heart.
If I were to go to chicken, I think the cool thing is like five big ones and we can make all together.
Okay, maybe someday, big dog.
I wasn't crazy about the story, but there's a Muslim hospital to learn about the story. He went to the show and pretended that he was stealing from the Kushka. And people caught him, they made a whole stink about it, they went to the father-in-law, and the father-in-law called him for sugar. He was willing to embarrass himself, not to embarrass his girl. Stefanski, what do you say about the story? It's not one of your favorites? It's okay.
I think in the end,
Yeah.
it was their own ways because we know that story. Well,
Not that she was not there. Okay. Zukar and Gemara. Hey, Kasha. You know what? Because you asked that Kasha, I'm going to embarrass you. Hashtag Kemava. Send me the picture of me and him that he's doing. That's a very good picture. One of my favorite pictures of the whole trip. I'll explain when it comes into here. Send it to Mark. So, oyster the behemoth or another animal broke it up. And it's like struggling to live, it's thrashing around. But Shah some nice ways. The concern over here is something called Risuk Evarim. We had a number of times Nefula, where the innards might be broken because it had a very, somebody stepped on it. Or somebody threw it on walls. But the halacha is that if the animal survives 24 hours, the Shah some ace lays, they waited around for 24 hours, you shot down, then you shot the Chera for this person. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Shmuel believe the Amri. This is check number one. That's it. At least. It's it. Yeah, boys, let me just explain what's going on here. We're in the middle of our trip. We're leaving in the morning, and Avi Kamiansky says he has a very, very important call to make. Yeah, hopefully, most people don't watch this shit. Okay. So anyways, he has a very important Zoom meeting. The problem is he's wearing shorts. His short sleeve. You want to look at tomorrow. Right? And he says, I need to stop for an hour. Wherever we are. Bring me back to our car. So the other one's not so happy. Go back to our car so early. So also he pulls out of his bag a nice white shirt and a nice jacket. And he gets on Zoom. And I look over it, and I can't believe my eyes. So I told him, take a picture of this. Here it is. Here it is. None the corona. If you just look over here, he looks caution. He's wearing his yarmulke, the whole thing. The amount of grain that walked by and made a double steer over there, I can't even tell you. Good. Anyway, so it should be all right. That should be on the album of the trip. So listen to the way you check. What's the concern? That maybe this weasel stuck its teeth into the skull, punctured the brain. So they all say, Machnes yod elefim, you stick your finger inside to the top of its, what do you call that area on top? The palate, very good. Push. Push. What's going to happen? His brains are going to be mush, and they're going to push out. Now, if there's two little holes on the top, it's going to be brain squirt. And then you know that it's fake. No brain squirt? Kosher, gewaltige way. Yeah. Listen, chicken doesn't have that much brain going on, but whatever it is. If the brain comes out, treifa, lav cheira, it's not its face. Says Gemara, the Korban says that it becomes straight when you puncture both membranes. Okay, so both are punctured now because if you see brain squirting out of the top of this chicken's head, obviously both will puncture. If the upper membrane is punctured, that makes it a treifa. Maybe in this case, the lower one is not punctured. Maybe it's going to be low inkiv. The reason why brain is not splattering everywhere is because there's another layer. Which is more not true. Why? Because the lower layer is very, very thin. Since the lower membrane is very, very thin, so when a human being pushes his finger through the palate, it's going to give, and the brain is going to go squirting out. He did some sort of it's not very accurate. This video,
what up? How you living? How you living? What's good? What's good? Erwin Speed, what's up? Erwin Speed, what's up?
Let's just use this picture.
What's new?
Shot of the Gemara. If brain came out of the top, that means what? There's two holes.
Well, I hope you're having a good day, big man.
Holes from the weasel. Omar Ziri ain't bedikul chulda. Ziri says you can't check from a weasel bite. Mipnei sheshinei dakus, because it's very thin, needle pointy teeth. Here, like, where was that? Here, right over here. They're too small to check. But sheshinei dakus, the Gemara says it makes no sense what you say. Why? Who cares? Brain will come out. Omar Rishav sheshinei dakus vakumos, because its teeth are crooked. Therefore, when you put pressure, you apply pressure, it'll come out of the membrane. It won't continue into it's going to go into the empty airspace between the brain and the skull. It won't go out of the next hole. If it's lined up, hole to hole, then when you put pressure, it'll come out the top hole. But since it's on an angle, it's not going. Like in this picture. Also, we have, if anybody has a weasel, we had a guy here in Chuf, very excited. He said he wants to bring his weasels to this dentist. I think he was joking. Here we go. First of all, this weasel has crooked teeth, and he got braces. But here we go. So its tooth is crooked, and when you push the brain out, I would have put no, this is terrible. This is not a good picture. No. The skull has to be moved over to the left. Mark, just move it over to the left a little bit. You copy what I'm saying? Over here, the whole lines up perfectly. Not good. From the brain through the membrane to the skull. It's on an angle. So in Mamela, when you push on the brain, it's going to come out of the membrane, but it's not going to go through the skull. It won't squirt out of the skull. It'll go into that empty area that you see in this picture. It's too lined up to be accurate. It should have been like this, the bottom part. Whatever. Oh, yeah. Oh, it actually has a video. Look at that. Actually showing. Really? I never did that. Okay.
Is there a bottom part of the tooth or just the top part of the tooth that was an issue?
The top part, because the bottom is going through the jaw. You worry about the brain. What's hitting the brain? The bottom is not hitting the brain, I think. Says the Gemara Kisaldan Arda Shalach Zeiri. So what does Zeiri say? You cannot check a weasel. Says the Gemara Kisaldan Arda. Oh, Kisaldan Arda when Zeiri came to Arda Shalach was sent back to where he came from together. Well, Narda was together. Sent back. Dvarim Shamarzi Lefneichim Kol Same Biyadish. This, which I said that you can't check a weasel bite, is a mistake. In fact, it's something you could check a weasel with your hand. What I meant is, I believe the master not with a nail. What do? You take something sharp like a nail or a pin, and you go back and forth on the brain. And you see if there's any holes in the membrane. If there's a snag, you know, it's just a snag. You keep approving. Why are you smiling? You know why. You're the volunteer, you know why. It's, yeah, most people don't know what a snag is. Oh, a snag. Okay. What do I want to say over here? Oh, there's a story about Dov Landau, the Zalmuzon, when he went to fire a bunch of 13-year-olds, and he asked them questions more back and forth, and the next day he wrote them a letter and says, that which I told you yesterday was a mistake. I have to tell you, I made a mistake. As an older person, firing 13-year-olds, it's pretty frustrating. It's a nice lesson for a 13-year-old. Even a frustrated person can make mistakes, and not only that, he'll admit to it, fess up, and put it in writing. So what's the problem with the masker, with the nails? The problem is it can make another hole, it can make another nick, and only make it a treifa. If you have a masker, no, you could use the nail trick to see whether or not there was a previous puncture. And this is an old machlokes of Kanayim, review the Nehemiah. Chad body biyado, one would use the pushing of the brain up. The Chad body biyado, another one would use a pin. Another one biyado, the one that used this finger, told the one that used the pin. Ad Mossad, the Mechanim, when are you going to stop wasting Jewish money? What is it again nowadays? Sometimes people waste money on chumras and things that are not really correct. Different examples, I'm not going to go into it, but some people pray with a P-R-E-Y. They pray on the innocence of other people and say, look, I have a solution to this chumrah. You know, if you only spend this amount of money, that's at most I think when are you going to stop? Oh, not going to go into it. Different stuff. Okay, no money for Yisrael. The same thing in the reverse. One that used the needle test, you tell the one that used the finger test, and what you're doing is not accurate. Just because the brain doesn't splatter everywhere, doesn't come out of two holes, doesn't mean that's not an avela, it is an avela. Now, what's the difference between an avela and a boy's eye? An avela is a dead animal, like a cow, any cow that dies without shkita, any horse that dies, any chicken that dies is an avela. It gives off a tumah. A treifa is an animal that you shot, and you find out that it has a mum, how do you say mum in English? A blemish that will cause it to die eventually. But because you shifted it, there's no tumah. So you ask right away, Vashchuti, in the Vela, it's Vashchuti. Why are you calling this an Vela? By the way, I'll say real quickly, I don't have the name or all the information, but Akiva Ziegler's father was Nifter, and the Lemfaya is in Bet Shemesh, I guess today. You're watching this show today on Wednesday? Today's Wednesday in Austria? Right now it's Wednesday. Yeah? Tomorrow's Thursday. Okay. Thursday. Wow, the week flew by fast. Okay, so it's a shuffle. So shuffle. Why calling it an avela? Ela treifa shenika b'kunzuma. You're right. In fact, it's treifa not anymore. Who said what? The Steiner of Yehuda, the Bali Yoda, I have a simple raya. It's Manish before it's Yehuda is the one that says you do the hand check now. You don't check the segment. Reb Shimon Lazar, you should use the book. In the foot of the yard, the master, you use the hand check and not in the way. Nishbar Etzem, and he continues to say that if the skull broke, so it's a trade out of Mishnah, you don't need to puncture the membrane. The Steiner, great right, that's what Yehuda says. That's the word Bubakashi, but I have a problem. I was going to the full of yard, and when last week, telling you to check the weasel with your hand, not with there. This way, so you could check. Well, the Donnie was my answer, I'm wishing they need to come from my app, but they tell me that if the skull breaks, you don't need to check to see if the membrane is intact or not. Automatically, it's a trade. The membrane is nothing. Ours is because you see, there's no point of checking. So Gemara, and we're going to have this 3 times in a row, same exact question, same exact answer. So we have a freebie here all the way to the bottom. Seifa Asan Le'oif Shemayim. When you're talking about a waterproof, like a seagull, or but a duck, kosher bird, it doesn't have a membrane. And therefore, it's straight right away. If you have a problem, broken skull, it's straight right away. As the Gemara in the principle, but how can you say that a brain? I mean, that's one of the consultants of what he gave creatures and humans. The brain sits in fluid, it has all this protection with membrane and fluid. Imagine a brain without fluids. Every time you move your head, the brain would get a concussion, brain banging into the wall of the skull. So how do you tell it doesn't have a membrane? So of course it has a membrane. It's a very, very soft membrane. Here's a chicken membrane, and compared to a duck's membrane, it's much thicker chicken. You see the white, the white over here. The membrane, yeah, there's a membrane. But the point is that even if the membrane is intact, but if there's a hole in the skull, the membrane is worthless because it's so thin. So there's no point of checking it. It's straight. So now the same thing all over again. You said that Shmuel said that you do the hand check. Our friend says Rav Bali Biyodamach. Rav is the one that says you use the hand, not Shmuel. It's the same thing as we had before. If the skull breaks, you don't have to check the membrane. Second by us, you check the membrane. In a water bird, you don't have to check the membrane because it's all over. Once there's a hole in the skull, it's a treifa. And the crib doesn't have membrane. And the crib, so the diaper doesn't have membrane. But the whole thing has a very thin one. Says the more third story. Same thing all over again. He thought he'd go to the Havir of Fana. There was a chicken in Rav Chana's house. Charlie came to Rav Masna and sent a question to Rav Masna was, Nishbar Etzem, our case where the skull broke, but the membrane is intact. The actual one said it's kosher. The lay, but then maybe from the yes, and the Moy, Nishbar Etzem, preaching the Nikah Kumsha Moya, but they hasn't bought some Mayim, and only Krum, and the Kumsha Baita, and they Mahon, Kumi Rav. Great. End of that. Narrow side, all the way on the bottom of Amud Aleph. Another few very interesting ways to check whether or not a weasel bit through the brain and the membrane. One way to check it is using the Shimsha. Take a look at this. He checked it out in the song. Rabbi Emra Badak Ben Maya. Look. Now, even this one right over here. How do you get a membrane that you can check in the sun? You have to remove the brain. How do you remove the brain? Do something like this. Here we go. And this is the water part. You fill up the head with water, the membrane with water. And you see if it comes out. If it comes out, that means it had a hole in the membrane. He would check another way to check. Daf Roman Bays, Begila the pizza. He would use wheat, the hairs of the wheat. He would go back and forth with it, and he would see if it falls into like a little crevice, a little hole. They don't know that it's holy. Omer Rav Shizzi, how do you have Hazididam? Our dogs, they're like water birds. The voice like kiss from Hashem. Just today, we happened to be in the house, and we saw this. Now, as I said, once they got Sugya, the voice like you hear in the house, these are the barbos that doesn't have a crumb around the mouth. It doesn't have a membrane, very, very thin membrane. Yeah, okay. Oh, hold on. I don't know why I'm so dry here. It's hot. Whatever. It's hotter than usual this season here. But in the Alps, usually you just leave the window open. You know what else? I don't know if you noticed. You for sure know. When you walk in the Alps, sometimes you have Barker's air conditioner. It's very cold air that comes off the top of the mountain, goes through the inside of the mountain, and pops up all the way in the bottom, like a hole. What do they call it here? Is it name for it? You're walking by, and all of a sudden you're boiling hot, and it just keeps on going. This cold air. You know what I'm talking about? Says the Gemara. What many are really great? They're Yeshua ben Levi, Yeshua ben Levi. Oh, the sponsors. The term of that by that, you know, the official non-corporate sponsor of the MDY League. Encore Healthcare, as it's supposed for all cloud Yisrael. What many of yours? No, not for the Lord. If a chicken fell into the fire, all of you have to remain Yeshua. Shir Kosam Kishir Kuvasam. How much green? As much as the hole in the different limbs. Every time we say there's a hole in the lungs or whatever, it's a needle. If you so if you see a red organ that turns a little green, it is straight. I'm just telling you the end of the Gemara, but here it comes to the Gemara. Why would anyone realize the greater and Shua and Levi and Shua? That's what's really easy. If a bird fell into fire and became green, its liver connected the name Ma'ayimau. If the liver, that's opposite of the intestine, becomes green, what's that like? Why is it different than any other organ? So you asked him beautifully, it was a setup to the question. We know that if you remove the entire liver, as long as a small piece remains, the animal's kosher. It's kosher. Why? Because it will regenerate itself. So who cares if a little tiny part of the liver became green? Let it regenerate itself. So, since it got green on the underside of the liver, you should know that eventually, not eventually, but that the intestines also were burnt and singed by this fire. It's like indication. Look, if the liver got burned, not necessarily with the intestines get burned, but if the liver got burnt to the point where they turn green, and the intestines are right behind the liver, then you know that they got enough damage from that fire and it's full. He had a chicken that fell into the fire. So he sent to the It's green. That's an normal color. But not now, but we said in the Mishnah that if it turns green, it's buff. Says three organs that are initially red and they turn green. The change of the color indicates that it's red. But if it's green to begin with, as the Gemara is going to say soon, of course it's kosher. And we learned this also. These are the types. These are the organs that become trained, turning green. the kurkuman, when I say kurkuman, the gizzard, the hard, and everything by yours, I would undergo. You also have a chicken that fell from the fire. What's up with the chickens that fell from the fire? He said, oh, it's red. Treifa. We're not doing sharing. Red is good. When it changes color, that's when it's straight. It's not that it's red. But what was it to begin with? It was green. But the red, that's straight. But if it's red and it stays red, that's great. When it's red and turns green, it's also straight. Which ones that remain kosher when they're red and they remain red or kosher? Those three that we said before, that if they turn green, they become straight. The hard, the cookie and the cover. If you have red oranges that turn green, you slap and you put them in boiling water. Because Redimu and the original color came back. Why is the kosher? Because it only had smoke. You're seeing a smoke screen, you're not seeing the real color. So let's take that logic and let's use it in the reverse. You have a red organ that didn't turn green. You smoke up and then you boil it up. So you see, in fact, it was damaged by the fire. How do I know it's damaged by the fire? Because I boiled it and then it turned to green. It's supposed to be red, but it turned green. Treifa. My time. Sorry. Yeah. I think so Rashi says the interesting word, Basai means they're ashamed. In other words, they're hiding behind the smoke. But in fact, it's very shameful. It turns colors, it switches colors. So Rashi tells you that I'm not going to do anything like what he says. If you think you have a concern that your animal might have jumped up onto the grill for a minute, and you're not sure if it's a treifa, so put it into boiling water and see if anything changes color. We don't work like that. Since nothing changed colors, why would you look for a change in color by putting it down with water? If you have a changed color, so you put it in. Or in the first case, you put it in and you found out that it changed. But to go and check for a change color, we don't do that. Why so? You're also a trouble because an animal that a human being stepped on for doing the wall. Honor of Elazar, but I think the Shul of Elazar, Yana, you still need to check it. For what? Now, if it lived for 24 hours, you said it's kosher. Why is it kosher? Because what's the main concern? That it's in a fula, that it has internal injuries, and this will give us an indication that it didn't have internal injuries because it wouldn't survive 24 hours. But you still have to check it to see if it has a severed spinal cord. That's what he says. That was really true of the says the Mishnah. Just like we had in the beginning of the parrot, the first Mishnah was Elu Treifas, then we have Elu Cherries in the Amos. So on Amar Aleph we have Elu Treifas on birds, but Elu Cherries in birds. So the Elu Cherries. Elu Cherries by Mikvah Hagageres, if there's a little tiny hole in the trachea, the breathing tube, it is kosher. Oh, Shenizdika. So this is Nizdika. We love this picture. Right down the trachea, so when the bird eats, it actually closes up. The tension closes it up, so it's easier for it to get. You got the Chuda Roisha if the weasel bit in its head, in a place where it won't become not by the brain. So let's go to the Zepek. Here we go. No, it says Mokim She'enu so it's grateful. You mean that it didn't go through the membrane. Zepek is the crop. It's the first sack of the fruit of the tree. Rebbe Yonah Afilu Miko. So remember this one. Rebbe says when it comes to the Zepek, it can be removed completely. So explain, it doesn't mean complete, it means most of it. which is called completely. But remember, Rebbe says even if the whole zepek is removed, if the intestines came out but they weren't punctured, if its wings were broken, it's still kosher. It's not a trade. Its feet are broken. Nimritu, it's lost its feathers, the large feathers. If you remove the smaller feathers, coming up, Rabbi, one of the most interesting stories of Shana. That is one of the most interesting stories. This is one of the most interesting ones. And there's a video if you go with it. They went to Lud. And they slept the night. The Horu B'Tarbachas Kirebi B'Zevin. If anybody did Chazara and this is that, you'll know what a Tarbachas is. What's a Tarbachas? The same shit thing what a Shlafuchas is. As a base of Rechem. We also said there's 3 Lashonas for a Rechem. I don't know, maybe I'm missing one. Akoparim, if the womb was removed, he said the halacha is to Rebbe B'Zepek. Like Rebbe said Zepek. Now what is the Rebbe saying in Zepek? Again, let's go back to the Mishnah. That when the crop is punctured, Rebbe says even if it was removed completely. So the Gemara says what exactly do they mean by that? They actually mean that if the womb is missing, then it's also it's a treif. Rebbe B'Zepek like Torah. Like Rebbe says that if it's completely removed, the Zebek is a heter. But the Baka will be also. Like Dilma Herb, the Baka will say to Rebbe Zebek, or they're just saying, look, just like Rebbe says it's mutter, so too the womb is mutter. But the Rebbe Zebek is really one understood that there's something going on here by comparing it to Rebbe, they actually don't hold like Rebbe. So says the Gemara, take it. I don't know if it's Shabbos. Omer Rabba, very Shumi Levi, Gagish is Zepek, Yidin Kedesha. So let's take a look at this. And I'm going to bring my laser. This is the crop right over here. So it says that the Gago, this is the roof of the Zepek, meaning where it becomes narrow. It has the same halacha as the esophagus. What's the halacha of esophagus? That a small little puncture makes it trade. Where is this example? Where it becomes narrow after the crop, right over here. All this right over here has a halacha like an esophagus, and mashu makes it trade. Here comes the story of Rabbi Shmuel by Rabbi Yitzchak. And when the intestines come out, it fell out. It's when the human being didn't intervene and put it back in upside down. Now, if you put it backwards, there's a tray for sin. So what's called like the necha because Baruch made you. How do you catch up a little by putting necha in and establish Shmuel Baruch when none of you is golden? Because Baruch made like a face in our human. Many of them are flipped upside down. A person can't live. When I had surgery on my knee, I had ACL surgery, so the doctor told me, anytime you do surgery in the body, you're messing with God's creation. It wasn't a non-Jew, but this is what he said. So, since I'm going in there, I'm poking around, so you should expect to have arthritis later on in your life and different stuff. That you don't have to do surgery, but you don't have to have sales team. If you don't want to play basketball ever again or any sport, then you don't have to do surgery. It's fine. You can play golf. That's probably most likely that's okay. Telling you to a 19-year-old, you know? So yeah, that's why. So 30 years later, 34 years later, issues in the knee. So don't mess around with that Rebbe's creation. Don't try to put it back in. If you do, you try to throw the kishkas back in. It's like a whole, it's a windy thing. You try to put it back in, you're gonna mess it up, and it's gonna be a trophy. And very similarly, who asfa by Faninecha. This is referring to Klal Yisrael, the Knesset Yisrael. Now what? Karcha the Kohen Beit. It's like a city that has everything in it. You have the Kohanim from them, Menu Neviah, Nevi'im, Menu Sarah, Menu Melacha, King, Shinamar, Menu Pina, Menu Yosef. From everything, you have the corner, you have the Yosef, I see that's it. No, it's like putting for a tent. With the Yah, yeah, okay, thank you. Read more. Oh, here's the story of us. Here it is. Oh, crazy stuff. Read more. He was a Roman. The Tazila Gavra the Nafam Yikorlai. He witnessed a terrible thing where a human being fell off a roof onto the ground. Chakik crazy, and his stomach exploded. Unafik Mayane, and his intestines splattered out. We in fact have a picture that we took in the safari. It's a gross picture, I'm warning you. Graphic warning. This is a zebra that, let me get this off, that someone attacked it or something happened there, and its intestines came out of it. It's real. We all saw this. We took it. We all took it. The background, this is the Serengeti. The amount of animals, all this is like, this is not common in regular safaris. No, okay. So, he witnessed this, he sees it with a human being that it's kishkas are all over the place. I celebrate. So he takes the wounded man's son, he shafted him, sliced his neck right in front of the father. So what did the father do? From such pain, watching his son like that, he screamed out and he made some noise, whatever, and his kishkas went all the way back in. So he screamed out. I'm learning after years. I wasn't sure if that's what he said. You don't say you said it very good. You said it very. I have the video. Yes, here comes the video. Go to his back. Susan Sinai, my boy's side. The guy didn't know. He thought his son died. He was a shkita. The fact he's a magic trick. In the video, he screamed out. So let's show the video and see the last word. And that's what we have for today. Here we go. Oh no.
All right, this is a very, very fun time, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment in the history of the show. Fun fact about this next piece: the last time he was on a show with Donna Raw, a lot of people were excited to see what was going to happen. Donnell patiently did not interrupt his minute of stand-up comedy.
So his kishkas went right back to where he came in like a vacuum. The kite did it crazy, and he sewed him up real quickly so they shouldn't go back out. And the guy lived happily ever after in Rome. Rabbi Side, have a wonderful day.
Heritage Sports is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBAsponsor.com. Sponsored MBA.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Side. Spotify. Welcome. Live from Austria. Laboratory. Schmack mode. We had a great day today. What was it called again? Where did we go today? No. We went to left. Okay, But okay. Kitzer, we had a great day today. We saw waterfalls and rivers and the views were outstanding. Man, unreal. I'll read a few emails and show you here. Show you this one right here. Barabu Hashem. Baruch. This is nice gracious. I came and I conquered. I saw you out. And they are wonderful. They are beautiful. Never seen anything like this, really. Unbelievable. Right on top of that ridge, Bezer Hashem coming to you soon, a satellite location in the DUI. We paid €29 per person just to get up the cable car to see this. But during the day, this is not Holstein. This is somewhere else. What? I don't know. Pinsky knows. He speaks Swiss Dutch, so he knows it. Oh, you're there? One in the cable car that carries 80 people? Who's he going for? What Holtz got was unbelievable. We went there, we took it was like 13,000 steps back and forth. And just amazing views. I'll show you some of the views. Rabbi Sai, just a few emails. Hello, hope is doing well. I want to tell you that I was very impressed when I came last week on Sunday to the shir. So yesterday I spoke about Machasora from different shows, and then UI doing even more. So just so happens to me, somebody sent this to Mark a couple of days ago before I even discussed this. No one knew me, and I didn't really know anyone. As soon as I walked in, I was greeted warmly in the UI. As an old friend or a family member who just returned. I was asked if I have a place to sit. When I said no, I was immediately guided to the place pretty much in the front. I was offered coffee, some cakes and cookies. It really felt at home. A true sense of belonging wrapped me. Yes, MDY is a family, a large one, in numbers, but small and intimate feelings. I'm proud to belong to this family. Thank you so much. Bucky Ziegelbach. Greetings to the great and highly popular Magachir who has turned the famous brand, none other than the legendary Bucky. First of all, like tens of thousands of others, I greatly enjoy watching the sheer Mikhail Show. The Valley's personal and charming stories, the humor and the jokes, the clear and pleasant language, together with the fascinating animations and entertaining videos, create a powerful attraction to learning the back. There is simply no more excuses. Here's the line. Listen to this line. The Valley, you're taking away our free choice. Taking away our pure, no longer have pure as to do it. Secondly, as a music enthusiast, I would be very happy to know the source of the beautiful opening tune that's still in the beginning and end that there should catch some thought. Anyone has a response? Please forgive me for asking such an unusual question. Well, you all know we have a very talented Nachman Seltzer, who's an author of probably 60 books, maybe more. He's writing a book right now on MDY. Should be ready by the Siyam Shas. Should be in English and in Hebrew. But he's also very musical, has a great voice. He sang in the name of his choir. Put together a few songs for us. So this is one of them. Talking about the hotel, the MS Man, I'm not saying it's not, but the food here is amazing. It's fantastic. And after I was stuffed to the gill, another course. It was salmon wrapped in other fish, and then they had the raw fish stuff, whole plate. Everybody gets different types of. We have tuna, we have salmon, if you're into that, desserts and different everything. Done. Now you run the generation, there's a carving station there. Guys carving away meat that's better than everything else is served during. So the guy making eggs for us is a chef on the Caribbean cruise. And the guy, they're all very hot. The pastry lady is world famous. She's like the top kosher pastry lady in the world. As soon as my wife and the other women heard the name, that. So she's doing all this, So join us if you can. I know tickets are super expensive now because of World Cup and everything, but not that many people are. Very, very small island. And those are here with the bringing. It's very, very good. Services over there. That's why we came back here, because the food, service, the rock, the bath. And of course, the great places here. There's so much to see. As you're driving to these places, you just Your mouth is just open. You can't believe another scene, another mountain, another waterfall. As you're just driving, you see all the ripples. It's just crazy. Every picture, every video that I'll show you, you have to times it by 10. The video doesn't capture. What do you think about Oscar the Virgin Schweiz? It's very the opposite out, right? All right, Rabbi said, let's do the sponsors. Same designer. Official edition of your Shas. The Sefta Zev and Ziyah Shulam. It's very different than Italy and that, and the Dalmites. Eric, Ilana, Mary, David, Davici, that are coming for Shabbos. When are they coming? Oh, next week. Usual Shai Ben Aaron and Yochel Chavi to Bas Avram. Daphne Hay, Michael Merrow for the merit of a safe and happy summer for all of Klal Yisrael's campers. Amen. The Mesaf, the sponsor of David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avi Shmuel Parker, thanks to Doge Rafa, and by the Powers Family Foundation, and gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all the groups supporting the right. Anonymous, a friend of Richard Gaussian, thanks to Benny. William Reva Schuster for continuing at Snap and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for continuing to Shlomo and Yisrael for Basasta, Yemen, and Rosenthal, Biscuit Zimka. Monthly sponsors, Anonymous, the Mishmas, Yonakan, Nathan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akkoin, the Colonel Bracha, and Mrs. Samet. It's fees, the Mishmas, Yonakan, Nathan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akkoin, the Colonel Bracha. Monthly sponsors, Ari Simon, the Rushdem Avi Mary, Baruch Ben Miriam. Anonymous, the Rushdem Avi, the Ruben Ben Yehudis, and Avram Yishayah, Ben Stavik Boira, Amen. Weekly sponsors, Spanish Jewish sponsors, in honor of the first three Bachram of the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel and Gramchik, Mishal and Yadu. You know, Greenberg is very excited about the Mexican satellite location, as we are very excited about the Costa Rica location. Everything Spanish is amazing. Shirley Washington is the daily sponsor in love and memory of our dear mother, Edna Washington, OBM. Best families comes from Kerala. Anonymous, Rustema, Esther Bas, Nuna, Month, the art of the month is Rustema, Mordechai Ben Esther, the first Ayala, Vanilla, Zev, Ben, Ayala, Esther, Rahoisa. Here we go, 9 lines from bottom, but from Dalit, almost base. Efrat Zipon is the place we shop here. And amazing stuff, Shabbos, the Kiddush, is like, it's very large here. Okay, Givaldi. Rabbi Shai, we're here in Austria. It's the Flois Abar Mamish. You see the waterfall over here. You see the mountains. You see snow. Dozens of feet of snow covered with a little dirt. But we got to learn Torah in every situation, in every place. Says the Halei Gemara. We discussed in the Mishnah that when you have a kana, even if it has a small hole, it's not trade. But if the kana has a hole the size of an Isser, then it's trade. I should say Kisela, but we're in the middle of the waterfalls. I said Kisela. So it says Rav Nachman like this. What Rav Nachman? Kisela? Yes, Rav Kisela. Think about it. When I tell you I'm going to give you a test from Daf Beis to Daf Lamed, how many Daf do you have to take a test on? Is Daf Lamed part of the test, or it's up until Daf Lamed? That's odd. Below that applies. Daf Lamed is not included, but Daf Lamed is included. So when I tell you everything is kosher, everything is green up until the Selah. Beyond the Selah, it's all trade. What about the Selah itself? What about Daf Lamed? Obviously, you're not going to take a test on Daf Lamed Aleph on the base. You're going to have to take a test all the way to Daf test. What about Lamed? What about the Isser? From the fact that Rav Nachman says Kisela, he says that the Selah itself, Daf Lamed, is like more than a Selah. And we're going to go into it a little bit more. Up until the Selah, obviously, this question. Everything beyond the Selah, obviously, a whole larger Selah is great. What about the Selah itself? Exactly the Selah. So that's the famous Machlokes in Shas of Ad B'Chla. Somebody brought a mashal on the other show. It's supposed to say both in Nafshi and Shabbos. Every Shabbos. It says Ad, Shabbos, and Dodos. So you say it on Shabbos Agadol? No. That means in that case not Shabbos Agadol. So if Rav Nachman says that when it's the size of the coin, it's already also straight, that means he says ad v'lo yad b'cham, because he's saying up until now it's kosher. This selah is not included up until now. This selah is beyond. It's lamala. You're gonna say it's above. If it's below, it's included in what he said, which is kosher, but it's not. It's above. It's the next category. It's another marshal, a good marshal, is that in Dirshu they give you a test. They say from Daf Beis until Daf Lamed is the test. So do you have to compare Daf Lamed for the test? So there's a stira. They say in Dirshu itself, because when it comes to Gemara, it's not as clear. When it comes to Mishnah Berurah, that it says that until Sif Lamed means including Sif. Okay, I'm Shem Dirshu. Next time I speak to David, I'm going to ask him what's the shot in the contradiction. I hope I'm going to tell me the right number. But let's say, certain things it includes, when you say up until here, it means, but including that. It's only up until, but not Shabbos HaGadol. So Rav Nachman says, not Shabbos HaGadol included. It's not included. Kisel is above. It's already the next. It's already Pesach. It's already afterwards. Kiser, when it comes to the Kana, when it comes to the trachea, not the sapien. Comes to the trachea, the breathing tube. It's another type of coin, Kiser. So when it's exactly a Isser, Kiser, it goes Lamala, goes above, it's already the next category. So Rav Nachman, when he says up until, it does not include the word he used, the Kiser, the whatever shear is used. It's already in the next category. So now the Gemara is going to ask, you didn't help me out last time. I told you to count. Now you have to count. Let's count together. Here's number one. You have a bed that has a string that's hanging off the bed. Strings themselves are not Makabel Tumah. But if they're part of a kli, then they're Makabel Tumah. So it says, if it's up until 5 tefachim, it's too small. It's not appropriate for any kind of malacha, so it's not a kli tar. But up until 5, where's the 5? What about 5 itself? My love Chamisha. Chamisha is also tar. No, we have the same question, same answer, multiple times, maybe 7 times. Al Chamisha Tvachim tar. My love Chamisha Kilamata. No, Chamisha Kilamata. It's like Rav Nachman. When I mention a word, it means it's in the next category. It's not with the category when I'm mentioning a word. I'm not saying from 0 to 5. But the 5 is already from like 5 to 10. It's already in the next category, which is awesome. Toshma, which is a kli. Toshma, yeah, number 2, thank you. From 5 to 10 is Thomas. Says Rashi, a beautiful thing. What would people do with this string from 5 to 10? They would use it to tie a sheet to their bed, their Pesach. Kind of mitzvah. Should we call Shemis Apsachim Zeich and Pesach Mitzrayim, says Rashi. Today we unfortunately don't have the Samikdash, so we don't bring the korbanos, and we don't tie the sheep to our beds. At the bottom it says from 5 to 10, it's Chomei. Remember that. Chomei is a Chumrah. From 0 to 5, it's tar, it's a Kula, we would say. Now it's like a Chumrah. So, Marla, sorry to the Mata, it's in the category of us, or no, sorry to the Mata. It's beyond test. It's already different category. Toshma, number 3, Adakin should be when you have small earthenware table, if they're broken, even if they're broken, but as the Gemara is going to say in a second, but if they say they can stand on their own. So you have a piece of broken earthenware that's just the bottom, or you have a wall, but it can stand on its own. So it has a shear that if it can hold this shear, it's considered a kli. Otherwise, it's a broken kli. It's not Makabel Tumah. Shiur on the kli. Sikas katan. Sikas katan means that you could wash, shampoo a young child. Badly. So if you hold that small amount of soap, adlug, that's the shear. Now, adlug, what's adlug? My adlug, lamata. Once again, we're going to ask a question of Nachman. He says lamala, he says lamala. No, lamala. Toshma, what number is this? 4. Milug and Saw Berevit. Now continue with these kalim. Once they're larger, they're from Milug to Saw. It has to contain more than that. It has to contain a revius. Like we read now, 80. We have a camera. We're doing good, yeah? Okay, no, I'm looking at the message. Mark Ashkenaz's thing. I didn't see people. Okay. My last, okay, sorry. We look at some reviews. My last, so Kilomato, we're talking about Kasher Nachman is down. Why Samuel Kilomato? Toshma, number 5. We saw that, so Sayin, the Chatzilog, that's the whole Chatzilog. My last, Sayin Kilomato, why is it Sayin Kilomato? Oh, so it's only 5? But Anya, ask the Gemara, all these you answer me, that it goes, still with the Nachman, that it goes to the next category, the Malo, even though I thought it's Lamato, the time it says before the Bryson, look for Lamato, so Lamato, so Sayin Lamato, all these things that you just answer me, that it goes to the next category. By the way, if you don't like this whole Agdal B'Chal, it's mamish going to be over in a minute. You Sugya, typical tefillin every 2 minutes is a new Sugya. Oh, but it's before the Bryson that we go to Lamato. Says in the Gemara, so the list answers everything. Also, when do you go to Lamata? When it's a Chumrah. You always want to go in Shur, you want to go in Chumrah. Says Gemara, so you're always going to go to Chumrah. So if the Mal is a Chumrah, you go to Mal. If the Mata is a Chumrah, you go to Mata. Towards the Grish of son and husband, when it comes to a woman and a stain of dam on a kesem, on a piece of beged. So over here we go like why? Because the whole idea of tsanon, that a woman has to be concerned with dam on her clothing, that's only a dirabanan, and memela we are making. Kaikenami, Mikana Alodahi, Mishakilamala, Sarjanamata, of course, in that whole mission over there of Kalim, we have the Chamisha, we treated Kilamal because it's the form of the Mala, and Asar Kilamata because once it goes above Asar, it's not a Kli. So Asar would be like a Kli, Chamisha would be like a Kli. With Kitzer, you go from both directions, we're always being machmer in the Ashir. Rabbi said brand new Sugya. Before I tell you Sugya, I want to tell you a story. So it's a crazy story. Happened today, to me, there was a guy that just was working on my house. Less than 2 weeks ago, we put in a flooring. We put an American wood floor in our house. And he's the best in the business. And I befriended him, he's sitting in my house for 3 days. He doesn't bring a bunch. About the down. He showed me pictures of he has a little kid, a little girl, the whole thing. I believe he's like in his 40s or something. Kitzer, he's a big smoker.